Which is the New Black? Paris, Texas, Romance, Book 3. Written by Dakota Cassidy. Narrated by Holly Jackson. Chapter 1. Nope. Absolutely not, Bernice Sutton said, shaking her head from side to side as she gathered up the few personal belongings she'd accumulated since she'd been in magical abuse prison, located in chilly Salem, Massachusetts. There was a long, disgusted sigh from a disembodied voice, the gravelly hiss warring with the flagrant tint to the words that followed. No, so harsh, Bernie baby. So final. Why don't we start with a maybe, Pookie? Just a little one. I say we start with never. A big one, as in no chance in hell. Perfection. It gives me something to aspire to. I love a good challenge. This is not a challenge. I am not a challenge, and I've told you 100 times, I don't need a familiar. I don't think I even fully understand what a familiar is. In fact, now that I'm almost free, I still don't know what I am or what I'm supposed to do about what I am. Why would I drag someone else along with me into the great unknown? God, this being a witch was all so confusing. Miss Feline, her self-appointed familiar and wannabe drag queen cat, appeared out of nowhere. 10 months and a various assortment of spells and wands later, and Fee's popping up out of thin air, an ability among several he possessed, still never failed to make her jump out of her skin. Fee swished his tail with the pink bow attached to it in indignation. You're not dragging me, Bernie. I go forth a willing participant in your witch journey. Bernie shook her head again. No. You can't come with me. That's that. Now go harass someone else. I hear Knuckles in Cell Block C had her boyfriend sneak in a can of salmon. Everybody's talking about it. Bet if you offered to wax her upper lip, she'd give you some. Fee hopped down off the small table that held Bernie's few toiletries and stretched his spine with a purr of satisfaction, reaching forward with his front paws. You know, Boo, I don't want to point out the obs, but... Oh, you do too. You love to point out the obvious. Fair enough. But you'd know what a familiar was if you'd shown up to all your classes. Baloney. She'd damn well been to all the classes. Every single crazy, mind-bending one. How to be a witch in 2015. How to navigate the muddy waters of necessary magic versus magic for personal gain. How to control the urge to shove your wand up someone's ass. She'd sat quietly in the back of the meeting room in the center of the prison, her hair hanging over her eyes, her hoodie from a borrowed jacket on her head, as she slouched in her chair like some weird outcast and listened to every how-to support group the prison offered on everything and anything witch-ish. She'd been to them all, and she still didn't understand how this had happened or how she'd landed here with a bunch of women who claimed they were her people. A witch. She was a witch. Not like the Wicked Witch in Oz, but a white witch. It just didn't get any more CW network than that. Sure, it explained a lot of kooky mishaps in her 30 years of life to date, things she was still coming to terms with, but even after 10 months, it was proving a hard pill to swallow. Bernie narrowed her eyes at the black cat and tugged on his fluffy pink tutu. I did show up to all my classes, every single one of them. You did not. Your luscious, curve-riddled body might have been there, but your mind was absolutely not in attendance, honey. That's probably because my mind was still blown. In fact, if you check the stall and the latrines by the mess hall, there are still bits of it scattered on the floor. You try showing up to anything with your mind when it's blown to smithereens. Fee yawned, his sharp teeth gleaming, as though he were bored with her constant protests. What part of you are a bona fide witch is so hard to grasp, Bernie girl? You've known for 10 months now. I'd think you'd be long past disbelief. 10 long months of reflecting on her life. A life she'd spent a good portion of in trouble. At school, at home, at all 15 of her eventual jobs, the last being a night security guard at a big law firm. Bernie pulled the two ends of her ponytail to tighten it. Well, it doesn't matter what I believe now, does it? I did my stint for the council, showed remorse, blah, blah, blah. I'm out. Alone. You hear me, Fee? Like a lone wolf. Ow! She howled into her drab-gray surroundings. She didn't have time for Fee's nonsense today. Today was for fresh starts and moving forward. Oh, and figuring out how not to be a witch anymore. Cracking her knuckles, she took one last glance around her jail cell and blew out a breath of relief. Almost there, Bernie. Almost there. Fee hopped down off the table and onto Bernie's dismally thin jailhouse mattress, where he'd spent every night since she'd arrived, curled into a small ball of tulle and dollar store tiara. And I'm telling you, your journey's just gearing up. What's this journey your gums keep flapping about? There's no journey that includes you. I get to leave here today a free woman. And go back to what, Bernie? You can't go back to nothing. You have nothing. Shut up. Oh, girl. You better come on back from that trip you're taking at Delusions Are Us now. Fee, save the fancy talk and get to the point. What do you know that I don't know? He rolled onto his back, his ebony fur glistening sleekly under the dim light. You don't really think, once those cell doors open and that crazier-than-a-queen at a beauty supply store wig sale Baba Yaga shows up and waves her magic wand, that it's over, do you? This is exactly why you need me as your familiar, to guide your pathetic ass. Right. Familiars were a witch's advisor. Sort of like high school counselors, only not. If all the crazy she'd been spoon-fed up to this point was true, witches often became great friends with their familiars, and Fee had been first in line to apply for the job. Bernie balled up the sheets from her cot and threw them in the bag that had magically appeared every 3 days at her cell door for dirty laundry since she'd arrived. As the hour of her release grew closer, her patience grew shorter. Just explain what you mean, Fee. Parole, honey. P-A-R-O-L-E. You don't just up and skip out of here as if those Kotex pad slippers were made for walking. You gotta do more time on the outside. Prove you're worthy. Community service. Atone, you know? That pulled Bernie up short. Parole? God. She should have listened more carefully in Redemption is the New Black class, but her fellow inmate, Chichi Gonzalez, had been far more interesting. Her story about polar ice caps and what had gotten her 5 years in magic abuse jail was more fascinating than anything that screw Hallima could teach. Plus, Chichi had paid good commissary money for Bernie's special Kotex slippers. They'd lasted longer than Winnie Foster's had, according to Chichi, Winnie being the ultimate success story everyone referred to when talking about redemption. But this was bullshit. Atone? I did atone for something I wasn't even aware I did to begin with. Hell yes, I've done my time, buddy. Yes, I damn well have. I did the prison rotation like I was going for the convict gold. I worked in the laundry room for 3 hellish months with Big Sue Moses breathing down my neck while she practiced putting eyeshadow on me, made out of baby oil and cigarette ashes for shit's sake. You have to admit, that concoction's pure genius, and it makes a hella smoky eye that lasts all night. I'm making a point, Fee. Sorry, carry on. Bernie held up her red, chapped hands. See these? I peeled 1,000 potatoes if I peeled one in the kitchen, even under the hateful glare of One-Eyed Lorraine, who, I might add, pads the orders for pudding, then sells the overage to the cell-dwelling nuts in here for a ridiculous price. So the hell I'm giving this bunch of crazy-face, pointy-hat-loving, wand-wielding dark overlords another second of my time. I did 10 months clean as a whistle, No isolation, no strikes, no back talk. That means I'm out the second Baba Yaga decides to put on her leg warmers and show her freakishly age-defying face at that cell door, she scoffed, thumbing a finger over her shoulder. Fee hissed. Taking a long breath, Bernie blew it out with a wince. She's behind me, isn't she? A tapping of nails on the cell bars made Bernie cringe. She is. And, lucky for you, Bernice, today is Monday, which is ripped sweatshirt day, not leg warmer day, thank you very much. Whipping around, Bernie was fully prepared to throw herself on a metaphoric sword and apologize in order to keep from doing any more time. Baba Yaga was the witch in charge of everything witch, and also the warden at Jailhouse Rock. She couldn't afford to piss her off, especially not on release day. Lifting her eyes, Bernie fought the urge to laugh out loud at Baba Yaga's latest outfit. She was an 80s fanatic, stuck somewhere between Rick Astley and Debbie Gibson, and sometimes her outlandish reproductions of Madonna a la Like a Virgin caught Bernie so off guard she had to cover her mouth with her hand to keep from snorting. "Oh, come on, B.Y." Fee backed up Bernie. "She's just got some release date jitters. She can't wait to get started on making things right. Isn't that so, Bernie?" Bernie made her eyes round and thumper-like when she gazed into Baba's beautiful face. "I'm sorry, Baba. It's my nerves. I promise to try to curb my tongue. Sometimes I speak out of turn when I'm frazzled." Baba adjusted the torn shoulder of her pink sweatshirt and gave Bernie that stern expression she dreaded. "Sometimes you magic out of turn too, Bernice, which is why you're here in the first place, isn't it?" Bernie fought a hard roll of her eyes. If she ever forgot she'd done something heinous, Baba Yaga was always 2 steps behind, reminding her she was a shitty witch. But she was determined to get the hell out of here at all costs. She didn't know what she was going to do when she'd sampled the sweet taste of freedom, but anything had to be better than being in here. Swallowing her pride, something else she'd done more times than she cared to count since her incarceration, Bernie let her eyes fall to her cell floor in contrition. "You're right. I did do that. I'm sorry." Baba snapped her fingers, making the cell doors grind open until they clanked against the walls. "Good to hear, inmate. Now, for your parole hearing." But, first, Bernie'd like to thank you for staying here. It's been beyond fabulous, right, Bernie? She's learned so much about being a good, unselfish witch. So much her pretty blonde head's spinning like a teacup ride at the fair, Fee said, jumping from the bed to the floor to wind his tail around Bernie's calves. If a cat could give side-eye, Fee was giving it to her, which meant shut up. In true applying for the job of familiar fashion, in the time since she'd been sentenced, Fee had doled out more than his fair share of witchly advice, whether she wanted it or not. Though, in all honesty, he was usually right. Squaring her shoulders, Bernie nodded in silent agreement. Some freedom was better than no freedom. Instead of railing against parole, she turned off her thoughts about how unfair this all was and followed up with what Fee said. Baba's face wreathed in a smile, but it wasn't the kind of smile that said, "Good inmate." It was the kind that said, "Nice ass kissing." Baba crossed her arms over her chest, thinning her lips. "Are you ready for your sentencing, inmate?" Bernie cocked her head. "Like right here, right now? What? No flickering lights and a circle of candles while the wind howls outside and all those old dudes without faces wearing rank-smelling robes mumble to each other?" "They're napping," Baba provided with an almost smile. Then she caught herself. "Those old dudes without faces are your elders, Bernice. You'd do well to pay them some respect, especially on the day of your parole hearing, inmate." Fee swished his tail against Baba's legs, circling her, She just meant she was missing the ambiance of the old-school hearings at council. You remember, I told you about those, right, Bernie? You know, the hangings, the beheadings, the death by drop from atop Kilimanjaro into a pit of writhing snakes. Oh yeah, those. Bernie gulped, tugging at the sleeves of her orange jumpsuit. I do, and yes, that's what I was referring to. I guess I just expected more. More pomp and circumstance, maybe? Like the more she'd encountered when she'd first been dragged to this place, that from the outside was glamored to look like a quaint bed and breakfast, but was really protected by thick walls of magic. Like that big, long podium thingy and all those faceless dudes who sat behind it as she looked up at them, their long, musty robes covering their bony limbs as she stood terrified before them. She was expecting the ominous but invisible hum of something electric, that strange noise that out of fear she'd jokingly asked if it belonged to one of the council's life support machines. Expecting the final sound of the gavel as it cracked on top of the tall podium thingy when she was sentenced. That was what she expected now. Instead, there was nothing but the gloom of her dark prison cell with its sparse furnishings, and Baba glaring at her. Baba Yaga's eyes narrowed. You know, I can always wait until the elders are up from their nap, Bernice. We can put on the show you appear to crave, if you'd like. Spooky ambiance, smelly robes and all. No, she shouted, then bit her lip and lowered her voice. I mean, no, thank you, Baba Yaga. That's very kind, but I don't want to wake anyone. The council works hard. So hard. They need their rest. And deodorant. Baba Yaga sighed her irritation. You're a stubborn one, Bernice. And BTW, you're not fooling me. I know you haven't come to terms with the magnitude of what you've done yet. Not totally. But that's because you've run wild for far too long. Like the word is hyphened on your name. How you slipped under the radar for all these years is beyond me. But we're going to fix that as of now. These are the conditions of your parole, Bernice. Heed them. Condition 1. As Baba Yaga rambled on about the circumstances of her parole, Bernie pondered the word wild. Wild? God, that was so much bull and shit. She didn't even know she'd been out of control. In order to claim control, you had to know what you were controlling. Stuff just happened to her. Like things falling from the ceiling without warning whenever she was in a room full of people she felt uncomfortable with. Just a thought, and ugly rashes were known to break out on someone who'd angered her. Sometimes the rash turned into hives or big boils the size of quarters. Items moved without her saying a word, catapulting at the speed of light aimed directly for her mental victims. Those were just a few of the smaller incidents she'd experienced since she'd hit the age of 13. Unexplained occurrences that left her in a pile of shit at home, at school, at every job she'd ever had. But this last time? Whew. It had been the mother of all occurrences, and was exactly what had landed her here. As many times as she'd tried to explain she didn't even understand what was going on or how she made these things happen, was the same number of times Baba Yaga and Bernie's fellow cellmates had cackled hysterically and mocked her thespian skills. The witches in Cell Block D had actually crafted a makeshift Academy Award out of a toilet paper roll, Q-tips, and glitter glue, handing it to her with much flourish in the cafeteria to gales of laughter on SpaghettiOs night. After that, she'd learned to shut up. Quit protesting her witchiness out loud, quit denying she didn't know thing one about being a witch, and slowed her roll entirely. She'd gone along with all of it as if she were a secret agent infiltrating the coven, like some supernatural Sydney Bristow, pretending, listening, learning. And still she was baffled. How could she be a witch if neither of her parents were magically inclined? She certainly wasn't adopted, a theory she'd toyed with, but only momentarily. Both her parents were gone now, and there was no denying she was the spitting image of her mother, right down to her wide green eyes and strawberry blonde hair. Baba Yaga's voice droned back into earshot, making Bernie stand up straighter when she heard the word Paris. She was going to Paris to do her parole? She didn't know anyone in Paris. She didn't know anyone anywhere except in Boston. And she sure as hell didn't know French. As if it wasn't bad enough, she was a witch who didn't know how to be a witch. Now Baba and the Council of Spooky Goons were sending her to a foreign country? She'd better find her Sydney Bristow pants if she hoped to pull this one off. Texas. Baba finished with a smirk, her eyes gleaming. What did Paris have to do with Texas? If ever two words warred with each other. Bernie squeezed her temples and asked, Texas? Like y'all and George Strait? The connection between the two places just wasn't becoming clear. Ye and ha, Mother Fluffer, Baba Yaga shouted, before she let her head fall back on her creamy shoulders and cackled. Wait, her mind said without aid of her mouth. She needed to clear up some things before she was sent off to Paris. Like, how long did parole last? Where would she live? Most importantly, who was going to keep her from robbing another bank? But Baba was clearly done talking. Lifting her arm high, as a wind out of nowhere whipped her hair and the lights flickered, Baba snapped her fingers. Chapter 2. Testicles. Big and sprinkled with sparse hair, testicles were swaying near her left eyeball. They were the first things Bernie saw when she opened her eyes. She'd landed flat on her ass and fallen backward, hitting the hard ground with a bone-rattling dump of limbs and pieces of cat hair she had to spit off her tongue. She flattened her palms against the surface she'd landed on to find it felt like grass. Sweet Susan! What the hell? A rush of oppressive heat wrapped around her face like a blanket as she lay there, too stunned to move. It coated her, swarming her skin, leaving beads of perspiration forming on her upper lip and forehead. Incoming! Fee fell smack on top of her with a yowl, right out of the sky and onto her face. Bernie spit out a wad of pink tulle and clenched her eyes shut, then popped them open again with a grunt. She moved her head to the side to dislodge Fee and looked up at the shadow hovering over her. The shadow with testicles. How did a set of testicles the size of oranges get in the middle of Paris? Paris had testicles just all out in the open like that? Of course Paris has testicles, nitwit. They have testicles galore. Testicles belong on men, and there are gobs of men in Paris. Yeah, but those don't look like testicles from a man. Furthermore, why are they hanging in my face in Paris? I know it's a pretty progressive place, but I didn't know everyone went rogue. There was no way to rationally reason this in her head. Instead, she opted for the if you can't see it, it doesn't exist mantra. Maybe if I don't open my eyes, none of this is real. Bernie, girl, you've spent your entire existence with your eyes closed. Open them and face the music, sugar lumps. Fee tickled her nose with his tail, using his paws to knead her hair. Mornin', y'all. A soft voice murmured from above, the timbre deep and rich with southern tinges. A voice that sounded just like Lou Rawls. Holy shitballs of fire. Lou Rawls was here too? Bernie rolled to her side, her eyes wide open now. She grabbed Fee and pulled him close to her chest, her heart pounding so violently she heard it in her ears. Who was that, Fee? It was just me, ma'am. Bernie's breathing quickened, but no way was she looking up. Are the testicles talking, Fee? Please tell me the testicles don't sound like Lou Rawls and they aren't talking. Fee made a clucking noise while he struggled out of her grip. Can't do that. Where the hell are we, and why are there talking testicles involved? Her panic was taking on a new but familiar feel. much like the panic she'd experienced when the Boston PD had first arrested her after finding her in the bank vault of the Boston First Mutual. Still, the Boston PD didn't have talking testicles. Well, not technically. Maybe metaphorically. This created a whole other level of panic in the pit of her stomach. "Bernie, baby, didn't you listen to anything Baba Yaga said?" Fee finally came into focus. His dark fur sitting against a grassy backdrop with nothing but puffy white clouds above his head and the glare of the angry sun on his glittering tiara beneath. "I heard you flew too long under the radar, Bernice, and something about Paris, blah, 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 and then Texas. Yep, that was about the gist of it." Fee fell back on his haunches and blinked at her. "Oh, hell, Bernie. You have to stop escaping to that place in your mind where this isn't all happening. Because newsflash, it's happening. Right here in Children of the Corn country. And the testicles belong to a bull in a pasture that goes on for miles and miles with no freaking end in sight." A pasture. Okay. That connected with Texas for sure. And the bull talks? She winced at her question. Of course he talked. Cats talk and wear tutus, and witches exist, Bernice Sutton. He does, ma'am. The quote-end-quote bull said, a hint of amusement in his tone. Why do the testicles, bull, sound like Lou Rawls? The bull chuckled, deep and resonant. That's a mighty fine compliment, pretty lady. But most folks just call me Biddy. Good to meet you. I'd offer you a hand up, but, well, you know, I'm all two left testicles. Huh? Fee squawked, jumping in the air and rolling to his back. The testicles made it funny. You know, left feet, testicles. I love it here already. Bernie shook her head, using the heels of her feet and hands to scoot backward. Talking bulls? Not funny, Fee. Fee rolled upright to rub against her side. Okay, cool your jets. I hear hysteria in your voice, and it reminds me that I forget sometimes you're still not used to our world where crazy shit happens every day. So let's talk this out. She sucked in air that felt as though it had just escaped an oven. Talk me down, Fee. Hurry, before I pass out. Did you even hear the terms of your parole, Bernie girl? She pulled her legs close to her chest and let her chin rest on her knees with a sheepish gaze focused solely on Fee. She wasn't ready to look at Biddy just yet. Well, not all of it. You heard none of it, Fee admonished. Bernie let her head hang in shame. Guilt be my name. You're right, I heard none of it. So what happens next? Fee turned his back on her and began weaving in and out of Biddy's legs. So, here's the deal. I am so your familiar, whether you like it or not. So saith that lunatic with a scrunchie and a total eclipse of the heart fetish. No one else applied for the job, so suck it. Aren't I the luckiest witch ever? Bernie actually bit back a smile. She'd never tell him, but she was relieved Fee was here with her, wherever here was, talking testicles who sounded like Lou Rawls and all. I could have applied to mentor that head case over in Cell Block B, you know. At least she'd be grateful. The one who eats toilet paper and hoards her hair from her brush? The one and only. Bernie smirked. God, you're such a giver. Damn right I am. Now, the next bit of business. We're in Texas. Paris, Texas. A town primarily made up of witches and a few werewolves and the occasional paranormal who checks the other box. Also home of the infamous Winifred Foster Yagamowitz you heard so much about from Chi-Chi, and Baba Yaga's niece by marriage as well. She and her husband Benjamin run a rehabilitation house for wayward witches like yourself. You'll live there while you serve out your 2-month parole doing community service. If, and I stress, if, you do your time clean, you'll have one more hearing where Winnie, your parole officer, and members of the community give their testimony on how you fared. If all goes well, then and only then will you be free to run amok wherever people like you, who don't care about the enormous sacrifices their familiars make for them, live. Most of Fee's explanation went in one ear and out the other. Who could think when it was this hot? The one thing she had heard? Community service. Community service? What kind of community service? Like chain gang pick up litter on the side of the highway community service? Horse pucky. Cow patties, too. Someone said. Someone male. Someone with a voice very different than Lou Testicle Rawls, but equally as deep and resonant. Maybe even a little shiver-worthy. Bernie's eyes lifted as she followed the new, long shadow stretching out before her and blocking the sun. 7 hells and an extinct unicorn. If I had opposable thumbs, I'd fan myself. Who are you, cowboy? And are there more where you came from? Fee purred the saucy words, deserting Bernie to rub shamelessly up against the calves belonging to the male voice. I'm her boss. Bernie's eyes decided finding out what the face attached to the voice looked like was probably prudent, so she let them roam all the way up. Past his scuffed brown boots, over his lean hips encased in tight denim, beyond his rippling stomach and along his broad shoulders, until they landed on his sun-weathered face. And what a face! Deeply tanned, hard-jawed, with clear skin stretched tight over sharp cheekbones. Grooves on either side of a full mouth and eyes so stunningly blue with dark lashes rimming them, she inhaled a breath. The fringes of his chocolate-brown hair hung just beneath his white Stetson, not quite touching his jaw. His stare was even and steady as a rock. No blinking. Oh, saints be! Fee cooed with delight. We hit the hottie jackpot, Bernie girl. You're Bernice Sutton, he said, deadpan, without addressing Fee's forward comment and minus a single hint of emotion. She was still trying to formulate her words. Rather than stumble on them, she nodded, her mouth dry. I'm Ridge Donovan, your boss for the next 2 months. Baba Yaga told me you'd be arriving today. I just didn't expect it to be out here in the middle of someone else's pasture. He scowled down at her as though she had any control over whose pasture she landed in. Fee hopped into her lap and brushed his cold nose against her ear. Don't just sit there, Bernie. Get up and greet Hot Pants right and proper, he whisper-yelled. She struggled to her feet, wobbling a bit when the confines of her sticky orange jumpsuit and the heat of the sun mingled, hitting her with their blazing impact. Licking her dry lips, she wiped her sweaty palm on her thigh and held out her hand. Yes, I'm Bernice Sutton, but Bernie's fine. Ridge didn't reach out for her offered hand. Instead, he turned on his booted heel and pointed a lean finger toward a distant dot on the scorching hot horizon. The farm's this way. Better get a move on. The horses' stalls need cleaning before they get back from their morning walk with the seniors from the center. Oh, and don't forget your fancy toilet paper roll. Her eyes fell to the ground, where her Jailhouse Academy award lay crumpled. Ridge slapped Biddy on the back. Good seeing you again, old man. Give Nash and Calla a howdy from me, would you? Then he stalked off over the brittle grass, his boots crunching a path toward the dot. Can do, Ridge, Biddy responded cheerfully. Fee took off, skipping his way over the distance between him and Ridge, his tutu fluttering wildly in a pink cluster as he tried to keep up. Hurry, Bernie, he called over his shoulder giddily, breathless excitement in his words. You have shit to shovel. Fuck. Left for a hot cowboy in tight jeans and a Stetson. Some familiar, her Fee. Traitor. Bernie fell against the opening to the barn door and gasped for breath, clinging to her crushed award. Cheese and rice, it was GD hot here. She'd followed the outline of Ridge's back for what felt like miles, struggling to keep up as they crossed the field, her Kotex slippers tripping over hard patches of thick grass, dying from the heat while the sun ate her face off, only to be told to wait here. At a big, dilapidated barn that looked as if it just might be on its last legs, positioned next to what might have been a storm cellar with 2 rusty doors. The red paint was peeling everywhere on the face of the structure. The stench coming from inside was enough to gag 10 men, and the fence posts surrounding the property were falling down. Overall, her new gig, though bar-free, was pretty rough. Though she had to give it up for the landscape. There were enormous trees everywhere, dirt paths that led to places she'd, under other circumstance, like to explore. Chickens roamed free in a large pen with a small red wooden house, and pigs rolled in a pen full of mud, and cows dotted the outlying pasture, contentedly chewing on grass. Yup. Bernice Sutton from the city was on a real live farm. Boy, howdy. The shade of the wide entry to the barn did little to cool her off. If anything, the shadows served only to keep her from catching fire. Bales of hay lined the entryway to the horse stalls, the stink heightened and cloying from the muggy heat. Fee hopped up on a block of compact straw and settled back on his haunches. So, yammer at me, Bernie. About? About how sinfully hot Ridge Donovan is. You're drooling. Hell yeah, I'm drooling. He's hotter than habaneras and Chris Hemsworth. She wrinkled her nose and wiped the sweat from her brow. No drooling over men. A man was part of the reason why she was in this predicament in the first place. If she'd just gone with her gut, she wouldn't have ended up in a bank vault with fistfuls of cash and no recollection of getting there. That's not why I'm here, Fee. I'm here to do my time. I have zero interest in anything else. And from the looks of Ridge Donovan and that stone set to his jaw, he had nothing else in mind either. Doesn't hurt to look. She rubbed her temples with her thumbs and squeezed the beginnings of a rousing headache. Are you advising, as my thrust upon me familiar, that I should ogle my boss while I'm on parole? I'm pretty sure that breaks some enormous parolee rule. Excuse me. I wasn't thrust upon you. I was chosen, thank you very much. You know, like by a panel of celebrity judges for the Miss Familiar pageant. Bernie almost grinned, but couldn't manage it because it was too hot to move her facial muscles. Is chosen the new word for begging and scraping until Baba Yaga gives in? Fee's straight back slumped a little as he sank into the hay. I only scraped a little, you dreadful beast. I needed a new gig after... Yeah, you know, I've been meaning to ask you, Fee. Why did you need a new gig anyway? I thought witches were immortal, and they kept their familiars forever. She'd always wondered what had drawn Fee to her. What had made him stick around even when she'd ended up sedated after he'd first spoken to her at morning exercise. He lifted his chin haughtily. Why didn't you know you were a witch? Touché, pussycat. Still not ready to share your secrets with me, are you? She rolled up her sleeves and crossed her arms over her chest. I'm not ready for anything else but doing what needs to be done for my surprise parole so I can get the hell out of this place and go back to Boston. It's scorching, and it smells like a hot brew of sewer and toxic waste in here. That's good to hear, Ridge said, strolling toward the opening to the barn, all big and muscly. If you're in the mood to make good on your parole conditions, it'll make your time go that much faster. Idle hands, as they say. He held out a rusty shovel. Fee collapsed on the hay and let out a soft, and, if Bernie wasn't mistaken, flirty meow. Bernie fought a roll over her eyes. Okay, so Ridge looked good, even sweaty and dirty. In fact, he smelled good, too. Like hard work and fabric softener. There was no denying his enormous frame was easy on the eye. But freedom was easy on the eye, too, and that was the prize she was focused on. She pointed to the shovel. For the horse pucky? He gave her a curt nod, his gaze eating a hole right through her bruised soul. For the horse pucky. Lunch is at 12 sharp. You'll meet Greta, your parole officer, then. Be on the front porch to the big house or miss your meal entirely. Fresh water is in the cooler by the pig pen. Follow your nose and you'll know where to find it. If you need to use the facilities, there's an outhouse over there. He thumbed over his left shoulder. Any questions? Because he made the asking so approachable. Rocking back on her heels, Bernie shook her head. Say as little as possible and suck it up, Buttercup, had been her motto from the moment she realized no one believed she didn't know she was a witch. She'd gone from wigged-out, anxiety-riddled Bernice Sutton to reliable, dependable model inmate in less than 2 weeks. If she could do that behind bars, she could do that here in Catch Fireville. Taking the shovel, she didn't even think twice about her shredding Kotex slippers as she pushed off the side of the barn. Not a one. Ridge tipped his hat and sauntered off into the blazing mid-morning sun without another word. Fee blew out a breathy escape of air. Isn't he just the shiznit bee? Oh, totally, she muttered, stomping her way toward the farthest stall and unlatching the hinged door. He's like fuzzy kittens and Yanni's pan flute playing in the background, all rolled into one nurturing bundle of shiznit. Fee padded toward her, scurrying and weaving as he went. Don't be so grudgy. It could be worse, you know. You could still be that nutball Kiki Lemieux's prison pet. She was getting testy, and she knew it. She'd fought hard to maintain her cool all while she'd absorbed this witch thing in prison. But it was starting to eat its way through her gut. Add to that, her stiff upper lip was on fire, and she was a hotbed for a meltdown. You're so right, Fee. I could still be in a nice, cool prison cell, brushing Kiki Lemieux's hair for her, instead of here in Boiled Alive Landing in the middle of August, mucking horse shit. How ungrateful of me. There's the pity party I've been waiting for. Fee swished his tail, and a festive party noisemaker appeared out of thin air, sounding off in the general vicinity of her ear. Bernie jumped as the abrasive noise intruded on the quiet of the barn. Knock it off, Fee. She swatted it away with an irritable hand, only to hear a crackle and a sharp pop, leaving the scent of smoke wafting to her nose. Her eyes went wide when she looked down at her feet and saw the now blazing party favor fall to the ground, hitting a bale of dry hay. Fee squeaked and jumped up onto the stall door when the embers ignited in a dry huff. "Water, Fee! We need water!" she yelped, as the entire bale of hay began to burn in an orange and blue blaze. Her eyes flew around the enormous barn, one that was so old and decrepit if she didn't do something, it would surely go up in flames from so much dry wood. She ran for a thick blanket draped over a stall door and grabbed it, her heart throbbing against her ribs, thick smoke making her eyes tear. "Fee, make it rain or something!" she bellowed, her makeshift slippers sticking to the dirt floor. Fee hopped around as the fire began to spread. "I suck dirty ass at elementals, Bernie. But if you listen to me, you can stop this." Lunging for the rapidly spreading fire, she threw the blanket on it, hoping to tamp it out, but that only made everything worse, as the blanket caught fire too. Acrid smoke began to fill the barn in thick clouds of black. Rather than risk smoke inhalation, she scooped Fee up and ran for the door. "Bernie!" he yelled, clawing at the front of her jumpsuit. "You have the power to make it stop. Just concentrate." Bernie chose to ignore his advice, running straight for the door. She wanted no part of this witch business, and even if she did, at this panic-filled moment, she couldn't parse frog sweat from the tears of a Dutch maiden to mix up a spell that would douse the fire anyway. Smoke continued to billow in thicker clouds, moving upward toward the ceiling as the flames rose. She couldn't see a damn thing as she tripped and stumbled toward what she assumed was the front of the barn. As though manna from heaven, a weak shaft of light poked through the thick smoke to the barn entry, and Bernie aimed for it. holding her breath and running with Fee tucked under her arm like a quarterback at a homecoming game. She barreled outside to the front of the barn, only evident due to the harsh beat of the sun and her first intake of steamy air. Fee slipped from her grasp as her eyes began to water, and she hacked, falling forward into a hard wall of flesh. "What the hell have you done to my barn?" someone roared, catching her in a pair of strong arms, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Bernie winced as more tears squeezed from her eyes. Ridge. That was Ridge yelling. Appropriately named, too, for all the ridges his hot, muscled body sported. So saith her body smashed against it. And then, before she could clear her vision enough to get a grasp on her footing, another voice piped in, an elderly one at that. "Break out the marshmallows and weenies, Poise Pad wearers, and I'll get the beer. It's barbecuing time." Bernie groaned on a cough. Yee and haw. Chapter 3. As some of the seniors and Calla Ryder, the director from the senior center, hosed the inside of the barn, Ridge eased Bernie out of his arms and toward an old, rotting barrel. Likely one of the very barrels his brother had used to store some of his infamous hooch. Setting her down, he fought not to bellow a scream of frustration. Not so much at Bernie, but at the way shit had piled up here. God damn it. He didn't need one more thing to add to the list of things that needed doing for his ailing legacy. The farm, his parents' pride and joy, and at one time proudly called Donovan's crest. Cue the beating of his father's fist to his chest in caveman fashion. Nowadays, it was more like Donovan's disaster. In full-on disrepair and in need of more work than even he, as a warlock, was capable of handling alone. With his brother Finn on the run from the council, Ridge was totally solo in this, and it was all he could deal with. And Baba Yaga's order that he take on Bernice Sutton to help him clean the place up as her community service left him resentful and pissy as all hell. But no one said no to Baba, the head witch in charge. Not if you liked living. It wasn't that Baba was a bad ruler over witchdom. In fact, he rather liked her at a party. She did a hella sprinkler to just about any 80s tune the DJ played. But she was a pushy, interfering queen when not in a social setting. Pushing him to come back to his parents' defunct farm. Pushing him to fix the place up, even though she knew it was mostly immune to any type of laborious magic after a spell his father had placed on it so his sons would learn the value of hard work. Which left him unable to snap his fingers and restore it to its former beauty well enough to suit Baba Yaga. He'd looked high and low for anything his father might have left behind, an incantation scrawled in one of his many journals, a book of magic, anything with the key to breaking the spell so he could clean it up and go back to his life in Dallas. At this rate, it would take a full year just to get things up and running again. No one else's magic worked on Donovan land either. Sure, he could whip up some candlelight, make a meal appear on the table, but the nitty-gritty of the farm work, like tending the animals, fixing broken fencing, baling hay, that was all manual labor. His father had been a stickler for keeping the farm a place primarily magic-free, following the old order of rules wherein being found out by humans was unthinkable. He'd wished his father had lived long enough to catch a few episodes of iZombie or Lost Girl for a more enlightened take on living as a warlock in the 21st century. But Ramsay Donovan often said nothing could replace sore muscles and gritty eyes after a hard day's work on the farm, and he wouldn't have fluffy magic wands and pansy-ass spells taking their place. For the most part, Ridge agreed with his father, and if he ever had children, he wanted to raise them in just the same way. He'd learned how to fare, and fare well, in the human world because he knew the lesson that hard day's work offered. Except for right now. Right now, he'd give his left arm and a lung to be able to snap his fingers and fix this. Finn had left the old homestead a goddamn mess, taking off without a word and leaving the few horses and livestock in peril, meaning Ridge had had no choice but to come back and handle the aftermath. Today, looking at this Bernice Sutton, her cheeks a mixture of red from the heat and black from the soot, her hair plastered to the side of her face with sweat, he wanted to haul Finn's ass back here and hold his head under in the water trough until he screamed uncle. But despite his resentment, there were the older witches and warlocks from Hallow Moon Senior Center to consider. They loved this place, and when Calla, his old buddy, Nash's wife, had asked if she could bring them out here for some day trips to spend time with the animals and on the trails bordering the farm, he couldn't say no. Then add in the pressure from Winnie Foster Yagamowitz, who ran a rehabilitation house for the parolee witches with her husband Ben. Winnie, who, with pies and casseroles and fancy double talk, had convinced him to help his community by employing some of the women she housed, and he found himself with a bunch of seniors and ex-inmates at one point or another every day. Winnie and Calla were already a force of charm and persuasion. Stir into the mix Winnie's daughter Lola, irresistible in her own 6-year-old right, and he'd been doomed from the word jump. Most times the aging senior witches and warlocks were less help, more shenanigans, but they made him laugh, something he realized he sorely needed these days. What he didn't need was some crazy witch on parole burning his barn down because she was angry about serving her parole shoveling horse shit. Clive Stillwater clapped him on the back, his craggy face lined like a road map to his long life. "Where the hell's my buddy Petey gonna sleep tonight if some crazy ex-con's burning down his stall?" "The fire was more bark than bite, Clive. Petey's gonna be just fine," Ridge reassured. "Damn women," he spat. "Should be in the kitchen making sandwiches, not bonfires." Flora Watkins dug a knuckle into Clive's side, her gray hair still in the neat bun she'd arrived with, despite the heat and the dry winds coming in from the north. "You mind yourself, Clive. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. I'll make you a sandwich out of your limp burrito if you keep talking about my persuasion that way. Now take your wrinkled old butt on over to the bus where it's cool, or you'll have us missing Judge Judy with our lunch because you passed out from this bloody heat." She pointed a knobby finger toward the senior center bus and scowled at Clive. Clive flapped his hand at her, but he was moving his wrinkled butt in the other direction and far away from Flora's glare of death as he retorted, "Bah, you women. All so damn demanding, pushing us around like we ain't got no say in anything." Ridge shook his head with a chuckle. "Now, Clive, you be nice. Miss Flora's just looking out for your health." Flora gripped Ridge's arm. "The fire's out, and it doesn't look too bad. Go easy on her, will you?" Ridge grunted, scanning the last wisps of smoke coming from the barn. "The parolee." "You know exactly who I mean, Ridge Donovan. Yes, the parolee, and she has a name. Her name's Bernie, and I hear she claims she didn't even know she was a witch." He hooked his thumbs into the loops on his jeans and glanced over at Bernie, sitting quietly on the barrel as her outspoken familiar circled her feet. "Says who?" "Says rumor. I don't know if it's true, but it's been spreading all over town like the Black Plague." "And you believe that story? Who doesn't know they're a witch, Miss Flora?" She couldn't have pulled that one over on Baba Yaga. No way would that fly with someone as travel-weary as her. "I believe anything at my age, which is somewhere around 2000, I think. I have to check my iPad calendar app the kids installed for me." Ridge sucked in his cheeks and narrowed his gaze. "You suppose she knows she robbed a bank?" Miss Flora pursed her lips. "Don't be persnickety with me, boy. I just think there's an explanation we haven't come across, is what I think. If you ask me, she looks a little lost. So maybe don't be mean, Ridge, today. Cut her some slack." "Mean, Ridge? Why, Miss Flora, I'd be insulted if not for the fact that I know you're sweet on me. Gus told me so." She scoffed, her eyes twinkling as she drove her hands into the pockets of her denim skirt and rocked back on her pristine white orthopedic shoes. "Who isn't sweet on Cloudy Ridge Donovan? Not one witch as far as the eye can see, that's who, mister. All crazy women like men who brood and pout. It's like flies on manure to a girl, brings 'em all to your yard. They think it's sexy. They want to fix you. But I know the real Ridge, and he's only standoffish at first because he's busy assessing you, and he forgets he's wearing his poker face when he does it." That was his business face, and it was true. He was assessing. He spent a lot of time reading body language as part of his job as a securities consultant. Sometimes You had to really dig to find out why a client needed a bodyguard to begin with, and he was good at parsing the crappy dangerous gigs from the current visiting pop queen security job. Still, he widened his eyes in teasing mockery. Me? Standoffish. Flora wrinkled her nose and poked him in the ribs. Yep, you, with that sourpuss and that frown. Keeps people at a distance, which I'm supposing you like until you can size 'em up right. All I'm saying is give this one a chance. She seems like a nice kid who's just pretty lost, and she doesn't need your scary face and hers, glowering down at her and making it worse. And you know this after seeing her for all of 5 minutes. Flora began to wander toward the bus. You forget who you're dealing with, Broody McBrooder. I read auras, buddy, and yours is all pink and fluffy on the inside, she teased. Yeah, fluffy. He raised a hand to wave to Flora as he picked his way past the lingering seniors toward Bernie. She popped up from the barrel, reaching a hand backward to steady herself. I'm sorry, Mr. Donovan. I'm really, really, really sorry. Sometimes this magic... my magic just happens. But I promise to work harder to control it, and I'll clean the mess up. All of it. He paused a moment, remembering what Flora said. Did women really find him attractive because he came off brooding and sullen? Was he really scary? Stop. Still, Ridge found himself relaxing his face in light of Flora's words, shifting his jaw back and forth as though doing so would wipe away the scary. He didn't want to frighten her. He just didn't want to have to deal with her or any of this when everything was already in such disarray. Something wrong with your face? She asked, her thickly fringed eyes peering at him. I'm fine. This will all be fine, Bernie. Nothing was really damaged that can't be cleaned up. And you can call me Ridge, by the way. She finally lifted her eyes, so green and round, so full of all sorts of things he found himself wondering about. Mr. Donovan's fine. I'll go start cleaning up, she said stiffly, wiping her brow with the hem of the burned fabric of her prison jumpsuit. Brr. She was freezing him out. And he found that disturbed him. Why don't you go grab some lunch first? Is that mandatory? Eating lunch? Yes. It's not mandatory, but it is necessary. Look, Bernie, you've had a long morning. Go and catch your breath, and we'll meet back here for cleanup. I hear it's tuna casserole day. Wash it down with some of Winnie's homemade lemonade, and you'll be as good as new. She blatantly ignored his mention of tuna casserole. Is that an order? What the hell? Why was she suddenly so defensive? He put his consulting hat back on and took control. If you choose to put that slant on it, so be it. I don't want you passing out from lack of nourishment and dehydration in this heat on my watch. So go get lunch now, Sutton. Without another word, she smoothed her tangled hair back, pivoted on her makeshift slippers, and headed toward the farm, her fancy familiar hot on her heels. And with no warning at all, he chuckled. Because if she could get a tiny glimpse of the mess she was right now, her jumpsuit clinging to her back, her strawberry blonde hair sticking out at odd ends all over her head, those crazy shoes flapping up dust, she'd probably be pretty pissed. He'd bet she was damned cute when she was pissed. I don't need lunch, she muttered under her breath, stomping her way toward the rambling white house with the enormous front porch and a row of dead hanging plants swishing in the wind. Were you trying to take Burn this mother down to a whole new level, Vigilante Barbie? Fee teased, as he ran beside her, hopping over tall clumps of sun-dried grass. Remorse twisted her insides. Did you hear what that one senior Glenda Joe said about the barn? You mean that it was where Ridge's parents got married? She bit the inside of her cheek to keep from crying. Yes, and it was his mom's favorite place to read so she could be by the horses. Shit, Fee, I've been here 12.2 seconds, and already I've screwed up something of sentimental value. I didn't mean to do it. I know. Take the heifer of all chill pills and relax. I was just busting your balls. Speaking of chill pills, what the hell was all that about with Ridge? I don't know what that was all about. It's too hot to think clearly. She knew damn well what it was about. It was about landing in those arms, those thick with corded muscle arms of Ridge's, and feeling safe, comforted. It had set her on an already slippery slope, right at the tip of a ledge she didn't want to venture any farther out along. Fee hopped in front of her when they hit the flagstone path leading to the porch steps. Stop right there and take a minute. You were downright rude to him. You're being petulant and spiteful to the guy who's going to be your boss for 2 months. Like it's going to be some skin off his nose if you don't eat your parolee victuals? Not coolio, Fruit Cup. He reports to your parole officer. You need all the good reports you can get if you want to get out of this mess come time for your hearing. I wasn't being spiteful. I just wanted to get on with it. I don't need to eat. I need to make that barn right. You won't make it right if you pass out because you haven't had anything to eat or drink since this morning at 6 before Baba the Horrible showed up. Besides, you heard the hunk with the sweet, sweet tuchus. It's tuna casserole day. Turning that down is just plumb estupido. This isn't about the suggestion of lunch, ray of sunshine, and we both know it. Now what's got you so vexed? She closed her eyes and swallowed, trying to wipe out the memory of all those people on the horses staring at her in horror as she'd burst out of the barn and fallen into Ridge's bulky frame. Fear welled inside her. More fear than when she'd found herself in a bank vault with fistfuls of cash and absolutely no clue how she'd gotten there. I set a barn on fire, Fee. On fire. With just the flap of my hand. A barn that holds importance for someone. It's not like I have any warning it's going to happen either. It's not like there's some feeling that accompanies this when I wave my hands of mass destruction. It just happens. I'm going to hurt someone. What if one of those seniors from the center had been in the barn? I'd never be able to live with myself if one of them ended up hurt because of me. Somehow, she'd managed to escape doing any serious harm up to this point in her life. But for how long could what little luck she had hold out? Fee's tone softened. You didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident, Bernie. Just an accident. Yep. So was the Titanic, but people still died. Fee snorted. They sure did. Leo's death was downright outrageous. How hard would it have been for Kate Winslet to make room on that damn raft for his fine ass? Fee, the point is I'm dangerous. I shouldn't be around people or livestock or anything with a pulse. Maybe Baba Yaga can give me a different job. In a closet, with padded walls and no lights. Jesus and a sleigh ride. When are you going to catch up to the rest of us, Bernice? That's why you're here. To learn. There are people here who can teach you how to do this and do it right. For Christ's sake. Winnie Foster's one of the most powerful witches on this plane, and she runs the rehabilitation house you're staying in. Who better to mentor you than her? All you gotta do is open up. Winnie Schminny. She'd heard a lot about Winnie and how she'd come to Paris on parole and turned her life around. She was the example Baba used ad nauseum when it came to lemons and lemonade. There was even a Winnie life chart with circles and arrows and all sorts of depictions of a woman saved from the wreckage of excess. When Chi-Chi had first mentioned her, Bernie hadn't paid much mind, but she learned quickly that Winnie was like some sort of bad witch gone good, a shining example of how you could turn your life around if you just applied yourself. She'd be happy to do that, if just one person believed her story. Baba thinks I'm lying about not knowing I was a witch. There. She'd spent 10 months in denial, but if she kept that up, someone could end up injured. She needed help. BY likes Whitesnake, too. Which proves she's not always right on the money. You don't like Whitesnake? How can you deny the appeal of tawny Catane and all that hair on the hood of a hot car? Hair schmare. Who needs hair when there's more than enough Streisand to go around? Glancing down at Fee, she cocked her head. She'd never asked him if he questioned her story, because she almost didn't want to know. But if she was going to be stuck here, shoveling horse dung and playing milkmaid, she needed someone to talk to. An ally. Do you believe me, Fee? Fee sat back on his haunches, lifting his small muzzle, the pink bow on his tail swishing in time with his tail. Keeping it 100. Brushing her forearm over the side of her face, she nodded. Absolutely. Total honesty. At first, I thought you were crazier than when Brit shaved her head. But the more I watched you go all wonky-eyed whenever one inmate would zap another inmate with a spell behind the screws' backs, the more I believed you. I thought you were going to lose your shit all over the cafeteria after that greasy, not to mention volatile beast, Veronica, conjured up all those spiders in Petunia's split-pea soup. She shuddered at the memory. But then relief settled in her bones, almost melting them. At least someone believed her. But then the reality of her situation, the one where she had to confront this if she planned to learn how to get along in this life, slapped her in the face. But here's what I want to know, and you're not going to like it. But we have to discuss it sometime soon. For the love of a coven, how the hell could you not know you're a witch, Bernie? You do have parents. They had to be witches. At least one of them did. Care to embellish? Because it makes no GD sense, and I've got all sorts of theories and plots running through my head about how you didn't know. So feel free to set me straight. Like, any time soon. Rather than address Fee's questions, ones that mirrored her own, she said, I don't think I want to be a witch, Fee. But she'd sure like to know how she'd become one. This damn parole was putting off her search to discover how this had all happened. The plan had been to figure it out the second those cell doors clanked open. Now she'd have to wait another 2 months before she could tackle the biggest dilemma of her life. However, the moment she had a chance, she was going to that storage unit where her parents' boxes had sat unopened for almost 2 years, and she was going to dig until she found an answer. Fee stood on his hind legs and pressed his front paws to her knees, stretching his spine. Well, ain't that just too damn bad for you, Bernie girl? Because you are a witch. So suck that rotten egg. And rest assured, the parental unit conversation isn't over. Just tabled for the momentito. Now buck up, Buttercup. There's tuna casserole and lemonade right up those stairs. Let's get you fed, and then we'll clean up that barn. Together. Driving her hands into the pockets of her jumpsuit, she had to smile. No matter how unwilling or difficult she'd been these last 10 months, when Fee had decided she was his, he'd curled up at the end of her cot every night, and he hadn't left her since. Reaching down, she scratched the spot under his chin. You're a peach, Fee. I'm a moron for putting up the likes of ungrateful you, Bebop. Now move along, little doggy. I smelled tuna, he sang. The clean white door to the house popped open then, and a woman, dark-haired with laughing eyes, stuck her head out. Bernice? She said with a wide smile and a honeyed voice. She shrugged her shoulders, unsure about such a warm welcome. She was an ex-con, after all, but this woman was behaving as if she were welcoming her into the Secret Witches' Club fold. Peering up, she assessed this beautiful, friendly creature in a cute floral-patterned sundress, her lightly tanned shoulders exposed, long raven hair hanging down her back in a riot of curls, and muttered again, Just Bernie is fine. Well, come on in, Just Bernie. You look whipped.
I'm Winnie Yagamowitz, and I have a plate of tuna casserole and some fresh lemonade with your name on them." Fee squealed as he raced up the steps and slipped through the old screen door, and Bernie followed him, her Kotex pads so shredded she might as well have been barefoot. Winnie looked down at Bernie's feet with a grin and asked, "Chichi Gonzalez ring any bells?" "You really did sell her sanitary napkin slippers?" "Like a snake oil salesman in a dusty western town." Bernie genuinely smiled this time, in spite of the heat, in spite of her sticky jumpsuit and the fact that she'd just set a barn on fire promptly 2 minutes after she'd arrived at her destination. Maybe a little tuna casserole and some lemonade with someone who didn't fashion shivs out of a pork chop bone wouldn't kill her. Chapter 4. So, this is your room. The rules, your household chores, the wake-up times are posted on the inside of the door and also in the bathroom in case you forget anything. Winnie held her son, Ben Jr., on her slender hip, his chubby arms flailing as she tapped the list on the back of the bedroom door with her pink-tipped nail. Bernie sucked in a deep breath of air, blissfully cool air. It seemed the rehabilitation house had air conditioning, and that was just fine by her. Her bedroom, yellow and blue with white trim, faced a backyard filled with beautiful gardens. Enormous hydrangeas bloomed everywhere, blue, white, and purple, their round heads defying the odds by surviving the heat. Thick patches of purple salvia stood behind rows and rows of lavender and blush heather. Pink and white begonias bordered the rock walls scattered with small hanging lanterns, and lights twinkled from strands draped over the fence and around the spiral trees. "Your gardens are amazing," Bernie said on a wistful breath. In fact, everything here at the rehabilitation house was amazing. She'd anticipated a rundown shack, brimming with a mile-long list of repairs needed and a bunch of recovering magic addicts. But these witches had proven she watched too much TV. A sprawling Victorian greeted her when Winnie had dropped her at the front door, with hanging plants adorning a wide front porch, geraniums the size of fists bracketing the door in big white urns, and an interior full of nooks and crannies and well-loved pieces of furniture. Something delicious had scented the entryway when Winnie's husband Ben had popped open the wide stained-glass door, making Bernie feel like she was sullying up the place with her sweat-stained jumpsuit and the lingering odor of cow patties. Winnie grinned as she came to stand beside her at the window. "They're a labor of love, mine and Lola's. We made it for her mother." "I thought she was your daughter." She'd seen the small, dark-haired girl sitting at the table coloring when she'd first entered the house, and just assumed she belonged to Winnie. Biologically? No. In my heart? Always. Technically, Lola is Ben's niece. He was left as her guardian after her parents were killed. Then I came along and made them mine. Winnie said the words with an expression of such love so real Bernie wanted to reach out and touch it, wrap herself up in it and savor the warmth. It had been a long time since she'd seen the emotion up close and personal, and it tugged her sore heart. "That's nice," she murmured, fighting a stab of jealousy. Ben Jr. grabbed her hair and giggled, his gummy smile making her smile back. She didn't have a lot of experience with babies, but he was adorable, all dark hair and big blue eyes like his father. "It's a long story, my arrival here in Paris. And someday, probably sooner than you'd like, I'm going to share that story with you whether you want me to or not." Bernie chuckled, letting Ben Jr. squeeze her pinky. "I'd like that." "Okay. I'm going to take Ben Jr. downstairs and get him fed before the festivities. So why don't you grab a shower and get changed? Maybe rest up before dinner, which is at 7 sharp. We're having a bit of a welcome to Paris party for you." Shit. She'd forgotten about her clothes. Not to mention her borrowed shoes. Bernie looked down at her feet, utterly mortified. After a lunch that some would label beneath them, but to Bernie had tasted like nirvana after 10 months of prison food, Winnie had insisted she borrow a pair of Ridge's boots to protect her feet while she worked. She stuffed rolled-up socks into them and sent Bernie back off to the barn to finish her assigned chores for the day. Ridge had taken one look at the borrowed cowboy boots, riding almost past the tops of her knees and 5 sizes too big for her, and snickered before returning to his own chores. That was the last she'd seen of him as she'd cleaned up the mess she'd made, raked the stalls, and scattered fresh hay for the horses. Hopefully, in the ensuing days, he'd be just as scarce. Bernie looked down at the scuffed boots, instantly feeling guilt. I'll return them tomorrow. It'll be like I never wore them. Winnie cocked her head, her eyes searching Bernie's. Those? It's not a big deal, Bernie. Just some old cowboy boots Ridge doesn't even use anymore. I couldn't have you go back out in that mess with nothing to protect your feet until we hunted you up some shoes, but they're not a pair of Pradas. Why do I get the sense that you're walking on eggshells here? Because she was? She didn't want to screw up a single instance for fear of being slapped back in the hoosegow. She had to figure out how she'd gotten here, and if shutting up and playing this witch game was part of the gig, she was aiming to please. I just don't want anything else to go wrong. Things are bound to go wrong if you keep telling yourself you're not a witch, Bernie. Elephant in the room addressed. Perfect. You're right. And you're appeasing me. Bernie remained silent, pulling her eyes from Winnie's and swallowing hard. But Winnie put her hand on her arm and squeezed, her eyes piercing Bernie's. Listen, I don't know what's happened to you. I don't know how you came to this point in your life, but I'd like to. And then I'd like to help you fix it, manage it, whatever stupid therapeutic words you want to frost your situation with. I can help. Just ask. Fuck. Why did this woman have to be so nice? Why did this house have to be so warm and inviting? Why couldn't she just keep burying her head under the covers? Because the days of managing whatever this is are over, Bernice Sutton. It's too far gone. You've fucked up once too much. You served time. You're an ex-con with a magical rap sheet now. Suck it. Maybe the key to figuring out how not to be a witch anymore was to let these gurus teach her how to be one. Bernie bit the bullet while she stared down at her ridiculous cowboy boots. I need... Her words hitched momentarily, her throat growing tight. Help. I need help. Winnie smiled and squeezed her arm again. At your service. But first, grab a shower and take an hour or so to just be, okay? Tears started to rim her eyes. Big, ugly, hot tears of gratitude. She let her eyes fall to the floor again. I don't have any clothes. I only have this. Is there somewhere I can wash it? She squeaked, fighting the lump in her throat. Winnie laughed and plucked the arm of Bernie's jumpsuit. Oh, hell no, you can't wash it. We're going to burn that tonight in the fire pit. It's kind of a ritual around here. Our way of showing the universe you're never going back to the pokey. I've pulled some clothes for you and placed them in the cubby marked with your name in the bathroom you'll share with Vanessa across the hall. I apologize in advance if the clothes aren't exactly in this decade, or even in the last 2 decades, but we had a full house until recently, and I've had trouble finding the time to sort through all the donations. Donations? Can't you just wave your wand and make some appear? For that matter, couldn't she? The words slipped from her mouth before she could stop them. Winnie winked a beautiful eye. Lesson number 1. No magic for personal gain. I'm sure they preached that to you back in cell block hell. It's a rule you should always follow, even once you leave here, but it's also a rule we enforce here at the house. We work for everything we own, and you'll collect a paycheck from Ridge once a week. You won't get rich from it, but it should be enough to pick up some things. Ridge. His name zipped past her lips before her common sense could take hold. Winnie grinned, appearing pleased. Yeah, she said on a wistful sigh. He's not a bad boss to have, huh? If I wasn't sick with love over my husband, I can't promise I wouldn't be a rancher's wife. He's definitely easy like Sunday morning on the eyes. So easy. He was very nice about me burning down his barn. Winnie scoffed. Oh, Bernie, lighten up, honey. She looked at her son and chuckled, tickling his round belly. Tell Miss Bernie to lighten up, would you, Benny? Tell her accidents happen, and we're going to teach her how to prevent them. Then we're going to teach her how to enjoy her magic. Right, Bunny? Ben responded by giggling and leaning his forehead against Winnie's. Enjoy her magic? Bernie remained silent, refusing to voice how unenjoyable the last 20 years of her life had been. Anyway, Clothes, Winnie said. I've got 'em. Also the magic. That spiel's not to say that from time to time us witches don't whip up something fabulous, because we do, but we've also learned our lesson about the meaning of hard work and its value as a result of keeping our magic in check. I don't know how to whip up something fabulous anyway. I can, however, apparently whip up a good campfire. Let it go, Bernie. Winnie barked a laugh as she made her way across the planked wood floor, her ballet slippers hushing out a soft rhythm. We do roast weenies out in the garden from time to time. You'll fit in here fine, just Bernie. Good to have you aboard. She let the door close behind her, leaving Bernie to wonder what Winnie had done to come into all this good fortune. Fee stretched and yawned, his mouth opening wide. These are some pretty sweet digs. We're off to a good start, Bernie girl. Bernie sat at the edge of the bed, careful not to rumple the beautiful yellow and blue quilt with patches of pink and red flowers, and stretched her legs. You smell like dead people. Have you smelled dead people? You'd be surprised what I've smelled. No, I probably wouldn't. Go get a shower, Farmer Sutton. Take a load off for a little bit. Did you know the showers are timed? I read that in the rules. Then you'd better shake a leg, because you have a lot of showering. Fee? Yeah? Thank you for forcing yourself on me. I kind of like you right now. He rubbed his chin on her thigh. The same way Batman likes Robin. Ernie popped her lips and grinned teasingly down at him. More like Bert likes Ernie. Fee chuffed. Bert doesn't really like Ernie. He tolerates him. Bernie chuckled as she rose to shuffle off for her timed shower. Bert did tolerate Ernie and his shenanigans, but in the end, Bert needed Ernie in his life. She was okay with admitting she needed Fee in hers. Fee's mouth dropped open when Bernie rushed back into her assigned bedroom, closing the door behind her and hoping no one saw her until she could figure out how to do something, anything, with her loaned clothing. She planted herself in front of the mirror as her mouth fell open too. Is that an elastic waistband? He asked in horror. And oh, holy slap in the face to Louboutin, are those orthopedic shoes? In mud brown? What of it? She hiked her loaned pants up under her breasts and sighed as she eyed them in the mirror. Sweet Susan, she looked like someone's grandmother. No, even the seniors from the center she'd caught a quick glimpse of dressed more stylishly than she was dressed. Fee moaned, falling to his back in dramatic Fee fashion. I feel faint. Bernie gave him some side-eye. Judgment from a cat who wears a tutu and a tiara? All from this century, I might add. You know, the after the churning butter and beating your clothes on a washboard at the creek past, but before we successfully land on Mars' future. Listen, we can fix this, Granny. Come here. She straightened the collar on her button-up shirt with the pocket bedazzled in splashy red and yellow butterflies, and the doilies ironed on the front of it, and shook her head. No, Fee. No magic. You heard Winnie. He clucked his tongue. You're right. Besides, I don't think even magic can help that get up pook. Was there nothing in that cubby more suited to a 30-something? Smoothing her hair down, she wrinkled her nose. There was a dress that came straight off the back of Laura Ingalls, fresh from the prairie, and some more pants with elastic waists. Oh, and a yellow velour tracksuit. I'm saving that for the ice storm I prayed for this afternoon, or a special occasion, whichever comes first. Then maybe we could offer Winnie a hand going through those donations. We don't have time for that now, Fee. How are you gonna wow Ridge in grandma pants and old lady shoes? Her brow furrowed as she put some ointment on her dry lips. Ridge? Why would I have to worry about wowing him? Because he's downstairs. Bernie froze, her hands going icy. She didn't know what it was about him that made her feel so damned raw, but it was there and as plain as the nose on her face. You do know. It's because he's so damned good-looking, and even in lava-like conditions, he smells like he just got out of the shower. Why is he here, Fee? She moaned before she could stop herself. They're having some kind of barbecue to welcome you. That's why he's here. A thread of fear laced the pit of her stomach. But I thought it was just a welcome-home dinner with the rest of the women here. Like a normal ex-con dinner. You know, all of us felons gathered round the table waiting to see who's going to heist the silverware first. Winnie's invited everyone to get to know you. Paris is a small southern town, honey. It's what they do. Bake pies, make casseroles, butt into your business. The women here in rehabilitation aren't hardcore criminals. They didn't buy plastic sheets and disinfectant for their serial kills. They've committed petty crimes and abused their magic. So the people in town like to get to know them and make them feel like they're a part of the community. In fact, some of the best friendships and working relationships have been forged from the women who came to Winnie and Ben's. Community. That meant a crowd. God, she hated crowds. Something always went wrong when there was a crowd and she was in the mix. Chandeliers fell on people's heads. Cakes exploded in unsuspecting faces. Halter dresses untied themselves with magic invisible fingers and fell to the floor, revealing her high school best friend's breasts to everyone attending prom. Pulling her hair up into a ponytail, she sucked in some air and sat on the edge of the bed, her stomach in a tight knot as she looked at her now crushed faux Academy Award. She was never going to be able to get through this. Can't do it, Fee. Can so, and you will, Bernie. I won't have you slighting these nice people. I raised you better than that. She gripped the quilt in her fist and squeezed the material. No, you don't understand. Things happen when I'm nervous or uncomfortable. Bad things, like today. Okay, Bernie, enough. You hear me? Enough hiding from whatever you're hiding from, and take charge of this. Take charge now. I will absolutely not be a familiar to a whiner. This I can't attitudes ruled your life far longer than should have been allowed. But that's all over now, miss. We're through with the pansy-ass portion of this rodeo. We have a real chance here, Bee. A real chance to learn and grow and make friends with people you need in your pathetic life. Now get off this bed, march your sweet granny pants downstairs, and focus on keeping your cool, or I'm going to give you a hemorrhoid the size of a hot air balloon. Can you really do that? Do what? He huffed, jumping off the bed and heading for the door. Give me a hemorrhoid? I might blow chunks at elementals, but afflictions I got down to a science, Bernie girl. Your anus will weep like a big old willow. Fee was right. The key to making this better was to learn how to handle it, but that didn't make the moving any easier. Fee moved in menacing circles, hurting her like he had when it came time for a support group meeting back in prison. Get up, Bernie, or prepare to buy Prep H in bulk. Her legs were stiff when she rose, but who wanted a hemorrhoid in this heat? Will you come with? She asked, hating how shaky her voice sounded. As the great Bette Midler once said, just call me the wind beneath your wings. I'll go where you go. Always, Bernie. Bernie slipped through the crowd of people, smiling at the occasional friendly face, and headed straight into the kitchen, hoping to hide in the pantry until this was over. Bernie, Winnie called, waving her over to a group of people in Ridge. Shit. Fee swished his back end up against her legs. Focus, Bernie. Focus on the situation. Say hello, pleased to meet you, and breathe. You can hear me in your head if you need me, so just listen. Now get her done, he whispered up at her. She made her way past some of the seniors she recognized from this morning, who waved and patted her on the arm encouragingly and smiled at Winnie, keeping her eyes locked on her face for all she was worth. "Evening," she murmured to them. Winnie's grin was broad, beautiful, full of life as she stood next to her handsome husband Ben, who shot a welcoming tilt of his lips down at her. "This is our girl of the hour, everyone. We're so glad she's here with us." A woman with blonde hair, big breasts, and the most statement jewelry Bernie had ever seen on any one person opened her arms to her as though they'd always known each other. She hugged Bernie hard before looping her fingers through a large, very good-looking man's arm and briefly smiling up at him in adoration. "Welcome! Welcome to Paris, Bernie. I'm Daphne, and this handsome devil is my husband, Fate." Fate? What mother named her child Fate? "The kind of mother who gives birth to the dude in charge of Fate," Fee whispered in her head. "Now, hand out, greet, breathe, Bernie." She awkwardly jammed her hand forward and inhaled the scent of Daphne's perfume. "Nice to meet you." Fate took her hand and gave it a firm shake, his eyes warm and reassuring. "Great to meet you, Bernie." Winnie squeezed her shoulder and turned her toward the rest of the group. "This gorgeous, supermodel tall Amazon is Calla Ryder, who you sort of missed a formal introduction to in all the excitement this afternoon. She runs the senior center, and this is her husband Nash. They own the farm neighboring Ridges." Was there a single ugly soul in this town? "Witches are stupidly beautiful, Bernie," Fee said. "Which should just prove I'm not a witch." "No. That just proves you're an idiot with poor eyesight and a cracked mirror. Now hush, and I'll give you the lowdown. Nash is a warlock, but Calla's a werewolf." "A what?" "Stop. Stop right now, Fee. You're just making things up." "Might I remind you of the talking testicles?" "Point, pussycat." "And this," Winnie said, pointing to a stout woman with a square haircut, plaid culottes, and a whistle around her neck, "is Greta, or B.I.C., as I called her back in the day." "B.I.C.?" Bernie repeated the letters Winnie had spelled out before she could stop herself from initiating a conversation she was totally too uncomfortable to have. "Bitch in charge," Winnie and Daphne said simultaneously, followed by gales of laughter. "Greta was my parole officer when I first came to Paris and worked at Miss Marjorie's preschool for the magically inclined." Greta stuck a square hand out to her and narrowed her gaze, but she had a smile in place when Bernie set her hand in the parole officer's. "Sorry I missed you this afternoon at lunch, but duty called elsewhere. Good to meet you, Bernice. I'm who you'll report to every day once your work at the farm is done." Winnie barked and snarled, then giggled some more. "BIC's all bark, no bite. She's our local pussycat wrapped in ferocious parole officer tiger. She is also one of the reasons I'm where I'm at today." Greta nudged Winnie in the ribs, placing her fingers securely around the whistle at her neck. "Quit undermining my authority and making me sound like some gooey pushover, or I'll use the whistle." "Oh, no!" Daphne squealed, waving her hands in the air, making her bracelets jangle. "Not the whistle!" Trying to keep her face passive but friendly, Bernie let Winnie introduce her to everyone, hoping to escape soon to the buffet laid out on the enormous dining room table. But yet another amazingly gorgeous woman, with fiery red curls spilling down her back and breasts the size of swimmies, stepped in front of her, latched on to none other than Ridge. Her shiny earrings sparkled beneath the glow of the recessed lighting, as did her incredible cleavage, housed in a skin-tight sheath dress and turquoise that looked completely out of place at a barbecue where jeans and t-shirt were the chosen attire. "Bernie, is it?" Her mouth went dry, suddenly, as this woman's red-tipped fingers trailed along Ridge's arm in an intimate fashion that screamed mine. Yes, it is. Bernie, I mean. Nice to meet you." "Violet Hammond, Ridge's girlfriend." Her chest tightened, as if someone had put a vice grip on it and clamped down hard. Of course her gorgeous boss had a girlfriend. A man who looked as though he were chiseled from stone should have a girlfriend with almond-shaped blue eyes and legs up to her long, graceful neck. Ridge cleaned up exactly, maybe even predictably, as expected. He wore a white t-shirt beneath a black casual jacket, jeans that fit him like they'd been painted on his thick thighs, and his white Stetson propped on top of his yummy head. Jesus and 10 Calvin Klein models. He was such a man. Bernie, I'm sensing something, a shift in your breathing. Slow your roll and breathe. Just breathe. Fee husked out in her head. Cute top, Violet drawled, plucking at her shirt with bird-like fingers. Bernie backed away and wiped her sweaty palms on the thighs of her grandma jeans. Thank you, Miss Hammond. Did you make it in a craft class while you were in prison or something? Violet asked, sweet as pie, swishing her finger to circle the general vicinity of Bernie's shirt. Nice boobs. Did you pump them up at the gas station? Bernie, leave this viper and her venom now. Slap on your resting bitch face, walk away, and let's go have some fried chicken and potato salad. Please. Inhaling, she decided to take Fee's advice, but with a smile. Bernie smiled as wide as her face would allow. It's nice to see you, Mr. Donovan. Thank you for coming. I'm going to go grab some of those ribs. Hope you two have a great evening. Ridge reached a broad hand out to her. Bernie, wait. But Bernie ignored him and made her way past the buffet and out the wide French doors leading to the garden as quickly as she could, leaving even Fee in her dust. The tension brewing in her stomach had become a sign she could sometimes feel just before mayhem erupted. It didn't always give her this kind of warning, but in this instance, with Violet throwing her breasts around like beach balls at a pool party, that dread in her belly was clear as day, and she was paying heed. If nothing else, she was determined to keep from trashing Winnie and Ben's beautiful home. She found a small corner table near the shed, away from the soft music filtering into the yard, away from so many people, away from Violet, who had quite clearly staked her claim on Ridge for all the world to see. Bernie closed her eyes, leaning her head against the shed, fighting to control the urge to run back in and clock Violet in her smug crimson lips. Breathing inward, she tried to focus on other things, like what Ridge looked like naked. Oh, God. Chapter 5. What are you doing? Asked Violet. Or, as he'd come to refer to her in his mind, because he was convinced she had 8 hands, Octopussy. He glared down at her, infuriated by her shitty behavior. What do you mean, what am I doing? She tried to yank her arm away from his grasp as he escorted her toward the front porch of Winnie and Ben's, planning to deposit her right outside where she belonged, away from polite, non-judgmental company. I think you'd better let go of me. This can't be appropriate, she ordered, her face flushed. He paused after pulling her out onto the wide porch and frowned. This from the woman who'd literally lunged at him and stuck her tongue down his throat after one blind date arranged by a friend? Appropriate. You're one to talk, Violet, he rumbled. After she'd openly, purposely insulted Bernie, Violet had taken off to freshen up, which gave him a moment to gather his wits so he could remain a gentleman. But no way was he going to let her behavior go unaddressed. Yet she was backing away from him as though he were Satan himself. It's hardly appropriate for me to be out here alone on the porch with you. He'd wanted to strangle her when she'd openly mocked Winnie's clothes while she was in a dress that cost more than most people made in a month. Violet was rich, spoiled, and rude, and she'd set her sights on him a couple of months ago and hadn't let up since. He'd avoided her calls after the initial coffee date, where he'd told her as honestly as possible he wasn't interested in a relationship or dating, but Violet didn't take no for an answer. Or she really liked a good game of cat and mouse. The moment she'd seen him arrive tonight was the moment she'd latched onto his arm. There was no getting around the fact that they would run into each other at community events, but this possessive nature of hers was for the birds. Either way, the next time he saw his good buddy Holt, he was going to kick his ass from here to Sunday, forever setting him up with this nutcase, with a roaming hands and haughty disdain for anyone who didn't own a Mercedes. Seeing Bernie's eyes flash, but watching her actively clamp her mouth shut to keep from reacting to Violet's obvious snub, almost physically hurt to witness. She was already walking on eggshells. That much had been apparent after the barn fiasco today, when she'd profusely apologized. Maybe her being on parole meant she thought she had no rights, and that was why she hadn't reacted to Violet's snub. But the hell he was going to allow anyone to humiliate her in public because she thought her hands were tied. "Let go of me." Ridge rocked back on his heels and cocked his head.
"Did you miss your meds today, Violet? And speaking of appropriate, it's not appropriate for you to talk to people that way. Don't ever do it in my company again, understood?"
Violet looked him in the eye, hers wide and full of fake innocence. "I have no idea what you're talking about. But we hardly know each other, and I can't afford to have people talking about me if they see us out here alone. I'm not going to risk it." He squinted into the velvety night as she began to walk backward toward the wide steps leading to the old Victorian circular driveway.
"What the hell are you talking about?"
"Just leave me alone," she yelped, turning to take the steps with a clack of her heels until the night swallowed her whole. Ridge blinked in confusion, but decided to chalk Octopussy's behavior up to too many apple martinis and not enough food to absorb the alcohol. He definitely didn't have a problem leaving Violet alone. Not one. Problem solved. He found his feet propelling him in the direction of the interior of the house again, his eyes in search of Bernie. Why he was so intent on finding her was a mystery. She'd been cool as a cucumber all afternoon while they'd worked to clean the barn. Answering when spoken to, avoiding all eye contact. But he hated the hint of shame in her eyes. Hated that she might feel lesser than that viper of Violet, and he was damn well going to tell her so. If he could just find her. Threading his way through the crowd of people, he tipped his hat to Gus Mortimer, one of the seniors from the center, as he made his way back toward the kitchen. Pausing at the bar, he grabbed a beer from a big bucket and scanned the room. No Bernie. Arms snaked around his waist from behind, pulling him tight to a lithe form, totally catching him off guard. "Where'd you run off to after I went to the ladies' room? You're not trying to get away from me, are you, cowboy?" Someone whispered low in his ear, as a tongue snaked out and licked the lobe of flesh. Violet? He spun around, trying to detangle himself from her aggressive hands.
"I thought you left."
She licked her lips, the smell of alcohol rife on her breath when she leaned in even closer. "I told you I was just going to the ladies' room. Now, why don't we get out of here and go back to my place? I do things, you know. Lots and lots of things."
"Like forget your meds."
She pouted at him, likely a pout most men tripped over themselves to fix, and grabbed the lapels of his jacket to pull him closer still. "Why are you being so naughty, Ridge Donovan?" she slurred. He grabbed her wrists and set her away from him.
"I don't know what kind of game you're playing, Violet, and to be real honest, I don't want to know. I've tried being as gentlemanly as possible, but I'm not interested, and I'd appreciate it if you kept your hands to yourself. So let's say our goodbyes here."
He tipped his Stetson at her.
"Night, Miss Violet."
He let her wrists go in time to see her eyes flash the kind of hatred only a woman scorned could summon before he slipped around her and headed out to find Bernie. But not before he made mention to Ben that Violet shouldn't drive home.
"Bernie."
A warm hand shook her shoulder, warm and large, followed by a deep, delicious voice calling her name.
"Bernie, are you okay?"
Her eyes popped open as she jolted backward, cracking her head on something. She winced, her hand reaching for the back of her neck. Her gaze flew up to find Ridge looking down at her, his eyes far less sharp than they'd been this afternoon.
"Let me help you up," he grumbled.
"No, thank you. I'm fine," she managed, feeling incredibly groggy as she braced her hands on the floor to rise. Wait, the floor? Hadn't she been out in the garden? Where the hell was she? Bernie's gaze zipped past Ridge's cowboy boots and noted cans stacked on shelves, a Swiffer, and more juice boxes than an elementary school cafeteria housed. Where am I?
"The pantry, Bernie,"
Ridge offered before ignoring her wishes and yanking her upward. She fell into him, their bodies caught between the shelves at her back and the door someone had just closed at Ridge's. The space was small, allowing almost no room for either of them to move. Her breathing quickened as her heart pressed painfully against her ribs in a rapid thud. Every ripple in his body was hot against her bedazzled shirt, his warm breath almost minty against her cheek. His thick thighs straddling her much shorter frame made her sway. Oh, this wasn't good. Not good at all. No fraternizing with the boss. Ridge caught her under her elbows to steady her, but he didn't move away, making the tightening of her nipples impossible to ignore. They pressed painfully against the borrowed bra she wore, and heat rose in her belly. Hot, needy heat. She wanted to knock his Stetson off his head, rake her fingers through his thick chocolate-brown hair, press her lips to his mouth, and consume him. All of him. Now. Which was likely frowned upon in parolee-boss relations. The suddenness of it caught her off guard. The desire was instantaneous, so immediate she almost stopped breathing. Earlier today he'd been super hot, but distractedly so, in a sort of, yeah, he's easy on the eyes, but I have bigger fish to fry sort of way. Now? Now he was undeniably oozing sex appeal. Ridge reached behind him, his hand jiggling the doorknob, his wide chest expanding further, pushing against hers until she thought she'd weep.
"I think someone locked us in."
In Fee's words, she felt faint. Jesus, and a juice box. If she didn't get away from all this smoking body and manly-scented man, she would explode. Licking her dry lips, she tried to slip around him, knocking over a box of cereal and scattering the colorful circles on the floor. "I'm sorry. I'll clean that up as soon as we get out of here." Ridge gripped her chin, his eyes piercing hers as his thumb sizzled against the flesh of her jaw.
"Relax, Bernie. It was just an accident."
Yeah, that was how all the really rotten things in her life started. Accidents. Oops, sorry I set your hair on fire. Oops, sorry I knocked you down a flight of stairs and broke your arm. Oops, oops, oops. For most of her teenage years, she was like Carrie at the prom, minus the buckets of blood. After graduation, she'd learned to stay as far away from people as possible for a very long time. Every job she took involved working in one cubicle or another, alone as much as possible. And just a year before she'd met Eddie, after her parents had died in a home invasion the police never solved, she'd really begun to isolate herself, moving from job to job, apartment to apartment, living off the insurance money her parents had left her between failed jobs. But looking back now, none of those instances, only a mere handful compared to the actual number of accidents she'd been a party to, could have been coincidences. Yet Eddie had convinced her they couldn't be anything else. Eddie. She'd fought hard not to remember him since her incarceration, fought to forget his betrayal. Eddie'd wormed his way into her life and her heart at her lowest point, laughed off her mishaps, made her feel special and wanted. With no other family to call her own, allowing him to help isolate her came naturally. In fact, she'd welcomed his encouragement. She'd believed he understood why crowds troubled her, and why she'd far preferred to stay in rather than catch a movie or dine out. And she'd trusted him. With everything she had. But that had helped her get here. She wasn't going down so easy this time.
"Bernie."
Ridge said her name, letting it roll off his tongue like a warm dollop of caramel. A shiver slithered along her spine. She had to get out of here. Bad things would happen if she didn't get out of this damn pantry. Because this right here, this was no good. Ridge couldn't touch her. He couldn't look down at her with his melty eyes. He couldn't make her want to sling her legs over his hips and beg him to ravish her like in some old romance novel. "Bernie, did you hear me? It was just an accident." She forcibly pulled her chin from his grasp, stifling a reluctant groan when the warmth of his fingers left her flesh. "An accident I'll clean up the minute I can move. But first, we need to get out of here. Bang on the door or something. We need to get someone's attention." She knew her voice was rising in hysteria, but being in such close quarters with this man wasn't just dangerous for her libido, it was dangerous for her parole. There had to be rules against it somewhere. Ridge raised a fist and banged on the door, then waited. Bernie held her breath, but all she could hear was laughing and what she was able to identify as a Tony Bennett song. Ridge rested his hand on her waist as she wobbled again, bracing her body against his as he knocked on the door once more. "The music's pretty loud. We might be stuck in here for a little while." Panic was beginning to set in. "Then bang harder." Ridge reached up over her and plucked something off the top shelf. "Granola bar to soothe your tattered nerves." She held her body rigid, so rigid her back ached. "What kind?" He held the green wrapper up to the light. "Honey and oats." She wrinkled her nose and shook her head. "I only like the one with those teeny-tiny chocolate chips." "Can you afford to be fickle at a time like this?" "Can you move away from me before I ignite?" "We need to get out of here." "Are you claustrophobic?" "No. Are you?" "No. So why so panicked, Bernie?" Her sigh was ragged, full of frustration. "Because this is inappropriate. The people outside that door are going to talk. I can't afford to get in any trouble. Did you see that whistle my parole officer has? She'll blow out my eardrums if she finds out we're in here alone." He gazed down at her, his eyes, fringed with dark eyelashes, confused. "That's the second time someone's used the word inappropriate with me tonight. And if you mean Greta, she's a softie. I can handle her." "Well, maybe there's a reason the word inappropriate is bandied about where you're concerned. And of course she's a softie. You're not an ex-con on parole. Also, you're Ridge Donovan. I've noticed you simply have to exist, and it does all but make everyone around you swoony. Ridge, Ridge, Ridge." "Bernie." "What?" He held up a square plastic container with a smile. A delicious, beautiful smile. "Lunchables." Bernie couldn't help herself. She giggled. And that giggle turned into a belly laugh, one she had to cover her mouth to contain. She shook her head. "The crackers are always stale." "Wow. You're hard to impress. There's not much else up here but a stray plastic spork and a lone raisin. How can I win you over with that?" Bernie frowned, her hand going to the stiff collar of her shirt. "You're not supposed to want to win me over." "It's just an expression. Why so skittish?" "Do I have to spell it out for you?" "Can you do it in numbers instead? English was my worst subject. All that reading. Romeo and Juliet and Hemingway. Worse, possessives and dangling party-somethings. I'm much better at adding and subtracting." Pressing her back into the shelving, she tried to make herself as small as possible and avoid giggling. "Okay, obviously I have to spell it out. This looks bad. For me, because I'm sure there are rules about being behind closed doors with your boss when you're on parole. And for you, because, well, I'm an ex-con. You don't want people talking, do you? Fine, upstanding farmer Ridge Donovan caught in close quarters with felonious Bernice Sutton. So, in math speak, 1 + 1 = 2. That means when someone finds us, they're going to add up this little scenario, and I'm going to end up with a negative balance." He sighed with a roll of his eyes, then grinned.
Clearly, math wasn't your strong suit, because that made absolutely no sense. But here's something I learned today after I talked to Winnie about your parole. It's not really parole, per se. It's rehab. Yes, there are rules for your quote-unquote parole, curfews imposed, chores to do here at the rehabilitation house, etc. But the rules are catered to your circumstances and conviction.
I robbed a bank. I'm pretty sure that means no snack after dinner for me.
Did you?
Did I what?
Did you really rob a bank?
Did she? She didn't remember the incident, but she'd sure been in a bank vault when the Boston PD had pointed their guns at her and screamed orders for her to get on her knees. That was something she'd never forget for as long as she lived. That's what I'm told.
What you were told?
He asked, astonished. She gave him a sheepish look. Well, there's police testimony, too.
I'm confused.
Huh. You should be me.
Did you have an attorney during this?
Nope. Things never got that far. 1 minute I was processed and in a holding cell. The next, Baba Yaga swept in, snatched me up while the Boston PD watched, took me to that place that's hauntingly like the Salem witch trials I saw reenacted on TV.
The council.
She snapped a finger in the air. Guys with no faces and smelly robes, sitting behind an impossibly tall thingy with this electrical hum for a backbeat? He chuckled, deep and low.
That's them.
Right. BY took me to the council, and they sentenced me.
Without a trial?
Without a word. The guys with no faces aren't big on conversation, I hear.
So let me get this straight. Baba took you from human jail and sentenced you with no trial to magic abuse prison, and you didn't at least protest.
Right, because she could have gotten a word in edgewise while Baba was waving around her gavel and trying to keep her neon pink leg warmers from poking out beneath her judge's robe. She'd been petrified. Not that she'd admit that to Ridge. To whom?
As a witch, you have the right to a fair trial, Bernie. It's just like human trials. You could have called sanctuary, and they would have had to give you the time to find representation.
Another word she'd have to add to her witch thesaurus. Sanctuary? Look, I don't know what any of that means. I just know it wasn't like I could have Googled witch lawyers. I didn't have time to do anything. It all happened pretty quickly. He rubbed his hand over his jaw, now littered with delicious stubble so late in the day.
I can't believe you didn't demand sanctuary.
Had she had any idea sanctuary existed, she might have called it, or uncle, or whatever. But of all the people she didn't want to protest her witchiness to, it was Ridge. It rang false the more she said it, and she recognized that well enough to continue to play this game. Lifting her shoulders, she pretended nonchalance. While I was pretty good at English in high school, I stunk at history. I didn't think about calling anything at the time, I guess. Besides, they caught me red-handed. What else was there to do but let him slap the cuffs on me? Now his stare was intense and off-putting.
Okay, fair enough. But you do know you can always ask for a retrial, don't you? I can't fathom why Baba would railroad you the way she did, without allowing you time to summon someone from the realm to represent you, but she broke the law. And despite what she tells you about being the baddest leader in the land, she still has to adhere to our laws, even if some of them are ancient.
She was still stuck on the words realm and summon, but if she asked what they meant, she was stewed. Flapping her hands, Bernie rolled her eyes. Summoning someone from the helm wasn't worth it. I told you, they had a police testimony of my crime. I was an easy conviction.
Realm.
What? His eyes grew suspicious and dark.
It's called the realm. You summon representation from the realm.
Bernie nodded as if she knew what the hell he was talking about. Right, sorry. I'm crappy at remembering definitions and terms. Besides, the testimony is all the proof even a human court would need. I've done the 10 months, It's not like I can get them back, right? Anyway, none of that matters now. What matters now is getting out of here before I get into trouble.
You won't get into trouble, Bernie,
he rumbled, his voice deep and mesmerizing. Now she was growing uncomfortable. Not in a bad way. No, in fact, Ridge made her want to spill her stupid guts. But it would ruin everything. He'd mock her the same way everyone else had when they'd discovered she didn't know anything about being a witch. If she was going to try to figure this out, she was going to have to bluff her way through. And Ridge's sudden, easy conversation, his interest, was something she had to fight against for all she was worth before she opened her big mouth and let too much information slip from between her lips. Still, she was curious. So I won't get in trouble? Says who?
Says me. I told you about the rules.
Bernie's eyes narrowed, and her cheeks flushed hot. How would you know what the specifics of my parole are?
I told you. I asked Winnie. I didn't want you to have to keep calling me Mr. Donovan if at all possible,
he said on another chuckle. He'd asked about fraternization between them? Even on a level as simple as a first-name basis, the thought warmed her. So I will get a snack after dinner? There is a god. Goddess.
Looks like it. And you can call me Ridge. Also, you can have a social life. You know, date, make friends, and do all sorts of things within reason. You're here to be rehabilitated, and that has its requirements, but you're not on lockdown. So if you're worried people will talk, don't be.
I can date? She squeaked, regretting the moment the words spewed from her mouth. Not that I would. I mean, my life's a mess. I don't need any more complications. Who'd want to date a bank robber anyway? Never mind. I just find it so strange, so lax. Parole means structure and rigidity and urine tests once a week. I robbed a bank, for heaven's sake. There should be harder core rules for bank robbers, don't you think? Bracing his hands on the shelf above her head, he winced as he stretched in their cramped quarters, making her shrink as far back into the shelving as she could to avoid more touching.
You want things to be tougher than having to wear those shoes,
he teased. But it was nothing like the catty words Violet had used. Are you hurt?
Nah. Old injury from high school.
I should have known you were a football player.
Cheerleader,
he said on a groan of discomfort. She ducked under his arms and managed to get behind him, affording her the opportunity to hide her grin. Did they make you wear the skirt?
Duh. It matched the pom-poms.
Ridge moaned when she pressed a flat palm against the middle of his back and pushed. I'll just die if you had the matching little ones you put on your shoelaces, she joked, as she wrapped her arm around his waist.
You want me to call the funeral home, or can you handle it?
Now she really did laugh, just as she pushed down with one hand and jerked his enormous frame upward by leveraging her arm firmly around his lean waist. Ridge bolted upwards so fast he knocked her backward, into the pantry door, which broke, splintering and exploding into many, many pieces, leaving Ridge on top of her in the middle of Winnie's kitchen floor while a bunch of eyes stared down at them, wide open and astonished. Winnie peered at them from behind a kitchen towel, her cheeks bunched up in a smile. Sorry about that. Sometimes the pantry door sticks. Ridge rolled to his stomach, instantly falling off of her. Clearly unfazed by the looks they were getting, he turned his head and gazed over at her.
Wow. That was amazing. Where'd you learn to do that?
One-Eyed Lorraine from Cell Block C. Ridge laughed, and despite herself, despite the scene they just made, despite the curious eyes, despite the insinuations, Bernie laughed too. And it was nice. Chapter 6. Fee skipped ahead of her, his tiara bouncing on top of his head, bow securely tied around his tail as they wound down the long dirt road from Winnie's house to Ridge's farm. He attempted to vault over the wildflowers in the field lining the road, his dark head disappearing and reappearing as she followed. Winnie always offered her a ride to work, but she took solace in these moments alone, when she gathered her armor around her and prepared for a silent battle no one else knew she was waging. This time, while the sun wasn't eating a hole in her head and was only just beginning to peek its angry hot face over the horizon, was the time she spent reliving her moments with Ridge. A week and a half had passed since the party and their encounter in the pantry. 10.5 days where she'd done all but make herself invisible in order to avoid Ridge. Once the laughter had worn off and he'd helped her to her feet, Bernie had realized how bad it all looked and made a mad dash for her room. Upon seeing her reflection, she'd groaned. Her ponytail was mussed, her cheeks were a pretty shade of red, and her eyes glowed as though she were consumed by fever. Not to mention, her doily shirt was a little wrinkled. There'd been a couple of snickers about exactly what they'd been doing in the pantry, snickers she shrank from, scurrying off to hide rather than defend herself. Though several of the comments were about how lucky she was to land in a pantry with Ridge Donovan. There was a theme to Ridge, and it always revolved around batches of women fanning themselves while they clutched their proverbial pearls. Regardless, she didn't care what Ridge said about the rules. If Baba got wind of their tryst in the pantry, surely there'd be more trouble than some spilled Fruitios. She wasn't here to flirt with her hotter-than-lava boss. She'd have to get in line to do that anyway. She was simply finishing out her time. While she did that, she spent a good deal of her off-work hours scouring the internet on Winnie's laptop for any information on her parents and Eddie, other than what she already knew about their lives. Any small hint about what was happening to her would be more than she had at this point. Eddie was a no-go. There was absolutely nothing online about him. It was as if he'd disappeared after the bank robbery and fallen off the edge of the earth. "Penny for them," Fee said, his words soft on the warming breeze. "If only we had a penny between us," she joked. Baba Yaga had informed her that her banking accounts had all been frozen during her incarceration and would remain so until her parole was finished. "I'm being real here. Every morning on the way to work, you get inside your head and stay there until we get to the farm. Want to talk about it?" Bernie decided to be truthful. "I was just thinking about my parents and how much I missed them lately." As she'd searched for Eddie's existence, she'd also relived the painful memories of the small, almost unnoticeable article in her local paper about her parents' deaths. 2 local school teachers, loved by everyone, senselessly taken before their time. "Where are they, Bee? Back in Beantown?" "Gone. They died well before I landed in prison." "Oh, Bernie, love. I hate that. I hate it so hard. Someday we'll talk about it, yes? Maybe when things aren't such a jumbled mess in your head." She gave him a distracted smile. "Sure, Fee." Back when her parents had been killed, she'd harassed the local police until she was blue in the face to figure out who had murdered them in their sleepy town where nothing particularly interesting ever happened. According to the police, the scene of the crime was virtually spotless. No evidence, no fingerprints, no witnesses, nothing. Just her parents gone forever. Killed senselessly in their beds as they slept, and no answers. As she'd packed away their things in storage, she'd scoured every scrap piece of paper, every magazine from front to back, every drawer, searching for a clue to who would harm 2 such gentle souls. For months, their unsolved deaths had haunted her, but now she was looking at their murders and everything that had ever happened in her life with fresh eyes. Maybe she'd missed some supernatural cause because she wasn't looking for it. Who would have thought witchcraft could be the culprit? The night in the pantry had sparked this renewed search, and it also left her with many questions. Not just questions about her instant attraction to Ridge, either. For instance, how had she fallen asleep in the pantry when she'd last remembered being in the garden? "Bernie." Fee jumped up on the split-rail fence and followed along, the green and brown pasture his backdrop. "Uh-huh. Question?" "Sure." "I've waited all week for you to explain, but it's obvious you're retreating again. So I'm yanking your ass out from under the covers, like it or not.
Here comes the cold bucket of water over your head. What the hell were you doing in that pantry with Ridge Donovan? Instead of hedging, she said the first thing that came to mind. Lunchables. Don't play with me, Cookie. She gave him a wide-eyed look of innocence. I'm telling the truth, tiara wearer. He offered me a Lunchables. Which was true. Bullshit. You say bullshit, I say tiny crackers and cheese. Stop right there, Bernie. She ignored him and kept walking, hauling the frozen Elsa and Olaf backpack Lola had loaned her over her shoulders, loaded with bottles of water. I can't afford to be late. Bernie, I'm gonna learn you a thing or two, baby girl. When I say stop, you do it, or I make you do it. Bernie giggle-snorted and kept walking, kicking up dust with her ugly brown shoes. Ooh, are you gonna go all ballerina ninja kitty on me and put the hurt on with your fluffy tutu and dagger-like tiara? She laughed at her own joke, continuing to stroll at a brisk pace. But then the air grew thick, and a scent similar to a layer of ozone burning accosted her nose. Just before she was able to take another step. Fee skittered to face her from his fence perch, stopping in front of her glaring eyes. I said stop. That means you collaborate and listen. Bernie attempted to move her feet, but no luck. It was as though they were stuck in concrete. She narrowed her gaze in his direction. What did you do to me, Fee? If cats could give haughty glares of disdain, Fee was giving her one. I stopped you. Now you don't get to move an inch until you answer the question. How did you get in the pantry with Mr. Delicioso? Her feet were literally rooted to the ground. Fee! He tilted his head and yawned. Answer, or it's the next level. Swear it on my Liza with a Z DVD, honey. You mean the one with her in the Bob Fosse costume? The very one, Fee offered with deadly calm. Damn, he was serious. What's the next level? I'll give you a rash on your tender bits to rival all rashes. In fact, I'll turn your entire body into a rash. You'll itch until your damned creamy, peachy flesh falls off your bones. Answer, Bernice. Why were you in the pantry? She let the backpack fall from her shoulders and shrugged, giving in, but her eyes couldn't meet Fee's. I just woke up there, okay? I don't know how I got there. I was in the garden after my escape from Violet Breasty Hammond, and then Ridge was waking me up in the pantry. She'd been too afraid to ask what could have left her sitting in the garden one minute and in the pantry the next. Thankfully, there'd been no residual fallout. That she knew of, anyway, but she hadn't decided to shelve the idea that the other shoe could drop at any moment. Fee appeared to ponder that for a moment before he said, You don't remember leaving the garden. Are you blacking out, Bernie? Has something like this happened before? You have to tell me if I'm going to be able to help you, Sugar Snap. Blacking out? She'd never referred to it as such in the past, but then this particularly weird witch benefit had only begun to manifest in the last year or so. It's happened once or twice. When? Wait, did you black out when you pulled off that heist? Well, that would have been impossible. How could I black out and pull off a bank heist at the same time? The two don't add up. She wasn't ready to talk about that day just yet. So much of that brisk October afternoon had a huge question mark attached. Besides, her side of the story sounded crazy pants. Any more crazy pants than the fact that you're a witch? Fee bristled, the fur on his spine ruffling. You know what I mean, Bernice. Help me help you, princess. Tell me about that day, every single detail. A horn blared to the tune of the Partridge Family theme song, making Fee tumble from his perch on the fence and lose the focus he'd kept so intently on her feet. Her orthopedic shoes shifted then, leaving her unglued.
Calla, whom she'd found out was one of Paris's rare werewolves, stopped the beat-up bus in which she drove the seniors to and from the farm alongside Bernie and pulled the creaky doors open. "You want a lift?" she asked with a grin, her pretty eyes glittering, her glistening black hair in a messy ponytail. Still coming to grips with the fact that she now lived in a place where mythical creatures walked upright, she couldn't deny Calla's charm. The werewolf was as nice as Winnie, and her patience went unmatched where the seniors of Hallow Moon Senior Center were concerned. They were a handful and a half of aging witches and warlocks, all capable of creating havoc given an opportunity, which was what had led Calla to open Hallow Moon, giving the children of the troublemakers a modicum of peace while they worked. And Calla was good with them. She could wrangle a fussy senior out of zapping another's dentures from their mouths like nobody's business. Still, the week and a half she'd spent with them, wherein they'd welcomed her as if she belonged, had left Bernie falling a little more in love with them each day, whether she wanted to or not. They'd given her a reason to get up in the morning, ever since Calla had requested she help organize their jaunts on the farm rather than muck the stalls. And they loved Ridge, too. More than once she'd had to bite her tongue when Flora or Glenda Jo had poked her to point out when Ridge was sweaty and shirtless, and for some reason, their reminders of his hotness stuck in her craw. But that hadn't stopped her from stealing glances at him right along with the seniors. "Bernie, don't you dare get on that bus before we finish our conversation." Ignoring Fee, she hightailed it inside the bus and smiled at the rows and rows of senior faces. "I think I'll take you up on that. Thanks, Calla, and morning, campers," she said to the group with a grin as she looked for a seat. A genuine grin. One she felt in her soul. Clive Stillwater winked at her from the back of the bus and waved a weathered hand. "I got a seat for you right here, saucy pants." He patted the cracked vinyl beside him with a lascivious cackle. Bernie gave him a coy bat of her eyelashes as she made her way to the back of the bus. "Do I have to make you a sandwich in order to be worthy enough to sit in the hot seat, Mr. Stillwater?" The bus broke out with raucous laughter as she took her seat, and Flora Watkins patted her on the shoulder with a warm hand of encouragement. "That's right, Bernie. You give that sexist old bag of wind hell, and tell him you're saving yourself for Ridge." Ridge, Ridge, and more Ridge. It shouldn't surprise her after a week's worth of batting eyelashes and breathy sighs, but it was sort of starting to annoy the shit out of her. There wasn't a soul immune to the man's charms. But she was. And she wasn't saving herself for anyone or anything except freedom. Yeah. More laughter ensued, erasing the probing questions Fee had for her, and Ridge's charms, replacing both with a new hint of belonging. Gus settled his favorite horse Gumby in his stall. "You're getting better at this good-looking," he said with a wink and a nudge to her ribs as the horse chuffed. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Bernie smoothed her hands over her Laura Ingalls dress and gave him a skeptical look. "By better, do you mean he only tried to kick me once this time?" Gus cupped Gumby's muzzle, palming him a carrot and running his hands over the horse's thick black mane. "He's just a persnickety old coot is all. In no time flat you'll have him eaten out of the palm of your hand, just like me and Orchid over there. Gumby can't resist a pretty girl for long." Bernie chuckled and curtsied, splaying her ugly dress on either side of her like a fan. "Why, thank you, kind sir, but I think you're the only match for Gumby." "You're good with all the horses, not just Gumby. You have a gentle touch, and they know it." If there was one thing Gus was right about, it was the horses. She'd loved them from the moment she'd been handed Orchid's reins and led her back into the barn for grooming and a good rub-down after her walk with the seniors. As she stroked Orchid's cheek, nuzzled her nose, fed her carrots, Bernie decided she could spend all her days with the horses and be content. She was growing attached to them, looked forward to seeing them each morning and at the end of each day. "You're a nice girl, Bernice Sutton. We like having you around, you know." Her cheeks flushed, making her dip her head to hide the bright spots. "We?" "Yeah, we. Me and all the rest of the Depends Patrol." Her throat tightened as she looked down at the stray bits of hay littering the floor. No one had said those words to her in so long. She couldn't even remember if her parents had ever said them. Mostly, people were screaming ugly curses as they ran from the debris of whatever she'd taken out. "I like all of you, too," she whispered, her throat tight, her eyes burning with unshed tears. In only a short amount of time, she really liked them. The seniors, the horses, Calla and Winnie, and whether she wanted to or not, Ridge.
"Don't suppose that means you'll let me take you for a spin on my broom?"
That made her giggle. She fanned herself with a grin. "You have a broom? Whew, talk about a kick-ass ride, huh?" Gus patted her on the back.
"Nah, warlocks don't get brooms. But I'd take you for a spin if I had one, for sure."
"Gus Mortimer, are you in here flirting with Bernie again?" Calla teased from the barn door as she strolled in, her long legs carrying her toward them, her iguana familiar by adoption, Twyla Fay, following behind. "Seems like every time I turn around, you're buzzing around Miss Bernie like a bee around some honey."
"All boys flirt with pretty girls,"
Gus teased, sticking his thumbs under the suspenders holding up his plaid shorts.
"I was just telling Bernie how much we all like her."
Calla pulled off her riding gloves and smiled at Bernie, her pale skin flushed, her eyes clear and bright. "Now that much is true. We do like you, Bernie. In fact, we like you so much, we were all wondering if you'd come over to the center tonight. Call the numbers for bingo for us? The seniors, every last one, enjoy your company so much, and while sometimes bingo can be a bit chaotic—"
"It's that damn Glenda Joe,"
Gus crowed, sticking a long thread of golden hay between his teeth.
"Her and all those fruity troll dolls she lines up like soldiers of bingo death, as if they're going to take out her opponents. Damn batshit is what she is. All I did was breathe on one, and I thought she was going to bust a vein."
Calla tisked Gus with a grin, swatting him with her glove. "Oh, you did not just breathe, Mortimer. You wiggled your little warlock finger and knocked them over like dominoes. I saw you, buddy. You know how Glenda Jo feels about her trolls and bingo and her crazy superstitions. It was all-out war that night. You provoked her into summoning a Gila monster. Do you have any idea how difficult he was to get rid of? It took Winnie and 3 other witches to banish him." Twyla Fay swished her long tail, her eyes blinking in slow motion up at Gus. "Y'all need a leash, I tell you. I've never seen so many ill-mannered centuries-old witches in my life. I was almost eaten that night, Gus. Why, you'd think you were all raised in a zoo," she drawled. Bernie looked down at Twyla Fay and chuckled. She was still getting used to the talking iguana Calla had adopted after being abandoned by her former witch, but along with everything else, a talking iguana was just another addition to this new world she lived in. Calla grimaced as she leaned on the barn door. "I swear it's not as bad as it sounds. Don't let a little old Gila monster scare you off. We managed to rustle him up, eventually." Bernie couldn't help but grin. Me? Scared? Troll dolls, Gila monsters, brooms, and chaos. Who'd want to miss that? I'm so in. I'd be happy to help on bingo night. Suddenly she had more than a mission. She had inclusion into this circle of people who claimed she belonged to them, and while she was here, she wanted to treat that with the utmost care and respect. Ridge hadn't been able to forget that night in the pantry, and as he watched Bernie sitting with the seniors at the picnic table under the shade of a pecan tree, helping them plant herb seedlings while holding his hen Miss Prissy in her lap, his jeans tightened. She even looked beautiful in a dress 3 sizes too big for her, billowing about her legs, her strawberry hair falling around her shoulders in waves of blonde and red. Not even the lazy roll of his favorite creek, just behind his mother's potting shed to the far right of his equally favorite tree, soothed him today. He was restless and cranky, and that had everything to do with Bernie. This incessant thinking about Bernie didn't make any sense at all. He'd spent maybe 10 minutes in what was essentially a closet with her, joking about food and her parole. Yet he couldn't stop seeing her big green eyes staring up at him. He couldn't stop reliving her much shorter, svelte frame pressing against his own. This wasn't like him. To linger for so long when it came to a woman. No woman in at least 100 years had haunted his dreams quite this way. He tried to tell himself he was merely intrigued by her elusiveness, curious about her obvious fear she'd make one wrong move, but those things had nothing to do with his body's reaction to hers. All while she'd sidestepped his questions, Bernie'd sent signals, making it pretty clear she was here to do her time and hit the road. Which was something else troubling him. Her time served. Why hadn't she called sanctuary at council? At least in order to get a fair trial. And how had she managed not to have a trial at all and still come away only doing 10 months when she claimed there were official witnesses to her guilt? He smelled fish. Rotten fish. The moment Baba Yaga would take his call, he was going to find out what the hell was going on. But why did he care if Bernie wasn't given a fair trial? Why was that his business? She'd avoided him all week, and he'd done the same for obvious reasons. He didn't need to sate his curiosity with a woman who was as hell-bent on leaving Paris as he was. All that aside, now he was gawking at her from the cover of his old pickup, Betty Boop, his mouth watering at the flare of her hips and her outdated dress, the luscious upward tilt of her breasts. She was sexy as hell, even in a dress that did little but cover everything she owned, and still he wanted to peel it off her body to find out what she owned. Fuck. Grabbing her check, he shoved the paper in his shirt pocket and popped open the trunk door, closing it with a hard shove for good measure. As he approached, Calla's grandfather Ezra waved. "Ridge, good to see you. You seen your slumming today?" Ridge liked Ezra, respected him, had known him the better part of his life. What he respected most about Ezra was he'd somehow managed to stick it out in a town full of witches as a werewolf. He chuckled down at him. "You know I can't resist this bunch, Ezra. I'm like a moth to their flame." "That's not moths, Ridgy boy," Clive snickered, tucking his chew inside his cheek. "That's moth balls, and it ain't no flame, unless you're smelling Flora's clothes burning, that is." Ridge watched Bernie fight a grin when she tapped Clive on the back and gave him the look. "Clive Stillwater, I can't believe you just said that. Didn't we agree it's not nice to pull Flora's pigtails in lieu of putting in the work and using your words? Your honest ones? Honey gets you more than vinegar ever will," she chided the old man, and did so quite comfortably, Ridge noted. Flora scooped up some of the dirt from her seedling planter and flicked it at Clive. "You just watch yourself there, you pruny geriatric magic Mike, or I'll see the image of your face in my cauldron's brew tonight." Bernie threw up a finger as she looked across the wide table at Flora, her eyes surprised. "Wait, you really have a cauldron?" Everyone paused a moment, silent, while a puffy white cloud passed over the sun, and every senior eye was on Bernie. The breeze lifted her hair as she stared back at them. But then Glenda Jo's fingers went directly to the pearls around her neck as she laughed. "You're so funny, Bernie. Some of the things you say make my stomach plumb hurt from laughing. Of course we don't have cauldrons anymore. Tupperware is much easier on the back than hauling around those big cast-iron things these days. Why, we haven't had cauldrons in at least 200 years. I used my old one as a planter." Ridge saw the way Bernie's face changed, a brief flicker of recognition to cover her confusion before she blurted, "Right. Sorry, it must be the heat messing with my brain. Whew, like an inferno out here, right? Nonetheless, no more talk of mothballs and cauldrons. We have oregano to plant if we hope to have some fresh for the spaghetti dinner come early fall." Her reaction to the cauldrons was odd. Curiouser and curiouser still. "But you're not going to linger, are you, Donovan?" Nope, he wasn't going to linger. Rolling his shoulders, he looked directly at the woman he was no longer lingering over. "Bernie, can I have a word with you, please?" She rose slowly and hesitantly, planting her palms on the table and slipping off the bench. "Of course, Mr. Donovan." "Mr. Donovan," George Whiffle spouted on a cackle. "We're all friends here. No need for formalities." "You hush now, George, and mind your manners," Calla reprimanded, her stern teacher's look in place. Bernie's footsteps followed behind him toward the barn, and if footsteps could be reluctant, hers sure sounded heavy with dread. He didn't want her to hate the idea of having a conversation with him. In fact, that bugged the shit out of him.
Stop lingering.
Turning to face her, he pulled her paycheck from his pocket and held it up.
Your paycheck for the week, with a small added bonus for keeping Flora from killing Clive.
She visibly swallowed when she took the slip of paper and calculated the amount. I can't take that.
Of course you can.
She backed away, her poofy skirt fluttering around her legs. No, I can't. It's too much.
It's only an extra $50, Bernie. No big deal.
It's $50 I didn't earn.
On the contrary, you more than earned it when you kept Flora from holding Clive under the creek while y'all were skimming rocks.
She fought a grin, but it happened anyway. You heard about that?
Who didn't hear Clive caterwauling like he was being skinned alive? All of Paris heard it.
Her beautiful face relaxed for a moment as she recollected the memory. I can't tell you the kind of grip Flora has. For a woman of her age, she had Clive's shirt in a hold that would rival the Rock's strength. Ridge found himself smiling too.
Flora's a live wire, huh? Either way, you've done a really good job helping Calla, doing your chores and such. You deserve the extra money.
Now she licked her lips in a nervous flick of her tongue, making his stomach shift and his chest tighten. Please don't pay me any special favors. I just want to do
your time and hightail it on out of here. I know. I think you've said that once or twice. Look, this isn't a special favor. This is me thanking you for keeping me sane all week long while I try to get this place back in order. That's all.
I don't want the other girls at the house to think you're playing favorites, she added, her lips thin and almost angry. He took a step closer to her, just to get a long-distance scent of her sun-kissed hair.
You mean like Vanessa, who spends more time staring at her reflection in the watering trough than she does actually feeding the chickens? Or Katrina, who claims she's allergic to the sun and sits under the pecan tree napping?
I don't mean that at all, and you know it.
Then what do you mean, Bernie?
Her chest heaved upward when she breathed in, as though she were fighting to keep something from spilling out. You know what?
Nope, I sure don't. So why don't you tell me what?
I can't afford to have people talking. I told you that at the party. He dipped his head in a nod, growing irritated by her suggestion he was playing favorites. Did he find her attractive? Yep. But he'd pay Vanessa just as much without the attraction if she lifted a single finger.
Right. I'm a fine, upstanding farmer. You're an ex-con. I remember. But I feel differently about it than you. I'd pay the other women more, too, if they took half the initiative you have. So take your check, say thank you, and let's move on.
I bet you always get what you want.
Obviously not. You're standing here not giving me what I want.
She shook a finger at him, moving in closer. You know why you always get what you want? Ridge crossed his arms over his chest and lifted one eyebrow.
I'm all on pins and needles.
You get what you want because you're good-looking. Winnie and Calla gush over you, and they're married. What is it about you and that charm that makes you think you're irresistible to all women? Even the senior ladies are always talking about how amazing you are. Oh, that rich Donovan. He's so handsome. Swoon, 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 she mocked with a southern drawl, fanning herself with the check. Did they really say that about him? It was kind of cute. Maybe not so cute to Bernie, but he was getting a kick out of it.
And this bothers you why, Bernice Sutton?
She held up the check, her eyes fiery when she stood on tiptoe. I'll tell you why, she hissed. Just before she reached upward with both hands, bracketed his face, and planted one right on him. Her full, soft lips covered his until he thought his eyeballs would roll back in his head, tasting like sin and cherries, consuming, discovering, until his arms wound around her waist and he hauled her upward, molding her against him. They fell back against the barn wall, their breathing harsh, their tongues meeting, meshing, dueling, raspy silk against silk. Her breasts crushed against his chest, Her hips molded to his as he tucked her close, and his jeans tightened. And then she was pulling away on a gasp, struggling out of his arms and dropping to the ground, the check still in her hand. Her wide green eyes round with surprise. Oh, hell. Oh, God. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I'm sorry. That won't ever happen again. I promise, she said on an almost strangled sob. He was still trying to recuperate enough from the instantaneous desire she stirred in him to reassure her when there was a loud crash of screeching metal, followed by screams. They both turned and ran out of the barn together just in time to see his truck take out the gardening shed behind the pecan tree, swerving into the pleated side of it with a howl of metal against metal. Both the shed and Betty Boop ended up teetering on the brink of the creek. But the squeal of her tires, the chassis wobbling back and forth on the edge, gave Ridge small hope she might hold. "She's gonna blow," George yelled, waving his arms as the seniors gathered in a huddle, their magic wands appearing in their grizzled hands as they began to chant a prevention spell. But likely that wouldn't help old Betty Boop. Nothing would, with the lockdown his father had on magic at the farm, because Betty was a farm truck, used for farm labor. Shit. Betty paused for a moment, almost as if daring anyone to try to prevent her from pushing the whole damn shed into the creek, just before it pushed the whole damn tin box into the creek. The vehicle landed on top of the shed with a sploosh of water spraying upward around its sides, smashing it against the rocks beneath. Then, nothing but a distant cow mooing and the wind greeted his stunned ears. Gus closed the distance between him and Ridge to stand beside him. He slapped Ridge on the back. "Towel. Maybe if we give old Betty a good wipe down, she'll be good as new." Clive used his lips to play a mournful, spit-flying-everywhere version of taps. Ridge's shoulders sagged as he took off his Stetson and held it over his heart in mourning. Goddess rest Betty Boop's soul. Chapter 7. Bernie paced the floor of her bedroom, stopping only to hike up her yellow velour tracksuit pants before she retraced her steps, worrying her lower lip with 2 fingers. Fee leapt from the bed to the dresser's oak top and paced with her. "You kissed a boy, and you liked it," he teased. No, I did not like it. Stop saying that, Fee." Nay, in fact, she'd loved it. Loved every hot, dirty, silky-tongued moment of it. Loved it so much her love almost outweighed her horror. "Bernie, baby, stop. So you kissed him. Big stinkin' deal." It was wrong. I don't know why I did it, Fee. It just happened. I was hot and I was cranky, and if I heard his name coupled with the batting of someone's eyelashes one more time, I think I might have screamed. And I know that's not his fault. He's just a nice man. But everything sort of overwhelmed me. 1 minute I was fine. Then he was waving his handsome all over the place, and I just nailed him. Out of the blue. Bam. Grabbed him like he was the last man on earth and planted one on him. Who am I, Fee? You're just a girl who likes a boy who likes you too. She shook her head hard, stopping momentarily to squeeze her temples. No, I can't like him. I don't have time to like anyone. Bernie, girl, what's the scoop? What's all this talk about time? Where are you rushing off to once your parole is up? I thought you didn't have anywhere to go. What aren't you telling Miss Fee, Nothing, she answered, too quickly even for her own taste. She just wasn't ready to share everything with Fee yet. Not until she had a plan in place. Fee sat down on the dresser's top, his tail swishing. Liar, liar, pants on fire. A chuckle burst from her mouth as she pulled at the ungodly yellow velour pants she was wearing. If only I was that lucky. Instead, I trashed a truck. Uh-huh. That's the real problem here. You think, somehow,
Your sucky face with Ridge was the reason his truck rolled into the creek. Yes, maybe. She didn't know. All accidents usually led back to her. Seriously, no one could be as unlucky as she was, and at this point, coincidence had to be ruled out. As she'd been kissing Ridge, as her stomach had turned inside out and her libido had sounded a cheer worthy of a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader, she'd had that feeling again. Just like the one right before she'd set the barn on fire. Bernie, please say you're not blaming yourself for Ridge forgetting to put the emergency brake on. Girl, you heard him say he must have forgotten to use it. Zipping up the front of her matching velour jacket, she shrugged her shoulders. Maybe. I don't know. Stuff like this happens all the time when I'm around Fee. It always... Fee's ears twitched beneath his tiara. Always what? She grabbed her house key and stuffed it in her pants pocket. Forget it. I have to go or I'm going to be late for bingo. Bernie, you're always running off before we have the chance. But she wasn't listening. She popped the door open and escaped before Fee could dig any deeper, flying down the wide set of stairs and almost crashing into Winnie. Whoa there, Bee. You okay? Winnie gripped her upper arms and rubbed them. All this concern, all this kindness, it was beginning to overwhelm her. Fine. I'm sorry. I was rushing. I don't want to be late for bingo. I promised Calla I'd call the numbers. Winnie's dark head bounced, her body language rippling with excitement. I know. But I have a surprise for you before you go. Now, before I show you what it is, I want you to keep an open mind, okay? Bernie cocked her head, but allowed Winnie to pull her out to the front porch with the order to keep her eyes closed. Heat, even at almost 8 o'clock at night, swarmed her face. Winnie stood behind her, placing her hands on Bernie's shoulders. Okay, now remember, open mind. Like so open, it's a big old field. Bernie tensed but kept her eyes closed. She didn't like surprises. Bernie, honey? Yes? Winnie kneaded her shoulders with a sigh, grinding her knuckles into her flesh. You're so tense. Relax already, just for a little while. You're always so on edge. It's nothing bad. I try to make all my surprises happy ones. Bernie blew out a shuddering breath. Winnie was right. She did always expect the worst. Sorry. Okay, I'm ready. Winnie squealed with excitement before she said, Open your eyes. Bernie opened them to a set of keys dangling in her face. Just beyond the keys, a car, shaped like a bubble, with a summer's eve douche. No, really, a douche, on the side. Winnie spun her around, her eyes glittering. Okay, so I know, it has an advertisement for a douche on the side of it, and it's 100 years old. But, she said on a breath, it works. And I just can't bear seeing you walk in the bloody heat every day if one of us can't come and grab you from the farm because Lola has a ballet class, or you miss a ride with Calla because you want to finish one last chore. Plus, all that really matters is that it works, right? And it does work, promise. A car? She was letting her use a car? She'd robbed a bank for the love of Cheetos, and Winnie was just handing her the keys to a car? Okay, the car had a douche on the side of it, yes. It was ancient, too. But a car? She was stunned into silence. Winnie winced, her gorgeous face crestfallen. You hate it, don't you? Damn, I was afraid of that. I know it's not much to look at, but I drove it cross-country from prison here to Paris, and it runs great. Well, mostly. But we had Guthrie Adams give it a good once-over before we put it back on the road, just to be sure. Bernie instantly regretted hurting her feelings. I robbed a bank. She planted her hands on her slender hips, peering down at Bernie. And you're trusting me with a car? Now Winnie's face went soft, and she curled her fingers under Bernie's chin. It has to start somewhere, Bernie, right? I was in magic abuse jail too, remember? Listen, I'm going to give you one long-winded speech here. You in? Bernie nodded. Someone once trusted me, and I did some pretty shitty things.
like blowing up my now-husband's warehouse because I thought he was cheating on me. Look, Bernie, at some point you're going to have to accept that we like you. We like the shit out of you. You're reliable, hard-working, kind to all those seniors, good with the animals on the farm. Along with liking you comes extending the hand of trust. Trust is just as important on both our parts. I want to help you be the best witch you can be. You have to trust that I'm making decisions based on who I believe you really are, not the person you showed everyone to get into prison. God damn these people and they're nice. Her eyes filled with tears. She'd long forgotten what it was like to interact with other people without doing so for the sake of survival. She'd forgotten what it was like to forge friendships, but she wanted to remember how to let someone in again after Eddie. Rather than say a word, because she almost couldn't speak if she tried, she threw her arms around Winnie's neck and hugged her hard. Winnie tugged a strand of her hair and smiled, thumbing away one of Bernie's tears. Now off with you. Bingo calls. Goddess knows you don't want to be late or Roscoe Brown gets so jittery he might miss the 11 o'clock news he conjures up an earthquake. I lost a perfectly good set of dishes the last time he did that. Bernie laughed as she grabbed the keys. Got it. Curfew? She waved a hand dismissively. Oh, whenever. I'll probably be up when you get in anyway. Benny's teething is killing me. So we can dish on whether Flora finally gives it to Clive while my little man takes another 10 years off my immortality, screaming his little brains out. Bernie squeezed Winnie's hand once more before she hopped down the steps, feeling lighter than she had in more years than she cared to count. Jacques, the GPS, is set to take you to the senior center, Winnie yelled as she waved. Have fun. As she climbed into the car, the lingering smell of pork rinds and Schlitz malt liquor assaulted her nose, but it didn't matter. Someone trusted her enough to let her borrow a car. She'd been in prison longer than she'd been anywhere else since she'd become an adult. Because she'd had no choice during her incarceration. She couldn't run away when everything went sideways, and it always went sideways. No one had ever specifically blamed her for all the strange things that happened when she was around. How could they? They didn't know magic existed. But certainly she'd heard her fair share of jokes about the evil cloud hanging over her head or her bad luck spree. Maybe if she just opened up, explained, shared something instead of keeping this all so close to her chest, trusted just one person, maybe this time she wouldn't have to run away. Bernie pressed the button to turn on the GPS and sat back just as Fee appeared on the passenger seat, his nose still bent out of shape, evident by the way he turned his head to look out the window. As the screen for the GPS lit up, it said in a cheerful voice, Bonjour, Bernie. It's bingo night? En 33. The GPS talked, too, with a French accent. With a smile, she found that didn't surprise her at all. Left, Bernie! You must make the left this instant. Fee screeched as she made a sharp left as instructed, pulling into the senior center parking lot with only 5 minutes to spare. The brick structure, housed beneath Calla's grandfather's apartment, was welcoming and friendly. Flowers in big pots dotted the stoop, and a sign with a hand-painted moon and stars swung in the light breeze from the side of the building. Yanking up the emergency brake, she looked over at Fee, who clung to the passenger door with his claws unsheathed. Oh, stop, Drama Llama. My driving wasn't that bad. Fee huffed, turning his head back toward the window. If I were talking to you, which I am absolutely not, I'd tell you that your driving sucks the ass of a goat. It's a modern-day miracle you didn't take out the entirety of Main Street with those 2 wheels you were driving on, Dale Jr. She popped the door open and stuck a leg out, gathering her old lady purse made of vinyl and plaid cloth, before nudging Fee with her finger. I haven't driven in a long time, and Jacques here is a little rusty on his directions, methinks. Jacques' screen lit up in greens and blues. Oh, Bernie, Jacques cooed. Do not be so cruel. My spelling, she is sometimes not so, how you say. Good, Bernie teased. Oui, my apologies. Bernie tapped the screen affectionately. It's all good, Jacques. See you in a bit. She pressed the button to shut down the GPS and pulled the key from the ignition. Come on, Fee. We have a job to do. Fee harumphed as he hopped out of the car, but he wouldn't even look at her as they crossed the parking lot and headed for the glass doors of the center, where light streamed from the inside and the seniors milled about, cups of coffee in their hands. Just as she grabbed for the door and allowed Fee entry, another, slender, perfectly manicured hand covered hers, shutting it behind the cat. Bernie, right? Boobs, right? Fee hissed in her head, his words swirling around. If I were talking to you, which I'm still am not, I'd remind you about resting bitch face and walking away from this woman. I don't know what her angle is, but she's got one. I can smell it on her. She can't hide whatever the hell her issue is with all that expensive perfume she bathes in. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Violet was here. Why would she come to bingo night? Were there malls to bankrupt? Car dealerships to empty? Bernie nodded, removing her hand from the door and squaring her shoulders to turn and face Violet. Yes, it's Bernie. Nice to see you again, Miss Hammond. Are you joining us for bingo night? I'm joining Ridge, she cooed. Bernie remained silent and fumed rather than let Violet bait her. Sweet ride. She pitched an elegant thumb over her bare shoulder at the pacer. Bernie bobbed her head once more, fighting the impulse to get back in the car and run Violet over with her sweet ride. A feminine product right there on the side of your car for all the world to see. How interesting. Yeah, seems douches need love too. If anyone gets that, you should. Violet let out an airy chuckle from tight lips glossed to raspberry perfection. New outfit, she drawled, scanning Bernie's shorter frame from head to toe with a scathing glance. Borrowed it from your mother. Bernie, I can hear your thoughts when I'm in your head. Don't do it. Get the F inside here, now, Fee whispered, his words reverberating in her brain. But Bernie'd had enough of playing doormat to Violet's stilettos. Sure, she was on parole, and she was afraid she'd fuck up at every turn, but she didn't have to take a blatant attack. She turned the tables, scanning Violet's outfit from head to toe, lingering on her very short white shorts and her barely-there halter top in flamingo pink. Yep, I like subtle and mysterious. You know, the opposite of show them your girly bits up front. Fee paced in front of the glass door like a tiger in a cage. Bernie, knock it off. Walk away. Violet's curly red hair swirled around her perfect face just as a hot wind picked up. The air had that funny smell to it, just as it had when Fee had cemented her feet to the ground. Magic? Was that magic in the air? Did magic smell? Violet's eyes lit up, the color changing, swirling as the wind continued to blow. Well, if this was magic, Violet sure had a leg up on Beyoncé and a wind machine. Bernie, you've done it now. Heads up. The air began to tear at Bernie's velour tracksuit, pulling the already loose pants down along her hips as the zipper on her matching jacket began to unzip itself. And then Ridge was there, scooping her up and planting a delicious kiss on her lips before setting her back on the ground with a grin. Sorry I'm late, Snugglepuff, but one of the cows got out of that damn fence again, and it was an all-out Amber Alert to find her. By the way, did I mention how hot you look in that tracksuit? Love it. The wind died down instantly, leaving Bernie glowering at him, while her buttery limbs fought to hold her up. But Ridge took her hand and kissed the back of it, sending a sweeping shiver along her spine. Can you forgive me? Promise I'll make it up to you. Bernie lifted one eyebrow in question, but okay, she was game. For whatever he was doing. Thrusting out her lower lip, she pouted with a coy bat of her eyelashes, looking right through Violet and her shock. Oh, my little love machine. You're so good to me. You know what this means, don't you? she asked, swinging their entwined hands back and forth. Now Ridge looked as confused as she felt.
Project Runway Marathon.
Bernie let her head fall back on her shoulders as she laughed and shook her head. No, Snooky Wookie. It's way better. Way. He lifted his chin, his eyes amusingly suspicious.
Narrow your definition of better.
Housewives Marathon. Orange County, to be precise. Ridge returned her pout, adorably so.
Oh, come on. If I have to listen to that OG of the OC, Vicky, screech woo-hoo and talk about her love tank being on empty, it might just drive me to drink, smushy face.
He groaned, stepping around Violet as though she wasn't there and pushing the glass door open for them. You said you'd make it up to me. It's housewives or drowning your sorrows. Alone, I might add, in a bottle of vodka. She teased back, until they were safely inside and the door swept shut behind them. He pulled her to a corner behind an enormous potted ficus tree and grinned.
Love machine.
Oh, quiet. You caught me off guard with Snugglepuff. I was improvising. And Snugglepuff? Really? Ridge barked a laugh.
You saved me, you know.
From?
Violet's man-eating clutches. I swear that woman has 8 arms, and the minute she sees me, I become prey.
Unlike Bernie, who had only 2 arms and had used both to accost him in his barn. She did say she was here for you.
I bet she did, but she said wrong,
he said, his response solid and quiet. Why are you here, then? Didn't he have somewhere else he could be irresistible? He cocked an eyebrow.
I'm here because I happen to like bingo. Good thing, too, or Violet was going to let you have it, judging from the spell she was conjuring.
She doesn't like me much.
Yeah? Well, nobody likes her much. She can't stand the seniors and hasn't been ashamed to say as much.
You didn't have to kiss me if you needed saving.
But I thought we were going steady now.
Bernie's head snapped upward, her mouth going dry. Steady? He stuffed a hand in the pocket of his jeans and nodded.
Well, yeah. If you kiss me in my barn, it means we have to go steady.
Says who?
Legend, says who.
What legend?
The one I'm gonna make up so you'll be convinced enough to be my steady?
Bernie's stomach nosedived. He was, of course, teasing her again. He'd never ask her to be his steady. Steadies are overrated. They demand way too much of you. They always want you to do couple things, and they call you ridiculous pet names like Snugglepuff.
I can call you something else. What's your preference?
This was getting too intimate. Too much like flirting. Too much. Realizing she was still holding his hand as if he belonged to her, Bernie pulled away from his grip. Obviously, judging from the wind Violet was whipping up, you saved me, too. Thanks for that. Consider us even. Now I have to go call numbers for bingo. Tucking her purse into her body, she waved as casually as her pounding heart would allow. Catch you later. As she made her way across the wide, shiny floor, George, Clive, and Gus, huddled at a table covered with bingo cards and a bowl of pretzels, snickered and catcalled.
Bernie's got a boyfriend! Bernie's got a boyfriend!
Clive grabbed her hand and pinched the back of it with a chuckle.
I thought you were saving yourself for me, young lady.
Who says I'm not? She teased back. Clive bumped an age-spotted fist with her.
Woohoo! I like 'em sassy.
Flora scooted up beside her and rubbed her shoulder against Bernie's. Judging from the way Ridge is looking at you like you're a plate of fried chicken topped with his mama's gravy, I'd say he says you're not. Bernie blushed, fighting the impulse to run. She shook an admonishing finger at them. All right, matchmakers, enough, or I'll make sure you don't win a single game. You do know who's in charge of the spinny thing with the numbered balls, don't you? She joked, as she left them to make her way toward Calla. The center was enormous, cheerful, bright, scattered with folding chairs and sturdy wooden tables. Messages of encouragement, like older is bolder, were stitched and framed and hung on the walls. One wall in particular caught Bernie's eye and made her smile. Hundreds of pictures of the seniors and their families and the staff at the center were tacked onto a wall made entirely of cork. Gus with his daughter and her 2 boys smiling. Flora with her handsome sons, her arms wrapped around their waists. Happy memories from the field trips the seniors had taken were all proudly displayed. She loved that the people she was coming to enjoy spending time with had such full lives. And a small part of her, maybe the one that had been neglected for so long, wanted pictures like that to hang on a wall someday. Wanted a place to belong. Calla's husband Nash, tall, dark, and a perfect match for the werewolf physically, waved her over to a set of stairs leading to a podium. "Hey, Bernie. Thanks for doing this." Dropping her purse on the podium, she smiled at him. No big deal. He gave a sidelong glance at his wife before he said, "Oh, no. You have no idea what a big deal it is. Believe me." Calla rushed up beside him, pinching his waist. "Don't scare off the volunteer, honey," she said with clenched teeth. "You didn't tell her, did you, honey?" Nash asked, his eyes narrowing playfully. "Tell me what?" Calla's shoulders sagged beneath her flowered maxi dress. "Okay, so sometimes things get a little heated. I might have under-exaggerated the behavior of my seniors when I told you about bingo today in the barn. They like to win, and when they don't, they throw things," Nash provided with a resonant chuckle. "Call each other creative names. Sore sports, a lot of 'em. They behave as though the numbers called have nothing to do with a randomly generating machine. They blame you personally. Swear, last bingo night I thought Effie Adams was going to take the top of Lenny Ford's head right off with her fiery wand of nuclear destruction just to get at me." Calla huffed, rolling her eyes up at Nash before she gave a resigned sigh. "I won't hate you if you want to leave, Bernie. Nash has a sick calf he needs to attend to. I usually man the floor, in case they start lobbing food at each other, and Nash always calls the numbers, but the calf is more important. So if you want to go, I totally understand." Bernie couldn't help but grin. She'd heard all about bingo night from Winnie and Lola over dinner. Lola was no longer allowed to attend because her mommy said Mr. Boudreaux had toilet lips. "Nope, I made a commitment. I'm in. I'm not afraid of a little swearing in a food fight." Calla breathed a sigh of relief and blew her a kiss. Bless your heart. Bless it so hard. Nash gave Calla a quick kiss on her cheek, then held his hand out, fist forward at Bernie, bumping hers. "May the force be with you. And if you hear someone yell duck, do it. I mean, get under a table and stay there until the dust settles," he said with a chuckle, tipping his Stetson before he made his way across the wide floor and out of the center. Calla eyed Bernie, entwining her fingers behind her back, her smile facetious. "So? More instructions? Should I watch out for the floods and locusts?" "No. But you could tell me what that was all about outside. You and Hot Bod Donovan smooching?" She bit the inside of her cheek, damning Ridge for interfering. "I'm sorry. Ridge, he caught me off guard. It was nothing. Do you want to write me up and give it to Greta? I'll sign off on it." Calla looked surprised before she scoffed. "Write you up? Because you kissed a delectable man who defended you from that viper on heels?" "How do you know he defended me?" She tugged her ear where a small hoop earring was lodged. "Werewolf. We might not be able to conjure up things or cast spells, but by God, our hearing is magical." "Good to know. Did Greta leave you one of those pads with the pink slips? We had them all over the prison. The guards carry them everywhere in case of infractions." "Don't be ridiculous, Bernie. I'm not your jailer. And I don't have any pink pads. And even if I did, I sure as hell wouldn't write you up. Violet's a witch. And I don't mean a welcome addition to your kind. If Ridge stuck up for you, good on him." I shouldn't have let him kiss me. But God, it had been so outstanding.
It hadn't lasted long, and it was only out of pity, but Ridge's lips on hers, his arms around her, playing at being a couple, made her heart throb in her chest and her knees melt like butter. Why the hell not? He's hot, Bernie, and you're gorgeous. Gorgeous women should be kissed. Thoroughly. Now listen to me. When tonight's over, you and me are going to sit down and have a talk. Why are y'all talking when tonight's over? Greta asked, strolling up to the podium, making Bernie stiffen. Calla rested her elbow on Bernie's shoulders and rolled her eyes upward. Because Bernie seems to think she's in trouble for kissing Ridge Donovan. Greta frowned, twirling her whistle around her neck. Why? Did you kiss him wrong or something? First, a car. Now permission to kiss her boss from her parole officer. Bernie shook her head with a smile. Forget it. That's just me trying to keep my nose clean. Greta waved a chubby finger at her. While you're keeping your nose clean, how about you start calling numbers? Natives are getting restless. When Glinda Jo starts shifting her troll dolls around, trouble's a-comin' soon thereafter. Bernie got behind the podium and saluted Greta. Aye, aye, Captain. That's bitch in charge to you, kiddo, Greta said with a grin, pivoting on her sensible shoes and heading toward a table in the back. Bernie grabbed the mic and began to turn the cage housing the balls as she looked out on all the seniors, their faces expectant. But there was one face way in the back, beyond the tables set up with coffee and cookies, beyond the bookcases and game tables. A face she thought she'd never see again in her life, chatting amicably with Violet Hammond. The face of the woman Eddie had cheated on her with. Doris Dobbs. Chapter 8. Ridge watched Bernie call numbers, her beautiful face hiding something he didn't understand. Her soft voice floating into the microphone and swirling around the room had a slight, almost undetectable shakiness to it, making him wonder what was going on in that head of hers. What kept her so skittish? What made her put up roadblocks over things like calling him Ridge? Why was she always apologizing? If Baba would just return his damn call, he might be able to get some answers. He'd come tonight specifically because Bernie was going to be here. He was hoping to talk her into a beer later. As he sipped his coffee, he reflected on how easy it was to joke with her when she wasn't censoring her every word and move. Something else that was easy? Kissing her. He damn well liked it. They hadn't even discussed their first kiss, knowing full well they should. Yet they were on to number 2, and he was rarin' to add number 3 to a notch on his belt. He couldn't explain why he liked her. What it was that attracted him to her besides the obvious. She was gorgeous, but attracted to her he was. When he'd caught Violet pulling her superiority act, looking down her nose at Bernie, he'd wanted to choke the life right out of her with the suffocation spell. So he'd reacted, protectively, no less. That meant something. He just didn't know what, but the onslaught of thoughts about Bernie needed exploring. He'd hoped to talk her into that drink after bingo in an effort to try to get to know her a little better. But she'd shut right back down again once she felt as if she'd overstepped her invisible boundaries. Bernie's eyes kept floating to Violet and the woman at the table behind him, but he couldn't figure why, other than the fact the woman was a virtual stranger in Paris. But how would Bernie know that anyway? She'd only been here a week or so herself. Newcomers were few and far between for a reason. The witch community in Paris kept out as many humans as possible with heavy magic and spells, but every now and again one slipped by their radar and they were welcomed, but pleasantly discouraged right over the town line. And this woman with Octopussy was definitely a human. N36, Bernie called out, her eyes shifting about the room, searching for a winner. Oh, come on, Bernie. Could an old man just get one daggone number? George shouted, slamming down his blue dauber and running his hands over his lucky tarot card. Give a warlock a break. George Whiffle? Are you holding me responsible for your losing streak, mister? Bernie called him out with an impish grin. George flapped a hand at her, but he was smiling again as he shifted in his folding chair.
Just call the next dag-nab number and quit flirting to me with those big green eyes of yours.
Ridge chuckled to himself. Nice save. Whatever it was about Bernie, she had a way. With the seniors, with the animals on the farm, with him. 072. Bingo! Both Violet and Gus shouted simultaneously, jumping up from their chairs. Ooh, shit. No way was Gus gonna let Violet win. There was a $200 booty at stake, and he wouldn't like splitting it with the likes of her. That kind of money could buy a guy like Gus a lot of beer and Fritos, his favorite snacks. But likely, Violet wasn't going to split with Gus either. Violet stomped over to Gus's table, her long legs eating up the space between them. I called it first. Gus's wrinkled face scrunched up when he held his bingo card under Violet's nose.
The hell you did, Fancy Pants. I called it first.
Violet held up her own card and shoved it right back at Gus. Put your hearing aids in, old man. I called it first. Bernie tapped the mic, making it squawk. Please take your seats. Now the rules say in the event of a tie...
I don't care about the rules for a dang tie, Gus yelped, holding his card up. I said it first, and anyone with ears heard it.
Ridge rose from his seat, feeling the change in the vibe of the room. He strode over to Violet and cocked his head, taking his Stetson off.
Come on, Violet. What's the harm in letting him have this? What are you going to do with $200? That doesn't even cover the cost of one hair salon visit.
It's not the money. It's the principle of it all. I won fair and square. And that's that, she retorted, her mouth an angry line. He leaned low and murmured,
What's your issue with these people? They're harmless seniors out for a night of fun. You don't even like bingo. Which brings to mind the question, why are you here harassing your elders?
Violet bristled, likely because no one ever told Octopussy no. You don't own this town, Ridge Donovan. I can do whatever the hell I please. And if I want to play bingo, I'll damn well play bingo. It's open to the public, as I recall. I'm the public. Okay. Fangs out and ready to bite his head off. He decided maybe appealing to Gus was his better bet. He turned to Gus and put a hand on his back.
It's all good, Gus, my man. Come on. Let's go get some lemonade and cook.
Gussie said it first, Henry blustered, popping upright in his chair where he'd been happily napping. Perfect. The peanut gallery was awake. If there was anything you could count on with this bunch, no matter how much infighting went on, they stuck together like flies on flypaper. Violet's beautiful face went sour fast when she whipped around to assess Henry. How would you know? You were over there snoring like you were vying for first place in the Lumberjack 2000. Flora rose from her seat and climbed on top of the metal chair, crossing her arms over her chest and shooting Violet a narrowed gaze. Gus absolutely said it first, Violet Hammond. Ridge looked around the room as all the seniors followed Flora's lead and got up on their chairs and began stomping their feet to chant, Gus, Gus, Gus. Bernie tapped the mic again to get everyone's attention, but Calla swiftly intervened. Guys, take your seats, please, and we'll get this all sorted out. But the seniors weren't having it, and Violet was growing angry. He knew that look on her face. It was just like the one she'd had when he'd told her he didn't want to date her that night at the party. There was a breeze, a slight but noticeable shift in the air at the center, which meant shit was about to get real. He smelled the magic before he was able to capture it, felt that racing sizzle of energy he always experienced running up and down his spine. Violet's eyes flashed as her hair lifted from her neck and her nostrils flared. Yeah, it was going to get hairy. Rushing for Flora, Ridge ran across the room and grabbed her around the waist, setting her on the floor.
I'm going to ask you kindly to stop antagonizing Miss Flora. No broken hips on my watch, he said, before turning to see Gus winding up a fireball. Oh, Jesus. Gus liked to think he still had his magic under control. Worse, he liked to think he could have played the majors back in the day, but his aim stunk.
The last time he'd shot a fireball in the bowling alley at someone, the hot dog machine in the kitchen blew up, and he'd actually been aiming at Morris Walthrop, positioned at the end of the alley, completely opposite the kitchen.
"Gus,"
he roared, as the wind picked up, scattering bingo cards everywhere.
"You put that arm down right now."
Just as he caught Gus's attention, Violet began to shake, her anger taking on a new, almost physical form in the way of smoky colors of red and purple. Sparks flew from her fingers, and her eyes glazed over. The lights flickered, and then turned off completely. Then total chaos. In a huge kick-in-the-gut kind of way. Chairs toppled, flying in the air and narrowly missing Calla's head. The hiss of wands greeted his ears, slicing the air with saber-like motions. Books flew from their shelves. Coffee cups splattered to the ground, walls began to bow and move. Then Violet turned her rage on Gus, who wasn't backing down. Oddly limber for his age, Gus hiked up his red suspenders, climbed atop his table, and hollered,
"Come on, Fancy Pants. Give me your best shot, you plastic surgery addict. You'll be walking funny for a week."
Just as Violet twirled her finger in the air, creating a small cyclone of wind that danced toward Gus, Bernie jumped off the podium and ran for Violet. Hell. Violet was a pretty powerful witch, skilled in the elements among other things. No way was he going to let Bernie go up against her alone. Everything happened in slow motion. Bernie screaming at the seniors to get down, while she held up her pants and took several of the chairs in her way like a hurdle jumper. She flew the distance between she and Violet just as Ridge raced toward the two women, hoping to cut Bernie off at the pass. But Bernie zigzagged, stopping dead in front of the whirring cyclone and raising her arms, opening them wide. No, she wasn't. What the fuck was she doing? Holy fuck. She was going to end up splattered from here to eternity. His heart began to crash in his chest as he realized what she was attempting. So he began waving his arms along with the rest of the seniors. Waving his arms and moving his legs.
"Bernie! No!" he roared.
The cyclone hit her full force, almost knocking her down, tearing at her tracksuit's jacket until it was almost completely ripped from her body as she wrapped her arms around the funnel. The energy moved in her grasp like an entity, struggled against her as Violet pushed harder, her ugly thoughts flowing around the moving air. The cage holding the bingo balls began to whir before jettisoning the plastic globes out into the room rapid fire. From the corner of her eye, she saw some of the seniors with their wands, spewing crackling lines of electricity and aiming for Violet, who ducked them with the grace of a ballerina. Flora and Clive crossed streams, creating a sizzling arc of angry blue. Oh, shit and piss. Things were going to get ugly. "Bernie, forget everyone else and listen closely to me," Fee ordered, pushing against the wind to stand by her side. "Seven hells be, hold that bitch. Concentrate. You gotta concentrate to harness the energy. You're in control. Take control." As Fee's words flowed over her, warbled and muddy, and as everything around her became a silent blur, Bernie focused, struggling, losing her balance, righting herself, then pushing back until she heaved forward, almost falling to her knees. "Wait for it, Bee," Fee shouted, his claws stuck in the wood of one of the tables in an effort to stay near. "Wait for just the right time and a clear line of vision, then let her rip Plastic Patty's head right the hell off." Violet rose off the ground, levitating, making the cyclone bigger, stronger, but Bernie pushed back with her mind, harder, gritting her teeth, sweat dripping into her eyes from the effort. The cyclone began to shift, change shape, cut into her skin with razor-sharp pricks, making her screech in pain. "Don't let go, Bernie girl," Fee howled, clinging to the leg of the table, his poor body almost perpendicular to the floor from the raging winds. "Show that mother fluffer who her mama is now." Violet's face popped into her line of vision, smug, daring Bernie to challenge her magic skills with a catty smile on her face. So she lost it. Literally. With a warrior cry, hoarse and raw, Bernie bent her knees and launched the cyclone at Violet, screaming an order for everyone to duck as she did. Pitching forward, she hit the floor the moment she released the funnel, catching herself with her palms, then grabbing Fee, tucking and rolling to shelter him just before the table above them exploded. Violet howled her outrage, screamed her ire as the cyclone crashed into her. She was blown back against the far wall, taking out 2 ficus trees and a bookcase before she hit the wall and slid to the ground, her body limp. Bernie tried to rise, but her legs wobbled and her ribs ached. Blood dripped from her head and spattered to the shiny white floor. Ridge pushed his way through the debris of broken tables and scooped her up, hauling her to his chest and helping her to one of the few chairs still standing. She leaned forward, gasping for air, sucking in as much as her lungs would allow. It was then she realized her tracksuit jacket was torn and her too big bra was exposed. Fee appeared between her feet, swirling in small circles. "You did it, Bee. Jesus, you were like Xena the warrior princess out there. Way to nail a broad." As the haze of whatever had taken over her body lifted, she raised her head and groaned, tears stinging her eyes. "Oh, God, Fee. It's a mess." The center was a disaster. Metal chairs were twisted and almost unrecognizable. The podium was nothing but a pile of rubble with bingo balls scattered in every direction. Plants were turned over, the dirt spilling on the floor, their leaves shredded. Books were torn almost in half, their pages still floating to the ground in soft flutters. She jumped up, her eyes scanning the room for Calla as she shrugged off Ridge, who tried to help steady her. "Did I hurt anyone?" As life began to stir in the center, all the seniors turned to look at her. Ridge gripped her upper arm and smiled. "Everyone's fine, Bernie. You saved Gus." The center was torn up as if she was the bulldozer and the Hallow Moon was a damned condemned house. If she had better control of her magic, maybe this wouldn't be such a disaster. She didn't need any more proof than that. Lesson learned, Bernice Sutton. "I'm sorry I'm not better at this magic thing yet. I don't even know how I managed this much." Calla's face appeared behind Ridge's shoulder. "Don't you dare apologize, Bernice Sutton. You saved Gus's neck, honey. Violet would have torn it clear off if not for you." Flora pulled off her sweater and wrapped it around Bernie, covering her gaping tracksuit jacket. "You listen to me, Bernice. That woman's nothing but trouble. She's ornery, spoiled, and destructive. She started this. You finished it, by hell. You saved Gussie, girl. I won't hear another word about it." A bone-chilling scream made everyone stop what they were doing and turn their eyes to Violet, who had her hands to her head, pulling them away and staring in horror at her fingers. Big clumps of her luscious red curls came away in her hands before the fiery chunks dropped to the floor. Bernie winced. This was exactly why she wasn't allowed to have nice things. Chapter 9.
"Do you have any idea the kind of power it takes to do what you did tonight, Bernie?"
Ridge asked.
"No one, not even Winnie, can grab hold of a spell that powerful and bend it to their will. You were amazing."
Well, that was sort of the problem, wasn't it? She didn't know. She also didn't know how she'd done it. But she did know seeing Violet threatening to hurt Gus had upset her to the point that she'd felt a rush of unimaginable rage. Gus had been so kind to her, she wasn't going to stand around and just let him end up annihilated by a stronger, younger witch. She'd reacted. For the first time since she'd had a name for what was happening, she'd taken control. How she'd known what to do was just luck and Fee's cheerleading. Maybe what she'd done had to do with fear, stress. Freaked out was an understatement as she'd watched Violet and Doris talk while they played bingo. The entire time she'd been calling numbers, she wondered how Doris had found her, and why. Why would Eddie's something on the side come to Paris? Panic had begun to dig in by the time Violet set her sights on Gus, but she'd lost track of Doris in the fray. She'd scanned the parking lot after most everyone had cleared the center, but nothing. Doris had disappeared. Maybe she'd just been seeing things. Maybe it hadn't been Doris at all. She was starting to wonder what was real and what wasn't anymore.
So, want to show me how you did that thing with your hands?
He joked, grinning at her. Bernie stared at Ridge for a moment as he leaned against the pacer and eyed her, pinning her with his intent gaze when she didn't answer. A change of subject was needed. I crushed the center because this magic thing is bigger than I am. Demolished it. I'm struggling to manage my magic, but I'll help fix Hallow Moon, whatever it takes. Ridge lifted his square jaw.
You don't have to worry about fixing anything, Bernie. The seniors will handle it.
No. I'm not going to let them clean that up. It's a mess in there, Ridge. I'm not going to have someone's hip replacement on my conscience. Ridge cocked his dark head at her, pulling his Stetson off and setting it on top of the pacer's roof.
Bernie, no one's lifting anything. They'll cast spells, use their wands to rebuild. They have the technology.
Right. She kept forgetting the magic part of her new life at the most inane times. It seemed at every turn she was giving her secret away. Bernie winced, straightening the tracksuit jacket that Flora had kindly taped together with duct tape to keep her covered. If she wasn't careful, she was going to get caught. And then who knew how many classes and years of studying she'd have to do to get off probation. There was no margin for error here. Looking down at the pavement of the parking lot, she nodded. Of course. What was I thinking?
Besides, you didn't trash the place. Violet did. She started this mess. She was ready to nail an elder over some plastic balls and a card with a bunch of numbers on it. That's unacceptable.
And now she's bald. Her gut clenched. Violet had run from the center sobbing. Ugly, loud sobs of horror. Ridge barked a laugh, clamping his mouth shut the moment she shot him an angry glare. Not funny.
Oh, come on. It's definitely a little funny. Violet's most precious resource is her hair, which lends me to believe your magical spidey senses have the rare gift of reading others' deepest desires. Interesting.
They were getting too deep for her. She didn't know the nuances of her magic because she'd never considered it magic, or even at all magical until 10 months ago. She had no frame of reference, and all the kitschy catchphrases and topics applied to said magic were beyond her vocabulary. Where is Violet, anyway?
They called in Greta, and she located her. Violet's in some serious trouble. She'll go before Baba Yaga and the council for attacking an elder. When they locate Baba, that is.
She took far more pleasure in that than she should, but she kept it on the inside. Good. Now I have to go.
Is that all you have to add to this conversation, Bernice Sutton?
His tone was teasing, warm, and making her tingle all over. Yep. She dug in her purse for her keys, avoiding Ridge's eyes again, avoiding the heat of his body, the scent of his cologne, the width of his thick chest. Tilting her chin upward, he asked,
What coven are you from, Bernie?
And now her trouble was really beginning. I'm from the coven of Cul-de-sac in small-town Massachusetts.
Cute. Now seriously.
Her shoulders lifted in a shrug. My parents were free birds. No constraints, no declared covens.
Right. I rather figured that. They chose to live among humans. I did too, when I left college and went to Dallas. But they didn't just hatch. They had family somewhere along the line. How old are they?
She stiffened. The dull pain she always felt when her parents were mentioned took a stab at her chest. Were they? They died before I went to prison. His thumb scraped along her lower lip.
I'm sorry. Mine are gone too. Plane crash. My dad was a private pilot.
So witches could die. They were immortal, not infallible. Check. She felt the remembered sting of losing her parents on Ridge's behalf. I'm sorry. Losing your parents is hard.
Do you mind if I ask how you lost yours?
Murder? His fingers tightened on her jaw for a moment.
I didn't know, or I never would have asked. I'm sorry, Bernie.
Me too.
Does the coven know they were murdered? Was there an investigation from council, or were they cast out when they chose to shun their counterparts?
What was this? The Witch Inquisition? Shun? Is that what happened if you decided you didn't want to be a practicing witch? Again, this was getting too deep. Dangerous, murky waters she knew nothing about. I'm not clear on the details. My parents were very private. Dropping his fingers from her jaw, he instead wrapped them around her waist and pulled her close.
Bernie.
She gulped. All rational thoughts stopped when his delectable body pressed to hers. Her head, resting against his chest, was dizzy, and she was at a loss as to where to put her hands. But she was going to give it a go by placing them on his waist with a stern reminder they were to move no farther. What?
You were lying.
Her heart almost popped out of her chest. What to do, what to do? Maybe gasp like she was insulted? No. Denial was always a sure sign of guilt. Don't panic. Answer a question with a question. Avoid, evade, find the nearest bed with covers you can pull over your head. Excuse me? She asked into his chest, which was hard and comfortable all at the same time.
You're lying, and I'd really like to know why.
You hardly know me. It's just a little shitty to label me a liar, don't you think?
That's true. But I know witches. I've been a warlock for a long time. That means the rumors about you are true.
Her heart throbbed so hard she almost couldn't breathe. The rumors?
I don't pay much mind to gossip, but there have been plenty of rumors about you and your situation from day one. To not at least know the coven your parents came from, to have no knowledge of calling sanctuary when accused of a crime like robbery. The look of complete surprise on your face when you stopped that mini cyclone. It all leads to one thing. The rumors are true, Bernie. You really didn't know you were a witch, did you?
They sat on the front steps of Ridge's porch, a beer they'd decided to share sitting between them, with Fee at her feet snoozing and her favorite horse Orchid tethered to the railing of the stairs. The stars winked, bright and yellow in the big Texas sky, bathing the farm with a hazy glow. Ridge had talked her into driving to the farm where they couldn't be interrupted while she explained. He'd caught her red-handed, called her right out. To look him in the eye and tell him she wasn't lying at all was going too far at this point. After tonight, after they'd experienced the damage she'd wreaked, she couldn't keep telling everyone she was innocent. Orchid bent her head, rubbing it on Bernie's shoulder. She reached up and cupped her muzzle, giving it a scratch.
Orchid's really crazy about you. In fact, all of the horses respond well to you. You're good with animals, Bernie.
That he'd noticed surprised her. I like Orchid, too. I like it best that she's one of the few animals in these parts who don't actually talk. Ridge chuckled and nudged her shoulder.
Speaking of talking, let's talk about how you had no idea you were a witch.
Bertie took a long, satisfying swig of the beer and shook her head. I don't even know where to begin.
How about your arrest? And do me a favor. No holds barred. No judgment on my part either, but I can't help if you don't let me. If you don't let all of us help, and we will, if you just stop running and ducking and apologizing. You apologize far more than anyone who's not a serial killer should.
The better part of her life was an apology. It was second nature to back out of a room with the words "I'm sorry" on her lips as walls crumbled and floors buckled. But Bernie's breathing shuddered, her limbs stiffened. This would be the first time she'd confided the full story to anyone. She hadn't even told Fee everything. I was arrested for robbing a bank I don't even remember robbing. Now, before you say that's ridiculous, I'll swear until the day I die that I have absolutely no memory of walking into that bank vault. I don't know where all the money came from, but I sure had fistfuls of it in my hands. One minute I was in my car waiting for my boyfriend Eddie, the next I was in the bank's vault.
Your boyfriend.
His tone oddly changed from curious to hard. Well, nowadays he's the scum-sucking pig who betrayed me and somehow disappeared when the smoke cleared, but back then he was my boyfriend.
So it was his idea to rob the bank, I take it.
She'd never understand where something as crazy as committing a felony had come from. Eddie had never given her any indication he was a criminal. He managed a cleaning company, for crap's sake. That's how she met him. When she'd bumped into him at the final job she'd had as night security at a big law firm in Boston before her incarceration, he'd made it his mission to get her to go out with him. I didn't even know it was an idea. But I can assure you, it wasn't mine. I met Eddie at the bank that day because he owed me his last half of the rent. I'd kicked him out after I caught him cheating. We had a huge fight in the parking lot about it just before he went in to get me the rent money. It was pretty ugly. So ugly. The whole scene had been ugly. Coming home to find Eddie and their downstairs neighbor Doris naked in their bed. The damn bed they'd shopped for together. She'd trusted him. He'd been the only person alive she'd trusted after her parents died, and he'd broken her. But she'd booted his ass out anyway, broken-hearted, fear of being alone and all. So, Ridge prompted softly. He went into the bank to get the money he owed you, and... And the next thing I know, I'm in the bank too, and the Boston PD's screaming at me to get on the ground with guns pointed at me, and Eddie was nowhere in sight.
And there's proof of this.
Bernie closed her eyes and tried to ward off the memory. Yep. The Boston PD. They found me in the bank vault, surrounded by a pile of cash, which is why it was impossible for me to tell anyone otherwise. Not to mention there were several people hurt. The security guard was blindfolded and handcuffed to a desk. The bank manager was unconscious, and the only two customers inside the bank were knocked out cold. The only thing working for me was the fact that no one was able to identify me as the person who'd knocked them out. In fact, the bank manager claimed it was Eddie who held a gun to her head and made her open the vault.
So then, why don't they have video of you entering the bank?
Because Eddie disarmed the cameras just after entering the bank, according to the police and Baba Yaga. He had on a black mask, but I'd know Eddie's hands and arms anywhere. Baba showed me the video. He has a tattoo on his arm of a cross with a loop at the top, and they caught that on camera. So the claim was that once he took out the camera in the lobby, I entered the picture like some Bonnie to his Clyde.
And where was he in all of this? How is it you were the only one who got caught?
I don't know how he got out of there or why he's on camera disabling it 1 minute and gone the next. All I know is I was the one in the bank vault. 1 minute I was wondering what was taking so long to make a simple withdrawal, the next I was in handcuffs.
And Baba came and got you out of jail.
Bernie closed her eyes and nodded. Yes. And then I was in witch prison, where no one believed I had no idea what happened to me or that I didn't know I was a witch. I know that sounds crazy. I know that all you magic people think I'm out of my mind, but it's the truth. I swear it on my parents' souls, I didn't know I was a witch. Ridge turned to face her, his eyes soft.
I believe you,
he whispered into the dark night. Tears instantly stung her eyes when she looked up at him. Really? She rasped. Ridge grabbed her hand and cupped it in his.
Really. It makes perfect sense now. All this time you've been looking at me like I had two heads when I mentioned your trial in the realm. But explain this to me. How did your parents keep it from you? Are you adopted?
I thought of that too, but there's no denying I look just like my mother. The spitting image, in fact.
Okay, so maybe they put a suppression spell on you to quell your witch urges.
Now that was something she'd never given any thought to. Who knew spells like that even existed? There were so many questions she didn't know how to ask. I don't know. Can you do that? My parents were almost overprotective of me. I had leukemia as an infant, and it was always the reason they gave when they hovered. I don't doubt they loved me, but to keep something like this from me? Do you think my parents were witches? That was insane, wasn't it?
I don't know. I do know it's damn strange for them to have kept something so huge from you. It's happened, but typically when you hit puberty, if you haven't used your powers, they manifest anyway.
Puberty, she muttered as that word sank in. Then she grabbed Ridge's arm and squeezed it in excitement. Oh my God. That's when all these crazy things began to happen to me, at 13. Chandeliers falling from the ceiling, people falling downstairs, glasses exploding for no reason. And that's only the beginning of a laundry list of coincidences I have under my belt. Everywhere I went meant disaster for someone. In high school, they called me Bad Luck Bernie. As an adult, I couldn't keep a job for very long because inevitably I'd create chaos and have to leave or end up fired. God, that made so much sense. What made no sense? Her parents keeping something of this magnitude from her. Would they have let her suffer the humiliation of her constant accidents just to prevent her from finding out she was a witch? What purpose would that serve? Had they been hiding from something?
And while I realize this is a sensitive subject, I have to ask, how did Eddie figure into this? What did he have to say about your alleged bad luck?
He was the first person I'd trusted since my parents' death. The first person I let fully into my life. Looking back now, I realize I was vulnerable and lonely. We didn't really have much in common other than he accepted me, walking disaster and all. He chalked up my bad luck to coincidence. He laughed it off. He made me feel like I wasn't such a freak.
How long did you date Eddie?
Several months before I caught him cheating.
Any idea where he is now? Where he landed after the robbery? Did he try to contact you at all?
Nope, not a word. I Googled him at Winnie's, and I can't find a single bit of information on him.
So, you stopped protesting you were a witch when you were in jail. Why?
Bernie sighed. Well, there's the obvious. No one believed me. In fact, one of the screws...
Screws?
Guards, she provided on a giggle. Sorry, my prison lingo lingers. Anyway, the guards thought I was trying to worm my way out of hard time and get myself relocated to the psych ward so I wouldn't have to peel potatoes or do latrine duty anymore. Ridge nodded.
Got it.
At first, I thought it was insane that they thought I was the one who was playing at being nuts. Then, when some of the other inmates used their powers to cast spells, or when Fee started talking to me, I thought I really was going crazy. Until I started going to all the self-help groups they offer at the prison. In fact, even after attending group, I still didn't totally believe. I didn't want to believe. I didn't want to be a witch, so I shut up. I ignored. I hid from what was right in front of my face. I did my time as clean as possible, all in an effort to get out of prison and figure this out.
What was the plan after you got out?
What had been the plan? Run some more. That had been the plan. I was going to try to save whatever I made working here on the farm, then I guess start back at the beginning? See if maybe my parents left something behind to help me figure this out. I still have some of their things in a storage unit in Massachusetts. Maybe I missed something when I was looking for who might have murdered them.
Makes total sense. And now, what do you plan to do now, Bernie?
He asked, his voice low and husky. After tonight's fiasco? I don't know.
The one where you saved Gus's hide and displayed an amazing feat of willpower and magic, you mean?
His words warmed her soul, sat right in her heart and got comfortable. I don't even know how that happened. I don't know why I knew I could grab that thing, whatever it was.
A devastation spell.
Bernie planted her elbow on her knee and let her chin rest in her hand while she mulled the word devastation. Good to know. You people have spells for everything, don't you? I don't know how I knew what to do, but once I was holding it, once Fee gave me some direction, it all clicked.
Well, the good news is my people are now your people, Bernie. And with the kind of power you have, I can't believe you didn't wipe out a small country. I can't believe your parents would leave you in such a precarious state willingly, with no guidance at all, which means something's not right here. I just don't know what not right means."
That boulder she carried around on her shoulders suddenly felt lighter. "Well, if you don't know, I don't know. I've lived with this for a very long time, thinking it was just a case of some severely rotten luck, but having some answers would be a relief."
"So I'd say this deserves some investigation, don't you? It also means you need to talk to Winnie and the other witches in town, Bernie. You have to tell them about this. They can teach you things that a warlock like me can't."
"Who said you had to teach me anything?" His chuckle resonated in her ears, warm and rumbly when he knocked her knee with his and squeezed her hand.
"Don't get all prickly on me, pretty lady. I'm offering my help. Stop biting the hand and all. What I'm saying is, you don't have to hide anymore, Bernie, or apologize for every accident that occurs. First, because you can't afford not to learn how to use your power. Someone could end up seriously hurt if you don't know what you're doing, and once you learn, there probably won't be any more accidents. Second, we're a community. We rally. That's just how it goes here in Paris."
He was offering his help as part of the community. Her flushed cheeks and raging libido crashed. Everyone in Paris loved Ridge for a reason. He was a decent man who happened to be hotter than the month of July on Mars. But she couldn't deny she needed help. Not after tonight. He ran a finger down the length of her nose when he asked,
"So what do you say we teach you how to be a witch?"
And she tried to liken his affection to that of a friendly gesture. "I say, yee-haw."
"Then I volunteer as tribute."
"May the odds be ever in your favor." Orchid whinnied her approval, making them both laugh. Chapter 10. "Atta girl." Flora nodded her approval while knitting an afghan beneath the canopy tent with Fee curled happily at her feet. "You got it now, Bernie." They were just a few feet beyond the edge of Ridge's property, not far from the barn and the big pecan tree the seniors so favored. The seniors had gone to the town hall and looked up a survey of Ridge's land. To everyone's surprise, they discovered his land ended not too far from where she spent most of her days. So they'd set up a makeshift camp with chairs and a picnic table, so Bernie could practice her magic every day at lunch without being hindered by the no-magic rule Ridge's father had placed on the farm. And it was paying off. Sweat pooled in her newly purchased bra, but by hell she could levitate a John Deere for 20 minutes and counting at a time. Things were looking up. "Go, Bernie!" Daphne cheered, waving her arms. "Ain't no one gonna keep you down now, girl." Gus and Clive chewed on pieces of straw, shouting their encouragement, too, when she was able to spin the tractor 360 degrees.
"Okay, kiddo. Now let her down nice and easy. And remember what I said. It's a slight pause, then a gentle twist of your wrist. We don't want a repeat of old Betty Boop,"
Gus encouraged with a cackle. That made her laugh, thus almost breaking her concentration. "Watch your noggins! Witchin' training on the loose!" Glenda Jo screeched, hopping up out of her lounge chair and scattering her embroidery. But Bernie really did have it. In fact, since she'd talked to Ridge, and consequently Winnie and the other senior witches, she more than had it. With a snap of her fingers, she made the tractor disappear with a huge grin. "Woo-hoo!" Calla and the seniors cheered from beneath the shade of the canopy. They'd given her books and advice and tons of their spare time, teaching her how to manage her power, a power bigger than they'd first imagined. She practiced every day on her lunch hour, every 15-minute break, and every single night until her eyeballs wobbled and her fingers were sometimes raw from shooting nothing but sparks. But she was getting the hang of it, and growing stronger by the day. Calla came up behind her and gave her a light squeeze. "Look at you! The way things are going, you'll be Uberwitch in no time flat. We're all so proud of you." Bernie wiped a hand over her brow, cupping her eyes to block the glare of the sun. "It's such a relief to be out in the open. And that's thanks to all of you." "You could have been out in the open a lot sooner, Bee. All you had to do was trust me," Winnie reminded, her smile teasing. "But I'm not going to grudge. I'm just glad you told someone. Especially when that someone is cute as the day is long."
Ridge. Again. Surprise. Though, in all fairness, he'd been an active participant in her witch lessons. He'd spent every afternoon with her when her workday was over, and before dinner coaching her, reading passages to her from book after book of spells, helping her learn the signs of an oncoming surge of magic, feel her body language, understand that her powers were driven primarily by her emotions or adverse reactions to the emotions of others. Which, she and Fee privately deduced, completely explained the kiss and Ridge's truck ending up in the creek and Violet losing her hair. But it was all strictly platonic. So platonic it set her teeth on edge. And that would be just fine, if not for the fact that he was driving her out of her mind. When he sat next to her at his kitchen table, elbow to elbow as they pored over all sorts of rules and regulations regarding white witches, when he drank from a beer and her eyes fell to his lips surrounding the opening of the bottle, when he just damn well existed. And every day was getting harder to concentrate on remembering which rules rather than wondering what Ridge might look like naked and all tangled up in some sheets. "So, how are the lessons going with Ridge anyway?" Winnie asked, trying very hard not to be obvious and totally failing as far as Bernie was concerned. Daphne fluttered her eyelashes, tucking her hands into a fist behind her back. "Yeah, how's that going, Bernie? All that midnight oil burning sure must be hot." Bernie snapped her fingers again and made the tractor reappear, forcing her face to remain placid at the ribbing. "It's fine." Calla squawked. "Fine? Did I hear a measly word like fine associated with Ridge Donovan? Come on, Bernie. It's obvious he likes you. And it's even more obvious you like him. What's the hold-up in the romance department?" Heat flooded her cheeks. "There is no romance. That's just Ridge being a good community team player and helping me to learn your witchy way." "Our witchy way, sister. And in the interest of full disclosure, B, you can like him. It's okay to like him, then dish to us about it. Right, ladies?" Calla and Daphne clapped their hands. "Yes, do dish." "Like who?" Greta muttered as she approached, her clipboard in hand, her infamous whistle gleaming in the bright sun. "Ridge," Winnie provided with an evil grin. Bernie sighed, immediately ready to correct Winnie to keep her record clean. "I don't like him. Wait, I like him. I don't like him. He's my boss, that's it. Witch's honor." Greta frowned, putting her hands on her stout hips. "So that's not hormones I smell every time he's around you?" Bernie shook her head. "Nope. Must be cow poop. No hormones, no romance, no nothing. Don't make me write you up for lying, parolee." "You strike such fear in my heart. Can you do that?" "I can do whatever I want." "Do you want me to sign it so you have it on record?" Greta held up her whistle a mere blip of a moment before blowing it so loud it made Bernie's eyes tear up. "Stop being a moron, Sutton. Of course I'm not going to write you up for lying about liking a man." "But he's my boss, and I'm an ex-con." "So you're the first ex-con who's liked a man?" "Well, no. But I'd think, as my parole officer, you'd frown on that sort of relationship." "So now you're telling me how to do my job?" "No, She floundered. What was the right answer here? But Greta began to laugh, her round crimson cheeks swallowing her sparkling eyes whole, and Winnie, Daphne, and Calla joined in. "Afternoon, ladies. Can I see you for a minute, Bernie?" Ridge drawled as he sauntered toward the barn, tipping his hat to them. "Can I see you for a minute, Bernie?" Winnie teased, lowering her voice to mimic Ridge and batting her eyelashes. Bernie glowered at them, running a finger over her neck in cutthroat fashion, but they giggled in spite of her threat, evil grins securely on their faces as she made her way to the barn. Poking her head around the corner, she caught her breath as Ridge pulled his shirt back down and dropped a towel on a hay bale, giving her a glimpse of his muscled back. Bronzed from being out in the pasture, the rippling flesh wide, then tapering into his jeans, it made her mouth go dry. If he could just be ugly, or even a little unappealing, it would make her interaction with him so much easier. One deep, shaky breath later, and she wandered into the barn and tapped him on the shoulder. "What's up?"
He turned to face her, his smile white and delicious.
Hey, do you mind if we study later tonight instead of after work? I've got a couple things I need to do.
If you're busy, it's no big deal.
I'm not busy, Bernie. Not too busy to help. I'm just delaying. But let me make it up to you.
She shook her head, wiping her palms on her jeans. It wasn't just hot in the barn because of the temperature. It was always hot when Ridge was too close. You don't have to make up anything to me. I can always ask Fee to help me, or independent study is okay too. He sauntered up to her, his arms crossed over his wide chest, his eyes amused.
Do you really think you should independently try to move a body of water without just a little help from this warlock? It's pretty heavy, you know.
She giggled and shrugged her shoulders. Well, as oceans go, you have plenty of room for one out in the pasture. I don't know why you're worried. I'm really good at burning things down. Why should moving a body of water be any different? He cupped her jaw without warning, making her knees wobble and her breath quicken.
Bernie, I'm just delaying our tutoring session, but I'll make you dinner, and we can study while we eat. That work?
Depends on what you're making.
What if I told you it was spaghetti and meatballs?
I'd call you a liar. Ridge grinned.
You'd be right. I'm a crappy cook. How does pizza from Alfonso's and a cold beer sound?
Better than the can of ravioli you burned the other day when you were making lunch.
Did you smell that all the way out here?
Siberia smelled it. He tipped her chin upward.
You're funny. Very funny. So are we on for tonight?
Her toes were all but curling in her new running shoes as his thumb caressed her chin. You bet.
So, meet me up at the house at about 7.
Done deal. Ridge leaned in close and whispered,
You do know you're not putting me out, right? I always get the feeling you think you're taking me away from something really important. I'll have you know that's not the case.
Everyone's been really nice about this, and I feel so guilty when I consider there are plenty of things everyone could be doing other than babysitting me.
I like having you around, Bernie.
He drawled, low and husky. What did she say to that? I like being around while you drive me and my libido around the bend? She stunk at small talk and flirting. Was there a class for that? Her heart throbbed as she looked up at him. Then make sure you have plenty of beer. If we're moving bodies of water, we might need more than a 6-pack.
You bet. See you tonight.
He dropped a light kiss on her lips, one she wasn't at all prepared for, one that made her want to slip her arms around him and drive her body against his. Instead, she murmured a later and headed back out into the heat, feeling lightheaded and dizzy, her heart crashing in her ears. She went to sit on the bench at the table under the pecan tree and put her head on her arms to ease the pitch and roll of her stomach and closed her eyes. Can I talk to you for a sec? Her head popped up at the sound of Calla's voice. Of course. So, I'm thinking of asking Bernie if she's considering staying here in Paris. Bernie frowned, confused. Okay. I'd kill for an event coordinator, and I think I have the budget for it now. She's amazing with the seniors. They love her more than they love tapioca pudding on Tuesdays. I won't be able to pay her a huge amount, but I really need to free up some time to handle the business end of running the center. She'd be perfect for the job, not to mention all the horses really like her. I know it seems a little early to make a choice like this so quickly, but Bernie's good people. I feel it in my gut. Smell it with my werewolf nose. Anyway, I know you said you were going back to Dallas once you got this place fixed up, but first, I hope if you hire someone to run it, you'll still let the seniors come to garden and ride the horses. Bernie opened her mouth to ponder out loud if Calla might have a touch of heat stroke when the woman held up a hand. No? Don't say anything yet. Just think on it. Also, I was wondering, if Bernie decides to take me up on my offer, when the time comes for her parole hearing, would you give her a recommendation? I doubt she'll need it with all the glowing references she'll get from the seniors and Winnie, but as a just in case? Wait. First, Ridge wasn't permanently staying in Paris? And why the hell was Calla asking her to give herself a recommendation? Stranger still, why was she talking about her as if she wasn't even present during this conversation? Bernie looked down at the table, unsure where to go from here, when she caught sight of her hands. That weren't her hands at all. She held one up to the sunlight, her eyes going wide. Wait, were they even her eyes? She flapped her hand as though she might shake off this strange skin covering her own. What the fuck? Then she looked down at her chest. Her hands plucked the t-shirt she wore. It was the same one Ridge had on earlier in the barn. The one she watched him put back on while drooling over him. Bernie's hands flew to her chest. Her big man hands, to her flat Ripley chest. Panic surged in a rush of her heart punching at her chest, or Ridge's chest, her pulse racing. Calla leaned over and tapped her on the arm. Her laden with muscles arm. Ridge, you okay? The world began to spin then, spin just like she was on a mad carousel twirling out of control. There were gasps, but they were vague and far away. Very far away. Bernie, girl, wake up, sweetness. Come on, snap out of it, Fee coaxed, his flair for the dramatic clear in his voice. He used a paw to knead her arm, his claws grazing her skin. Bernie, Ridge called, running his big hand over her forehead, his voice, as opposed to Fee's, calm and gentle. Here, take this, Ridge, she heard Flora say. Put it on the child's forehead. The cool material of a cloth forced her heavy eyes open. She lifted her head and immediately held up her hand, letting out a long sigh of relief. It's my hand, she yelped. Oh, thank God, it was her hand. Instantly, she let her hands roam over her chest, caring little about how lewd she looked. My breasts. These are my breasts, Ridge. His face was amused, his chuckle almost uncomfortable. So they are. No, you don't understand. A minute ago they weren't my breasts. They were yours. I mean, not yours. They were... What the hell did she mean? Ridge sat down next to her, pressing the cloth to her face. Just sit still and let me tend to you. As nice as it was to have Ridge's hands on her again, Bernie batted him away. Don't you get it? A minute ago it was your hand on my body. She frowned. I think. I don't know. Now his grin was wicked. My hand was on your body, though I was in the barn. Wow. I'm better than I even gave myself credit for. She gave him a shove with a roll of her eyes. No! You know what I mean. Or maybe you don't. She let out an exasperated sigh. I was inside your body. Or I possessed your body. Or... How did she explain this without sounding like she was crazy? Winnie dropped down on the bench of the picnic table across from her, the surprise on her face startling Bernie. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Winnie's grin was triumphant when she shook her head. No, you did something very right, Bernie. How are my delusions figuring into this? Winnie bounced in her seat. I just figured out how you robbed a bank without knowing how you did it. And that means we can go to Baba Yaga and the council and have your parole abolished. Now Bernie's head really spun. What? Ridge dropped the cloth, his eyes pinned on Winnie. Winnie gripped Bernie's shaking hand. You, my unwitting witch, are a shifter. Huh? Wasn't that what they called Calla? Fuck. She didn't want to insult Calla, but there was only so much magic and mythology one person could handle. It was enough that she could make things disappear and cast spells, quite another if she was going to need to shave every 8 hours and crave small bunnies for lunch. You mean like Calla shifts into a werewolf? No. I mean like a witch who shifts into anything. A person, an inanimate object, whatever. When a shifter first comes into his or her own, it usually happens under highly charged emotional circumstances, and that explains how you ended up in that bank that day, Bernie. Her mouth fell open. I can't process this. It's too much. Calla squeezed her shoulders when Winnie said,
Then let me process it for you. I'm betting you and Eddie had an argument of some kind just before he went into the bank, am I right?
Who'd argue with someone as pretty as Green Eyes?
Gus asked, clamping his hand on Bernie's arm with affection. But Bernie nodded with slow recognition. Yes. Eddie and I argued about... Never mind, we just had a huge argument in the parking lot of the bank. I was so angry and hurt I almost couldn't see straight. I bet. And then he went into the bank, waved a gun around, got the bank manager to open the vault, and in you walk. But no one sees that because the cameras are disabled, and he'd knocked everyone unconscious. Now, if you were in a fugue state, which is what I'm guessing happens when you shift because you don't appear to remember it, you would have followed him into the bank and run right into him in the vault, looking exactly like him. This is the part where I'd bet dollars to donuts you freaked Eddie out completely. In a panic, he knocks the bank manager out, or maybe she just passes out, and you end up in the vault with all the money.
Holy,
Ridge muttered as all eyes landed on him.
That's why you were passed out in the pantry, Bernie. You'd shifted into Violet earlier in the evening. It explains why Violet behaved the way she did.
Bernie's eyes flew to Ridge's face. Violet behaved the way she did? He held up a hand.
It's a long story, and I'll explain later. Suffice it to say, you shifted into Violet, but behaved much more like Bernie. You didn't once question why I was calling you Violet, but you sure had all your rules in place for, as you call it, an appropriate ex-con boss relationship.
Bernie's mouth fell open as Calla's eyes widened. So she's shifting into people but retaining her morals and personality traits and doesn't remember any of it? Winnie bounced in her seat. I think so. So if that's true, you fell asleep in the bank, woke up as Bernie, and somehow in the melee of the police arriving, that son of a bitch got out of the bank unnoticed. Ridge tapped his finger on the picnic table, his eyes intense.
Something's been bugging me since you told me all of this, Bernie. I was going to ask you about it tonight while we studied. Do you think you could draw the tattoo on Eddie's arm from memory?
She'd only seen it 100 times. I think I can. Flora dug into her purse for a piece of paper and a pen, handing it to Bernie, who drew the symbol, making the group go silent, deathly so. The seniors' silence scared Bernie far more than anything else. They were never silent. What? Is it bad?
That's an hunk, Bernie,
Ridge said with a tone so grave her heart sped back up. And that means? Winnie squeezed her hand again. Some witches use the ankh to symbolize eternal life. Bernie gasped, taking in a mouthful of hot air. Wait, that means that Eddie's... Ridge's mouth tightened into a thin line.
It means that Eddie's likely a warlock.
That mother-fluffin' son of a bitch. Chapter 11.
Well, Bernie girl, I think we're coming into the home stretch.
Fee sat on her bed atop one of the yellow and blue pillows.
Now that we have some answers, we can move forward.
Fluffing her hair, she set the brush down and applied some clear lip gloss she'd picked up at the pharmacy in town, preparing for her third study date with Ridge this week since she'd found out she was a shifter. We don't have all the answers yet, Fee. But they'd been looking for them for almost a week since she'd shifted into Ridge.
We have more than we had coming into this.
That's true. Now we need to find out how I'm a witch shifter, or whatever, and if my parents were witches, why they were just pretending to be humans.
Yeah, that's still a big puzzle, but we have more pieces to this crazy jigsaw of your life than we ever did before.
And then there's Eddie. She still couldn't believe Eddie was a warlock, but what else could explain how easily he'd accepted her propensity for so many accidents? Fee grunted.
The swine of all-time swine, the warlock in wolf's clothing, the traitorous dink of bottom feeders. If I ever run into that slimy bastard, I'll give him hemorrhoids the size of asteroids with a side order of the clap.
It'll be like a damn standing ovation in his ballsack. The dread in the pit of her stomach grew. She'd thought about Eddie all week long, and the longer she thought, the more dots she connected. "I think he knew about me, Fee," she said quietly. "I don't know how he knew I was a witch, but I'd bet he did. I think I was so desperate to find just one person who wouldn't write me off as bad luck that I fell right into his trap. This makes me Miss Pathetic 2015. No, Bebop. This makes you just a girl who was adrift far out at sea. A nice, sweet, lonely girl who grabbed onto a life raft that sank like the Titanic. But you're not that girl anymore. You're stronger and smarter, and you've found us. No clap-riddled motherfucker is going to take you away from us now." More tears stung at her eyes at Fee's words, but she couldn't dwell on how stupid she felt, or she'd never move past it. She'd had enough hiding for 3 lifetimes. Being here in Paris, having these people trust her enough to help her, was something she'd always be grateful for. "Do you think he knew before we began dating?" "I'd bet my tutu on it." "But why? Why would he date me and not tell me I was a witch?" "I think you have a power so rare, so unique, he thought maybe he could extort you somehow. Use your powers for whatever his endgame was. Like hitting Fort Knox or something. I don't know, Bernie. And we don't even know the full extent of your powers yet. But he was up to no damn good, the asshole. Doesn't matter anymore. You're here, safe with us." Was she safe? What about Doris, whom she hadn't seen since that night at bingo? "Yeah, about the extent of my power thing. As if I didn't have enough on my plate just being a witch, now I can shift into other people. I'm having a hard time digesting all this." "You scared the hell out of me out there at the farm that day. You're not just a shifter, but a damn good one. You looked exactly like Ridge. Sounded like him, too." "Don't all shifters look exactly like their marks? Isn't that the point?" "I've only met a couple in my considerable lifetime, and none of 'em were as good at it as you are. Your cologne was even the same as Mr. Ass-like Granite. Some shifters don't get all of the facets right, you know? They screw up an eye color or some defining feature in their haste to assume an identity. It's so easy to catch 'em in the act." This had explained so much. Why she'd woken up in the pantry when she'd fallen asleep in the garden, why Eddie had been able to attempt a bank robbery and she was left the last man standing holding the loot. She'd shifted into Eddie. So, my next question is, if it's like Winnie says, and your shifts are tied to extreme emotions, exactly what were you and the delicious Ridge doing in the barn, She was still putting together the loose ends. It made sense that Violet had upset her enough that she'd shift into her. It even made sense that because she and Eddie had a fight before he went into the bank that she'd shift into his form. But Ridge? That made no sense. Stop giving me that look, Fee. I'm a cat. I have 2 looks. Bored and haughty disdain. No, I know you. You're looking at me like I was doing something nefarious in the barn, and that's absolutely not true. Then what were you doing? Because this is the 2nd time you've walked out of that barn and your magic's kicked in. Why had a kiss set her off? We were making plans to study, that's it. Oh, the hell, Bernie. There's more, and if you don't want to tell me, that's just fine by me. But be warned, every detail counts now. We need to know the big picture. Running her hands over her new shirt, a cute sleeveless top in teal, she sighed. Okay, fine. We kissed. I don't know why that matters, but obviously it set me off. I have to learn how to control this, so I stop impersonating innocent people. Though, I won't lie, I wouldn't mind shifting into Blake Lively for a day or so. Because? 2 words. Ryan Reynolds. Duh. Fee snickered. Duh. Either way, it's kind of just one more thing I have to learn, you know? I'm so overwhelmed with spells and types of spells and the witch lingo that I'm all witched out. He flopped on his back and stretched. You'll be okay, Bernie. I know it. Ridge will get you through this. It's just one more thing to add to your already awesome roster. But you're going to be a superstar in no time flat. Can I ask you a question? Angelina Jolie. What? Brad Pitt. Duh. Bernie laughed, spritzing herself with the cheap body spray from the drugstore. Would you like to stay here in Paris? Oh, Bernie girl, I can hardly contain my excitement. Are you considering staying here with all the cowboys and cow pies? Like right here, surrounded by Field of Dreams country? Hope blossomed in her chest, making her almost afraid to say it out loud. I'm ashamed to admit this, but when Calla thought I was Ridge, she mentioned offering me a job at the center as event coordinator. First, it should be noted that when I've done this shifting before, I never remembered it. So remembering my conversation with Calla is an enormous step forward. Second, I like it here, Fee. I love the seniors and Winnie and Calla, and I really love the horses. Especially Orchid. And you've taken me into consideration when making big life decisions? She crossed the room and sat on the bed, pulling her sassy familiar into her lap and scratching his chin. Of course I have, Fee. You're my right hand, my Robin, my macaroni, my jelly. First, I'm the cheese, honey, always. Second, well, hush my puppies. We have a home, at last. Excitement built in her stomach, a flutter of hope she might have found somewhere to grow some roots. I think we just might. Bet the old Ridgester will be happy to hear that. Her excitement waffled momentarily. If what Calla said is true, then he's only here to fix up the farm. He wants to go back to Dallas. Then you'd better buff up your charms, Bebop, because we need a nice man to complete our family picture. I'm not buffing up anything, and I don't need a man to feel complete. I had one for all of 20 seconds, and look what happened. I robbed a bank. Besides, there's nothing going on between me and Ridge. Even if she wanted there to be something going on. A lot. That shift into his form means something, Bernie. It's bigger than you think. If shifts are emotionally charged, your green light is on, Plum Puddin'. She set him on the bed and grabbed her purse from the nightstand with a scoff. I have to go, or I'm going to be late. You can run, but you can't hide. Bernie likes the Ridgeinator. See you later, Fee, she called out as she popped open her bedroom door and headed down the stairs. Stopping at the entryway, she decided to poke her head in on Winnie and her daughter Lola. Their heads bent together as they looked at a gardening magazine made Bernie smile. Ben was tinkering with something and chatting with his son in the kitchen, while soft classical music played and Benny Jr. sat in his high chair eating Cheerios, his pudgy hands driving them into his mouth. An enormous glass vase with blue and white hydrangeas drooping down the sides held some of the latest bounty from the garden, and Winnie's familiar, a Cabbage Patch doll named Ichabod, sat propped up against it on the table in front of them, 3 bows crookedly tied to his tufts of hair. "'Lo, Bernie. Looking sharp tonight," Ichabod said. She was still trying to keep it together where this doll was concerned. Sure, she had a cat that talked, but a doll? Still, Ichabod was always friendly, and she was, after all, learning to overcome her fears. What was one more creepy doll fear? Bernie grinned in his general direction, wondering how he could see her, but opting not to ask. Some magical things were just better left alone. Thanks, Ichabod. Lola grinned up at her. You look pretty, Miss Bernie. I like that shirt a lot better than the one with all the poofy birds on it. Do you want me to put a ribbon in your hair to match it?
Give that serious thought, Bernie, Ichabod crowed.
Thank you, Lola, she said on a laugh, ruffling her hair. And as much as I wish I could, because I love bows almost as much as Fee, I'll be late meeting my study partner. Can I get a rain check? Lola bobbed her head. Uh-huh. We're looking at hydrangeas. See? She pointed to the picture of a fluffy blue bush of flowers. Aren't they pretty? Hydrangeas, Winnie corrected with a chuckle and a roll of her eyes. Very pretty, Lola. I see somebody lost a tooth, huh? Lola nodded, hopping up on the chair. Using her index finger, she stretched her mouth open so Bernie could see inside, her excitement visible in her big dark eyes. Uh-huh. I lost it at school today. I'm almost adult now. Winnie clucked her tongue, her eyes amused. An adult. And why don't you tell Miss Bernie just how you lost that tooth, Lola Falola? Lola's slight shoulders slumped in her pink pajamas. I was hanging upside down in the tree at school and I fell. And why were you hanging upside down in the tree at school, devilish one? Winnie asked. 'Cause stupid Alan Finster dared me to, she mumbled, avoiding Winnie's eyes. Winnie sighed and shook her head. Now you mind your manners. Alan can dare all he wants. It's you who has to use all of your willpower and not accept the dare. You know you're not supposed to be up in the tree at school, young lady. Bernie fought a chuckle and instead peered into Lola's mouth and made a very serious face. Wow. How does it feel to be so grown up in just one day? She shrugged her shoulders and made a pouty face. Not as good as I thought. I got time out, and Miss Marjorie told Mommy. But I got my fingers crossed. The tooth fairy will still come. Not on my watch, Winnie muttered, dropping a kiss to the top of Lola's head before rising and pointing toward the front door and following Bernie out of the kitchen. Between you and me, he's a filthy animal. Total misogynistic jackhole. Bernie cocked her head, fighting her typical disbelief when she heard stories of this ilk. He's real? Very. Ran into him in a bar in Istanbul once. Wanted to take his collection of teeth and shove them down his throat. Bernie laughed with a wince. This world takes some getting used to. Indeed it does, and speaking of worlds, Baba seems to have fallen off the edge of it. But I've got to call into her about this Eddie. Now I need her approval before I give you the go-ahead, but once she hears what really happened that day, I know she's going to make you a free woman. Also, I've asked around about this Doris, and no one's seen her since that night at bingo. So she wasn't a figment of my imagination. That's a small measure of relief. Nope, she exists. Ridge saw her, and so did Flora, and Calla's grandfather Ezra. Now I want to know what she wants with you. If you don't mind, I've asked Daphne to maybe poke at her husband Fate and see what he can see. He's not supposed to reveal future instances, but I can't see why he would mind looking into past occurrences. There has to be a clue somewhere along the way that explains this, Bernie. I damn well intend to find out what that is. Bernie swallowed hard, unable to express her gratitude for Winnie in words. She gripped Winnie's arm, but nothing came out. Winnie pulled her into a quick hug, scented with lemon and roses, before letting her go. You don't have to say a word, just Bernie. But promise me you'll be very careful when someone's not with you, okay? I know you're beginning to get the hang of your powers, but there's still so much more we need to get through, understand? Your powers are so oddly complex that none of us can pinpoint their origins. Bernie held up her right hand. Promise. Speaking of powers, I have a date with a very important book of spells. Can I borrow the car, please? A date, huh? Freudian slip? She asked with a wicked grin, handing Winnie the keys from the basket on the table by the front door. I don't know who Freudian is. Is he cute? Winnie sighed and rolled her eyes. Fine, don't tell me anything. But as far as I'm concerned, you're a free agent. We just need Baba to sign off, and then you cannot date the tantalizing Ridge Donovan all you like. Her insecurities began to surface. I don't think he's interested in dating me. Callis says he's going back to Dallas once the farm's handled. Plus, we've spent many nights studying those dusty books, and he hasn't made a single pass at me. Have you made a pass at him?
Horror widened her eyes. No, he's your boss. Yeah. Listen. Did it ever occur to you that he's not making passes because you're so hung up on this order of things? And don't tell me he's not interested. His eyes gobble you right up whenever you're not looking, even when you wear that stabbed my eyeballs yellow velour tracksuit. Ridge is just following your cues and allowing you your boundaries, which makes him wildly hot and crazy patient. So here's a thought, rule follower. Lighten up on all the regulations and eggshells and whatever else has you so hung up and just relax, Bernie. Move forward. Go for what you want. Then don't come home until morning. I'll be here with Benny Jr. tacked to my hip for support during your walk of shame. Bernie took a deep, shaky breath before saying, I'm going to give that some thought. Thanks, Winnie. Winnie winked her fringed eye. You bet. And by the way, you look gorgeous tonight. I love that color on you. Then she waved a dismissive hand. Now off. Go make goo-goo eyes at Ridge. With a laugh, she headed out the door and toward the pacer. As she climbed inside, she pressed the button to turn on her favorite French GPS shotgun. Bonjour, Bernie. I am so pleased to see you again. Where shall we go tonight? Ridge Donovan's. Her heart sped up, simply saying his name. Ooh la la, Bernie. Love is in the air, oui? Smiling, she shook her head at just how out of the ordinary her life had become. Talking cats and devastation spells, Cabbage Patch dolls and disappearing tractors. Who outside of this town would believe her if she told them what she'd encountered? But she was finding she didn't really care, because these were the things that were becoming comfortable for her. The things she wanted in her life. She wanted them so much, she almost didn't care that she'd come about them by way of the pokey. She almost didn't care how she'd become a witch. She was just beginning to taste what living a real life was about, and she didn't want to look back. So tonight was going to be about looking forward. Maybe even forward toward Ridge. As she pulled into his driveway, Bernie experienced a surge of pure confidence. Tonight would be the night she'd test the waters of the pool of Ridge. Test them by taking a chance and actually telling him how she was feeling. Tonight, she was going to go get her man. Grr. Chapter 12. When Ridge opened the door, his tall frame filling it up, some of her confidence waffled. If he wasn't so damned good-looking, if his jeans didn't fit him like a glove, if his buttoned-up shirt wasn't so tapered against his lean waist and opened at his bronzed throat, she might not have wavered. If. But here he was, as smoking hot as always, making her knees tremble on the way up the front porch stairs, and she damn well resented it. No one was knocking her off her game tonight. Tonight, she was going to make a move. He wasn't wearing his Stetson, and when he didn't wear it, but instead pulled his thick chocolate hair back in a short ponytail, she wanted to drive her fingers through the silky locks. He smiled at her and waved her inside, pointing to the kitchen table. A small Formica dinette with the books they were studying, a bottle of red wine, and a cheese pizza sitting on top. She was a little in love with Ridge's house, maybe because it reminded her of her parents' old place. From the white-stained cabinets that met the ceiling and the copper farmer's sink in the kitchen, to the worn, well-loved floors and the enormous bookcase in the living room, she loved it all. It smelled like apples and cinnamon, laughter and warmth. And Ridge. Each time she stepped through the screen door, she felt at peace. So, how's my favorite witch tonight? And there it was. The way they started every study date together. With a flirty joke. No more. Bernie crossed the room and set her purse on the coppery granite countertop, putting her hand on her hip and jutting it forward just like she'd been advised by Flora, who was convinced she needed to gussy up her game with Ridge. She'd made a decision on the way over here, and she was sticking to it. Move this along, or go off and lick her rejection wounds in a corner. Am I your favorite witch? Ridge cocked an eyebrow, his eyes glittering. Who's saucy tonight? he asked with an amused chuckle, following her steps to stand in front of her. She shifted on her foot to ease the sharp pang in her hip. How did women stand like that? I asked a question.
I'm afraid to answer.
Because?
Because I was just doing the usual banter thing we do. We've been doing it since we began studying. Have the rules changed?
So that means I'm not your favorite witch?
Okay, stop the roller coaster. I want off. Tell me what's going on here.
I've spent more of my life being cautious and afraid than not. I've walked on more eggshells than Miss Prissy and Company out back could ever produce in a lifetime. And I don't want to do that anymore. Ridge's eyes scanned her face, his mouth in a perfect O.
You don't have to walk on eggshells with me.
Good.
Yeah,
he agreed, pumping a fist in the air.
Good. Want to start again?
Nope. Ridge ran a hand over his chin, his face clearly confused.
I feel like there's some kind of speed trap here, and if I'm not careful, I'm gonna drive right into it and end up swallowed whole. How about you just explain what's going on, and I listen and shut up?
No speed traps. Just honesty.
About the eggshells.
She shot a finger up in the air. Yes, about the eggshells.
So, what about them?
He asked, his tone tentative. I don't want to walk on them anymore.
Good. Go Team Bernie.
Not the right answer. He squinted, looking thoughtful.
What is the right answer?
I want this to stop between us. Right now.
That's the answer.
No, you're not paying attention. That's a request.
Then this has to do with eggshells, how?
This was harder than it sounded. The more she tried to express her feelings, the less the words she spoke made any kind of sense. I already told you. I don't want to walk on them anymore.
Right. I got that part. I just don't know how it relates to me. Us. Me calling you my favorite witch.
She waved her hand in the direction of the table. This. Now Ridge scratched his head.
You mean you feel like you're walking on eggshells when we study?
Yes.
Oh, that's totally unfair. I've tried really hard to make you as comfortable as possible, Bernie. I've been a complete gentleman the entire time.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Thank God he'd said it, because she clearly wasn't getting it right. That's the crux of the problem.
This is the most convoluted conversation I've ever had. In fact, it's a lot like your math. How is my being a gentleman a problem?
It interferes with my eggshells. Maybe I don't want you to be a gentleman. Did you ever consider that? She winced. None of this was going the way it had in her head.
You mean with all the rules you have, like calling me Mr. Donovan? Color me crazy, but I figured your boundaries were set in stone.
Maybe you figured wrong, she blurted out.
Meaning?
And then it all came tumbling out. Meaning you've kissed me on 3 occasions now and not one single follow-up. You flirt, you joke, you tease, you save me from Violet like I need a hero. You devote all this time to helping me learn the art of the craft. Yet I've left here every single night since we began studying debauched. Undebauched, Bernie? Oh, hell in handbaskets. Ridge's next words echoed her thoughts.
Undebauched. Is that even a word?
I don't know. I just know it applies to us.
Did it ever occur to you that you leave here undebauched because you made the rules of the debauching?
Well, now I'm making new ones. He folded his arms over his chest.
Oh, really? I can't wait to hear them. Are they going to be as vague as this conversation is? Because...
Bernie reached him in 2 steps, catching the small heel of her sandal on the braided rug, tripping and falling into Ridge's arms where her lips landed directly on his. On damn purpose. She didn't give him time to protest any longer. Instead, She busied herself with his mouth, sighing against his lips when Ridge wrapped his arms around her and hauled her close. And she let him, wrapping her legs around his waist as her sandals dropped to the floor, and she clung to his neck. His mouth covered hers, taking control as he slipped his tongue between her lips and stroked. Heat, raw and achy, began to build in her belly. Her nipples turned to sharp points, pushing against her bra, driving into his chest. But then Ridge tore his delicious lips from hers.
Hold the phone.
She sucked in a ragged breath of air. Why?
Are we really doing this?
You better believe we are.
But you didn't even want to call me by my first name.
Ridge. Better now? She began to reposition her mouth when he plucked her lower lip with 2 fingers.
Not so fast. What about all your parolee/boss people talking about us rules? Even when you shifted into Violet, you had those rules firmly in place.
She was still processing the story Ridge had told her about her first night here and how she'd shifted into Violet. It was almost too much at this point. Which means, when I say it, I mean it, even when I'm Violet. But since I've been semi-cleared of all charges, that's off the table now. And FYI, I was only doing that to protect you, so no one would make fun of you for hooking up with an unsavory.
So all this time while I've been fighting to keep my hands to myself, sticking to the plan you made very clear, you've been lusting for me.
She rolled her eyes at him. Lusting?
What else would you call it?
Okay, fine. Yes. Yes, I've been lusting for you. She found it wasn't so hard to say after all. In fact, it felt a lot like freedom.
And you mean to tell me that because I didn't kiss you again after you shifted into me, I was supposed to somehow know you might want to be a little more than just study partners? I mean, I all but took out a billboard on Main in town and nothing. You gave me absolutely nothing. You've been here every night for what feels like forever, wearing all manner of lust-inducing clothing.
It's the yellow tracksuit, isn't it? Knew I should have opted for Laura Ingalls Prairie chic to keep your wicked thoughts at bay.
I can't tell you the thoughts I've had about peeling that off you. It's mighty potent workout wear, but that's not the point. The point is, you've been all but intoxicating, yet you never once indicated you were even a little attracted to me since the barn.
Is this what's holding us up? My crappy reciprocal flirting skills?
Yeah, this is what's holding us up. And it has nothing to do with flirting. It has to do with the vibe you give off. I couldn't figure you out. You sure didn't seem to mind kissing me, but then you'd avoid the hell out of me right after, for days. How, I ask you, how is a man supposed to know the signs when your signs are written in Chinese?
Bernie burst out laughing, letting her head fall back on her shoulders as she remembered what Winnie had said to her tonight. That's very fair. I'm sorry, but if you're interested, I took an English class, and here's the score. I don't want to study witchcraft with you. I lust for you. Let's get it on. Now Ridge laughed, the rumble of his chest sending chills along her arms.
Then from here on out, just say it. Don't beat around the bush with me, because you could drive a man out of his damn mind.
From here on out?
Were you thinking this would be a one-time thing? Because if so, I'll have to respectfully decline and just have raunchy dreams about you to tide me over until I can change your mind.
Her pulse throbbed in her eardrums and her heart melted in her chest. But I thought you were going back to Dallas. Callis said you were when I was you.
Hey, I have a good idea. Let's not talk about any of that right now. Let's just not talk at all. We can do that afterward. I've waited a long time for this, and we've done a lot of talking up to this point.
So, game on? She asked with a cheeky grin.
Game on, lady. Game so on.
Ridge recaptured her mouth, driving his tongue between her lips, inhaling her soft moan. His mouth was smooth, hot, and demanding she respond. Her fingers found his hair, threading into it, gripping the strands of silk as their bodies melded together. Ridge walked backward with her legs still securely around his waist, the bulge of his rigid shaft pressing into the V of her thighs. He made his way down a long hall and ducked into a room, kneading her ass as they went. He set her on the bed, only the dim glow of a nightlight casting shadows in the room, and then he kneeled in front of her, taking her breath away. Driving her shirt upward and over her head, Ridge didn't waste any time unsnapping her bra and pushing it off. He moaned when he exposed her breasts, cupping them, circling her nipples with exquisitely measured movements until they tightened almost unbearably. A hot wave of need pooled in her belly, and when Ridge leaned forward to brush his mouth over her rigid nipple, she thought she might pass out. He splayed a hand over her chest to settle on her back, his dark skin against her paler flesh mesmerizing her. Bernie's back met the bed, the cool of the puffy comforter a stark contrast to her heated flesh. Shivers ran along her arms as Ridge slipped her jeans and panties off, leaving her open to his gaze. He trailed kisses along her thighs, over her ribcage, flitting his tongue into her belly button before he slipped along her length and found her mouth again. "You're beautiful, Bernie. So beautiful. So damn soft and hot," he whispered thick and low as he parted her legs and thrust a finger inside her. Bernie's hips bucked upward, the stab of pleasure so intense she almost came, but Ridge eased his finger back out of her, making her whimper. Lifting off the bed, he began to undress, giving her a glimpse of how incredibly beautiful he was. His chest was wide, bronzed from his work on the farm, with just a light sprinkle of hair between his well-defined pecs. A lean waist led to equally lean hips and a rigid man V of hip bones. Thick thighs doused with that same hair bulged and flexed when he drew his jeans over them. And then he was as deliciously naked as she, his cock driving upward, long and solid. Bernie's heart pounded simply looking at him. He was rugged and manly, and she wanted all of him right now. Ridge spread her thighs apart, gazing down into her eyes before kneeling again, dipping his head low, his hair rubbing against her sensitive skin. The first swipe of his tongue against her clit made her see colors behind her eyes, flashing neon bright. She rose up on her elbows and thrust her hips upward toward more pleasure, but found she couldn't hold herself up. She fell back on the bed, and her fingers found his hair again, gripping it at either side of his head as he teased her clit, stroking it, flattening his tongue against the throbbing nub, making her writhe. Tears stung her eyes, his mouth feeling so perfect against her flesh until she couldn't stand it any longer. Threads of longing tickled her belly, turning into a hot wave of desperate, agonizing need. Bernie's thighs clenched. Her hands fell from Ridge's hair to the comforter, where she grabbed fistfuls of the material and drove her hips upward. The rush of white-hot heat came without warning, crashing into her, making her shake as Ridge continued to stroke her with the rasp of his tongue until she came with a small scream. Her body stiffened, tight as an arrow poised on a bow, going rigid, pulling every muscle in her body until it let go, letting her down with the last tremor of climax. His large hands soothed her heated flesh, smoothing away the last of the tension as he eased upward along her body until they were face to face once again. Ridge's eyes met hers when she cradled his jaw with her hands and captured his mouth once more, tasting herself on his lips, groaning at how quickly he reignited her desire for him. His cock was rock hard against her thigh, prompting her to explore his every inch with her hands. She roamed them over his wide back, moving with ease over each muscle, then changing direction and skimming his chest, planting her palms over his nipples. Lower and lower she trailed her hands down, until they wrapped around his cock, smooth and lightly veined. Ridge's groan made her smile against his mouth, encouraged her to roll him to his back and kiss her way down the lines of her abs, relishing the taste of his skin on her tongue. Bernie hovered for only a moment, her breath against his shaft making him buck, before she flicked her tongue over his entire length, then enveloped him between her lips. The slide downward was slow and easy while she twisted her tongue, letting her teeth graze lightly as she went. Ridge wrapped her hair in his hand and lifted his thigh, driving into her mouth again and again with a long moan, then pulling away and gripping her shoulders, lifting her upward until their skin met once more. She hissed as their flesh connected, raising her leg, allowing Ridge to set her on top of him. When she straddled his hips, Bernie sighed, falling forward on his chest and letting her cheek rest there. His heart beat strong against her ear as she melted into him. Eyes closed, she savored the length of him, relished their hot blend of skin. In that moment, she discovered she'd never felt quite like this with anyone else. There hadn't been many lovers in her lifetime, and none of them evoked this kind of contentment in her quite the way her body connected with Ridge's did. His strong arms went up around her back, his chin to the top of her head, and despite their clear need, they lie that way for a moment, absorbing each other, breathing in time together. But the press of his cock against her abdomen was insistent, prompting her to sit up and lift her hips using her knees. Bernie didn't stop to think about anything but wanting him inside her, now. Grasping his cock, Ridge settled at her entry, then eased her down along his shaft. It pulsed inside her, making her plant a hand on his chest to keep steady. The pleasure was so intense. Rolling her hips, Bernie adjusted to his width, as Ridge stretched her deliciously, and then the first pang of heightening desire hit her, low and slow, wending its way between her legs. Ridge cupped her breast while the rhythm of his hips matched hers, easy but increasing with each thrust until their gasps mingled. Her nipples tightened when Ridge used his thumb to spread her flesh and skim her clit. She kneaded his chest with desperate hands as he stoked her inside and out. Ridge's muscles began to tighten beneath her, his thrusts growing more urgent. But when he reached around and gripped her ass, grinding her against him, the tickle of crisp pubic hair coupled with his cock deeply embedded inside drove her right over the edge. A pulsing electric wave of sharp pleasure made her head fall back on her shoulders and her eyes roll back in her head, and with one of Ridge's wide hands braced lightly against her throat and the other clenching her ass, they came. Hard, long, with hot moans of satisfaction. His muscled arms enveloped her, urged her closer as he took his last thrust, his lips pressing a sizzling kiss against hers. Bernie collapsed then, boneless and sated, burying her face in the strong column of his neck, listening to him catch his breath. Giving her a light nudge, he asked, "Ooh, was that the new eggshell-less Bernie?" Laughter spilled from her mouth. "Yes." "I vote eggshell-free for life," he murmured into her ear with a chuckle. Yeah, she was good with that, too. Ridge poured them each a glass of wine, handing her one that she accepted with gratitude. He'd set them up on the bed, in his deep burgundy and forest green bedroom, heating the very cold pizza in the oven and serving it up on paper plates. He huddled under the covers with her, propping the pillows up behind them and keeping her close. As she took a sip of the wine, her eyes widened in appreciation, making her lick her lips. "That's so good. It's been a long time since I've had wine." "It should be good. It's been down in the storm cellar fermenting forever. I dug it out especially for tonight." "Is the storm cellar those doors beside the barn that look like a place where a serial killer locks up his victims?" Ridge laughed, the ripple of muscles in his abs making her shiver. "That's the one. Technically, it's an underground storm shelter for tornadoes, but through the years, we've mostly used it to store things that aren't bodies. Promise." She giggled as she took a quick look around and wondered out loud. "So you grew up in this house?" He gave her a bite of pizza, catching the geese escaping her mouth by capturing it between his lips. "I did. My parents bought it back in the late 1800s, and we've been here ever since." She shook her head with an ironic smile. "I keep forgetting how old you are." "Your file from Baba Yaga said you're 30. You've got some catching up with me to do." "My file?" "Don't get bent out of shape," he teased, planting a kiss on her lips. "It has minimal information. Your set of work skills, your age, any special health needs, and so on. All the stuff a boss needs to know about his parolees." She snorted into her wine glass. "Sorry. I'm still a sensitive ex-con. So let's talk family. Do you have any brothers or sisters?" His face darkened a bit at the mention of siblings. "One brother, Finn. He's the one responsible for the stash of expensive wine in the storm cellar. He's actually why I'm here in Paris." So this isn't voluntary, being on the farm?
Yes and no. After my parents died, Finn was handling the farm, or so I thought. About 6 months ago, I got a call from Nash telling me he'd jumped ship. No one's heard from him since.
Bernie set her pizza down on her paper plate and gripped his fingers. I'm sorry. Were you close?
We were, but in recent years, he'd kind of gone off the rails. Wouldn't talk to me or even my folks, but I never expected to come home to this.
He left you in a mess, I take it. She watched the tick in his sharp jaw bounce.
The damn place is falling apart, and we can't use magic on the farm. My father wouldn't allow it. He wanted us to know what hard work really was, so he put some kind of spell on it. Which means all of the repairs became my responsibility when Finn up and took off.
And she'd set his barn on fire, adding to his misery. And I really helped by burning down your barn. He dropped another kiss on the end of her nose before taking a healthy bite of his slice of pizza.
You didn't burn it down, Snugglepuff. You just gave it that smoky toasted marshmallow feel. It's all okay. I'll just add it to the list of renovations.
An idea began to form, one she planned to organize if at all possible. Glenda Jo said your mom loved the barn. Ridge smiled. Obviously, the memory evoked warmth.
She did. Sort of like you do. She loved the horses just like you, too.
I've heard a lot about her from the seniors. They have great respect for her memory.
She was an amazing lady. My dad was a good guy, too. Strict, but a great teacher, provider, and lover of all things nature. What about your parents?
Bernie sipped at her wine and sighed, trying not to let her grief ruin this moment. Well, there's the obvious which question mark. But aside from that, they were pretty normal. Both school teachers, both loved by our small community. I miss them. I have so many questions I want to ask them now.
Have you given more thought to going back to Boston to give their stuff in storage another hard look?
I have. I have to, right? I can't just let this all go, Ridge. I need to know if they knew, and if they did, why they'd keep it from me.
Any word on where Baba is and if she's going to listen to reason and let you off?
Her eyes rolled upward. That woman's like Carmen Sandiego. No one knows where in the world she is.
Baba is known to just take off on a whim. You could be here a while.
What about you? What do you do in Dallas?
I own a securities consulting firm.
He owned a company. Why would he abandon that to run a farm? Her heart sank. So, being here is really mucking things up, I bet. He shrugged, his broad shoulders gleaming in the dim light.
Not so much. I have a partner who keeps things moving pretty smoothly.
In the interest of just saying it, do you plan to go back to Dallas once the farm's on the mend? He stared into her eyes, brushing his fingers through her hair.
You know, I've been back for 6 months now, and I almost can't remember what Dallas was like. I don't think I realized how much I missed farming, the small-town mentality, until I was forced to remember. So no, I don't think I'm going back. Besides, it's going to take 100 years to get this place back up and running. Which leads us to you. If you go to Boston to look through your parents' things, will you stay?
The thought of going back to virtually nothing opened back up that hole in her chest again. There's nothing in Boston for me now. I have no family, no friends. I love Boston. I love the fall, the cooler weather. I love the Celtics. But I was also very isolated there. Now I'm here with people who are like me, and just that alone is huge. I like Paris. I love the seniors. I think it might be time for me to reconfigure my logistics. Grinning, he moved her paper plate of pizza and pulled her close to him again.
Wanna reconfigure together?
I think I might.
Then that'll give us something to do while we get to know each other better. But first, do you really watch The Housewives?
And if I do? She asked with mock outrage.
I'm loaning you my DVR.
Bernie giggled just before Ridge took her lips once more, and then she allowed herself to forget everything but his lovemaking. Chapter 13. As walks of shame went, she was surely a strong contender for first runner-up. It was 3 a.m. as she headed back to Winnie's with a grin on her face, recalling the most amazing night she'd had in more years than she cared to remember. "Bernie, what are you doing? It is the left onto Pecton Lane. You make the right. Turn around. You must turn around." Bernie refocused at Jacques' urgent tone, realizing she'd made a wrong turn with her daydreaming. "Sorry, Jacques, I was distracted." "Oui, oui, Bernie. You must stop thinking of the handsome farmer and pay attention. Hands on the wheel, eyes on the road at all times." She chuckled at the green light of the GPS and nodded, pulling to the side of the dirt road. "Right, so where do I go from here?" Where was here? She hadn't spent a lot of time on the back roads that led to several farms neighboring ridges and nashes, but this didn't even look like the same landscape. "You must turn around and turn back onto the Pecton Lane, Bernie." "Got it, turning around." She tried to put the pacer in reverse, but the gear wouldn't budge. What the hell? "Bernie, you must turn around now. Please do as Jacques says and turn around." She reached out for the GPS, running her fingers over the buttons to soothe him. "Calm down, Jacques. I'd turn around if I could get the car in gear, but it won't budge. I haven't been able to afford a cell phone yet, so I can't call. Also, I'm sort of just learning the transportation spells, so I'm not sure I can manage zapping us back to Winnie's without taking out a few houses. So just relax. I'm going to figure out where we are and walk back to Winnie's to get help. You wait here, okay?" "No, no, Bernie. Please, you must stay in the car. Please do not exit the vehicle." Bernie rolled her eyes. Was every talking device and animal in the witch world so damn dramatic? "I've walked to Winnie's 1,000,000 times, Jacques. It'll be fine. Now sit tight." She popped the door open to the tune of Jacques' protests and climbed out, unable to get her bearings as she looked around. Where the hell was she? Surveying the landscape, she tried to squint into the dark. The stars had suddenly disappeared, making the horizon look like a black hole. Huh. "Bernie?" She whipped around at the voice, calling her from the deep velvet of the night. A chill skittered up her spine as the form attached to the voice pushed its way out of the night, like an entity seeping from fabric. "Who are you?" "It's Doris, Bernie. You remember me, right?" Her stomach dropped to her toes as the pretty blonde spilled out of the darkness and approached her. "What are you doing here, Doris? And where have you been?" As Doris's curvy body grew clearer, Bernie began to back away, bumping into the car's front end. Maybe she should try to zap herself out of here, but she was struggling to remember the spell. "I'm here to talk to you about Eddie," she said, her sugary sweet tone sitting wrong in Bernie's ears. She lifted her chin. "Fuck Eddie." Doris giggled, the sound echoing around her head. "Yeah, did that." Point for Doris. "So what does that have to do with me? Why would you be here? To brag about the notch on your belt?" Doris moved in closer, her face looming in front of Bernie's. "It has everything to do with you, Bernie." Rather than fearful, now she was just plain annoyed that Doris was intruding on her perfectly awesome end of an evening. "Go back to Boston, Doris. I don't give a rat's ass about Eddie anymore. He let me rot in a prison cell for 10 months. I have nothing to talk to you about." As she turned to get back into the car, Doris grabbed her arm. Bernie reacted by attempting to shrug her off, but Doris gripped her even harder. "You don't want to do that, Bernie." "Get the hell off me, Doris," she bellowed, yanking her arm away just as the feeling Ridge had taught her to identify began to swell. The feeling that something horrible was going to happen if she didn't take control. The only problem was, she had no time to take control before someone else said, "Bernie, my favorite felon. How's tricks, baby girl?" Just before she saw a flash of magic she could now identify as shady magic, one that forced her into a deep vortex of nothing.
"Morning, Winnie. I've come calling for Bernie. She around?"
Winnie grinned at Ridge and clapped her hands before pulling him inside the house. The seniors were gathered at the table with Calla, Lola, Greta, and Fee, studying a chart of some plant or another. "I'm so excited," she said, tucking his arm under hers and propelling him toward the group. "Look who's here, ladies and gents. It's the man of the hour." Everyone yelled, "Hey, Ridge," with knowing smiles on their faces, until Greta blew her whistle. "Y'all dirty birds better be respectful. It ain't nobody's business but Ridge and Bernie's if they did the do." Ridge fought a snicker. Had Bernie already told them about last night? That didn't seem like her. It was more likely Joellen Landry had gotten to chattering with Flora. She lived just down the road from Winnie, and it wasn't unlikely she'd seen Bernie pull up at 3 a.m. during one of what she called her episodes. Not much went unnoticed in Paris. He should know that by now. Gus grunted into his styrofoam cup of coffee. "Stole my girl, did you? What do you have that I don't?"
"Abs," Glenda Jo said with a fluttery giggle. "Muscles coming out your ears," Flora chimed in with a laugh. "A tight butt," Joellen said on a scream of giggles.
"Bah,"
Gus groused, though his expression was teasing.
"Can't believe she'd want a musclehead farmer when she could have debonair and witty me."
Ridge laughed, holding out a hand to Gus.
"Best man wins friend."
Gus rolled his eyes but took Ridge's hand.
Yeah. I guess if it couldn't be me, I'd pick you too. With all those muscles and abs and all,"
he drawled begrudgingly, giving Glenda Jo and Flora the eye. He scanned the room looking for Bernie.
"So, where's she at? Thought I might see if she'd like a little late breakfast over at Sweetie's Diner."
He'd awakened early for morning chores today, but he didn't feel at all tired. He felt invigorated, happy, really happy. Bernie was something he hadn't expected or even wanted at this point in his life, but after last night, he knew he wanted more. The ease of their conversations once Bernie wasn't playing cautious astounded him. The intenseness of their lovemaking had plain knocked his socks off. He wanted to watch her wake up in the morning, fall asleep next to him at night, laugh when she made a cow disappear instead of a bale of hay, sit on the front porch with her and watch the world go by as they shared a beer and ate cheesy puffs from a bag. He wanted to get to know her, to replace the losses of her past and fill them up with the promise of a future. Fee was the first to speak up, his tail with the pink bow swizzling in the air. "Wait, if you're here and she's not with you, where is she?" A small alarm bell sounded in his brain, but it was still vague.
"She's not here? Maybe she took a walk. She said she liked walking most in the mornings because the sun didn't set her head on fire."
Fee began to pace the length of the table, his voice frantic. "I thought she was with you. She never came home last night, Ridge." Now the bell in his brain was louder, more insistent.
"Are you sure, Fee? She left my house at 3 a.m. I walked her out to the car myself."
"Damn right I'm sure, Hot Pants. I do sleep with her. Her bed is untouched." The front door flew open then, Daphne appearing in the frame, her blonde hair mussed from the dry winds that had picked up. "Oh, thank God you're here, Ridge. Where's Bernie? We need to talk." A pressing, undeniable panic began to stir in his gut, but he was opting to remain calm. There was likely an explanation for her whereabouts. He'd learned in the securities business to keep cool. "That's what we're trying to figure out now, Daphne," Winnie said, as she handed Lola off to her husband, Ben, who took her out to the garden. As the seniors began to grumble, Calla held up a hand. "Everyone just stay calm until we shouldn't." "Tell us what you have, Daphne," Winnie insisted, motioning her to join them and pouring her a cup of coffee. "Y'all said Bernie didn't know she was a witch, right? But I have a question. Was she ill as a child? Does anyone know? Fate kept picking up something dark and ugly, like leukemia or something life-threatening."
"Yes," Ridge almost shouted. "She was sick with leukemia as an infant. In fact, she almost died. She mentioned her parents were really overprotective in her teens as a result."
Daphne took a long breath before she said a word, closing her eyes as she spoke, as though she were trying to recite the vision from memory. "Fate says someone visited Bernie in the hospital during that time. He said he saw a woman bent over her crib,
blood, and what he suspects was her father rocking her while she was hooked up to a bunch of tubes.
Flora's eyes widened as she gripped Gus's arm.
No. You don't think, do you?
Think what? Ridge asked, tamping down his rising panic as his mind began to race, going over the different types of magic he'd studied with Bernie. Winnie's eyes glittered, but she then said what he dreaded most. Blood magic. His heart sank to his stomach. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Bernie's head throbbed, a dull, unrelenting pound as her eyes popped open. She tried to sit up, but nausea came in a wave, making her gag. The scent of 1,000,000 unmucked stalls mingled with the damp slime assaulted her nose. Her attempt to move only brought more pain and rising bile in her throat. As she forced herself to sit upright, she was thwarted by the distinct rattle of chains, attached to her arms and legs in loose fashion, giving her just enough room to lift her hands to chest level. God, could this be any more cliché? What villain didn't tie up their victims with chains? As she became more aware of her surroundings, she realized the wall at her back was where the damp smell was coming from. The floor was made up of dirt if her hands felt correctly. Touchy tummy today, Bernie. Her eyes flew upward to find Eddie towering over her, but she felt him rather than saw him. Knew his soft voice and his slow delivery. Must be the company. So this is rather extreme. Chains? What gives? Eddie sat on his haunches. She heard him squat down, heard the crunch of the hard dirt beneath his feet. Oh, you have no idea how extreme, Bernie. I went to a lot of trouble and years' worth of keeping track of you. It was intricate and painstaking, and there was a point where I didn't think I'd ever be rid of you and your ridiculously pathetic life. But suddenly one day there it all was, like a gift from the goddess. This was meant to be. She tried to get a visual on where she was, but it was so damn dark. Bernie blinked again, trying to remember that she wasn't a weakling. She'd learned a thing or two between Ridge and the others, and what better way to test it than in this situation? That thought gave her a little confidence, but not much. What do you want from me, Eddie? Wasn't it enough that I did time for you? As a witch, mind you. Do you have any idea what that was like? Not knowing I was a goddamn witch? Fee had been right. Eddie had known all along. She knew it in her gut. Eddie wanted something that had to do with her witch powers, but what exactly eluded her minimal knowledge? He moved in close. His breath fanned her face, tainted with his favorite whiskey. Is prison food really as bad as they say? Look, let's skip all the niceties and bullshit and get to the point. I know you're a warlock and you know I'm a witch. So I repeat, what do you want from me, asshole? She screamed. Wow. That was kind of ragey and very unlike her. But by fuck, Eddie had let her stew in prison for months while he got off scot-free and he was making jokes about the slop she'd consumed? Nope. Officially not an Eddie fan. But Eddie wasn't at all affected by her ire. His voice remained quiet when he said, You don't know by now. I'd have thought your new boyfriend and the town hags would have figured out what I want. Flexing her fingers, Bernie snapped them, turning the tips into small lighters. She held up her hand as far as the chains would let her before she felt tension, and fought a gasp of horror at the scene laid out before her. Where the hell are we, Eddie? Does it really make a difference, Bernie? You can't escape. I've made sure of it. Just look around and tell me what you see. The space was enormous, as long as it was wide. She was in some kind of cellar. That much was clear now. And her chains were attached to the ceiling by multiple pulleys. Bernie gulped when she chanced to look upward. He'd rigged the room. If she attempted to move too far, or someone tried to open the cellar doors, the pulleys would trigger a guillotine that would slice her right down the center of her head. Perfect. Sure, she had magic, but she was a pathetic novice, and to her recollection, she didn't know a spell that would release her from something like this. However, if she got out of here alive, That was one of the first things on her list to look up. How to save your head from being split in two in one spell or less. "You're a son of a bitch, Eddie."
"Don't be bitter, Bea,"
he said softly, as his serenely handsome face came into focus.
"And don't move too much. I've given you some play, but if you make a break for the doors over there, you're toast. Also, there's this. A little extra insurance in case one of your friends realizes you're missing and thinks to look here."
He held up a black cylinder with a red button on top. "And that is?" she managed to ask, fighting to keep her voice even.
"A bomb that I'll detonate the moment someone even considers touching those doors."
"Oh, sweet hell. But won't you blow up with me?" Eddie eyeballed her, and she would swear she was seeing madness.
"Yep. But if I can't have it, no one can."
Have what? What was worth possible suicide? Whatever it was, he was willing to die for it. Bernie's breathing stopped, but she kept pushing words out anyway. "Why did you rob the bank, Eddie? Why did you frame me?" As she took a closer look, he appeared haggard, pale, almost listless when he gazed at her.
"I wasn't robbing the bank. I was getting something from the vault."
"Something that wasn't yours, I presume?"
"Ding, ding, ding. You win this round."
"Why didn't you just use your magic? Isn't that how witches land in Baba Yaga's jail, using their magic for personal gain?" A sigh puffed from his mouth, raspy and long.
"Because I'm a warlock, and not a terribly powerful one, Bernie. I can't do the things you can. I have immortality on my side. I can make things disappear, you know, the usual warlock fare. But I come from a very weak bloodline, one that gets little respect. But that's all about to change. There'll be no more mocking the wimpy warlock anymore."
She took small consolation in his admission. Maybe she could outmagic him, bumbling wand-wielder that she was. Sweat beaded her forehead and upper lip. "So what were you stealing if it wasn't money?"
"A very valuable book. A book I've looked for ever since your mother's best friend was tragically killed."
That made her pause. Her mother's best friend. Her mother didn't have a best friend. She had many friends, but... And then she remembered the pictures of her mother and a woman named... Marie? Marissa? Marina? Damn, she couldn't remember, but she did recall her mother showing her the pictures of them on a playground, getting an award in middle school, graduating college, and telling Bernie they'd been lifelong friends until the woman died when Bernie was just a baby. Fear slithered up her spine and along her tethered arms. How did her mother's dead best friend play a part in this? Think. She needed to think, not ask so many questions. She knew there was a spell of some kind she could use to get out of this. A disengagement spell, maybe? How was she going to get out of these chains without lopping her head off otherwise? Was keeping your head on your shoulders considered magic for personal gain? Eddie chucked her under the chin, the feel of his lean fingers against her flesh making her cringe.
"I guess this is the part where you'll want an explanation."
"I think that's a very fair statement, Eddie. First, you cheat on me with Doris. Then you steal a book from a bank after framing me for attempted robbery. Then I did 10 months' time, wearing Kotex pads for shoes while I peeled every potato shipped out of Idaho. Now I'm presuming you want to kill me. So if you're going to send me to my death, at least play nice." Driving his hands into the pockets of his pressed trousers, his blue eyes glittered.
"I really thought by now you and all your new friends would have figured it out. Here's the thing. That book, the one I stole from the vault, it's a book of spells once owned by a witch with very powerful blood magic."
Oh, blood magic. She remembered a paragraph on that from her studies. Bad. Blood magic was bad if not used appropriately. And who was that witch? She figured she already knew the answer, but stalling him while she tried to remember a spell or anything that would help save her was key to her survival. Your mother's best friend, Marie. Jackpot. What does my mother's best friend have to do with me? She gave it to you, Bernie. Gave me what? Was he completely bonkers? As her mind raced, something suddenly clicked with a jolt, but Eddie got to the punch before she was able. As you know, when you were an infant, you were sick. Your mother and Marie were very close. So close, except for one small thing. Your mother had no idea Marie was a witch. They'd been friends all their lives, and Marie never told her. But when you became gravely ill, your mother and father weren't the only ones suffering. Marie suffered too. She loved you as much as your parents. So what did she give me? She asked on a wince, her words thick and tight. Eddie smiled at the memory, the same smile he used to give her when he recalled something pleasant. Marie gave you the gift of life, totally unbeknownst to your mother and father. She popped into the hospital one night under the guise of a visit and gave you her blood magic. She loved your mother that much. The blood magic saved you from certain death, Bernie, but it also made you very valuable to the not-so-nice people in our world. Her head spun, and her arms ached as she tried not to strain against the chains for fear of setting them off. So, my parents really didn't know I was a witch? Or a half-witch? Or whatever the hell I am? A witch with blood magic, pretty girl. And I thought they knew. Come to find out much, much later, they had no clue. I think Marie's plan must have been to confess to them later on in your life. Maybe when you turned 13, when all good witches really begin to come into their own. So she could help you acclimate. Who knows? But if I knew Marie, and I did, she'd never let you stumble around the way you did for almost 20 years, not knowing who you'd become. Of course, I'm only guessing at what her intent was. She died long before she had the chance to tell your parents, or anyone. In fact, she died only a few days after your miraculous recovery. Bernie's heart began to throb painfully in her chest, pushing against her ribs until she thought she'd pass out. Her breathing sped up. Closing her eyes, she asked the dreaded question. How do you know this? How do you know all about me and Marie and my parents? Because I was there, Bernie. There? Uh-huh. I was Marie's lover at the time. She'd slept with someone who'd slept with her mother's best friend? Ugh. Process, Bernie. Process this information quick and figure this out. You knew my mother and father? Eddie finally grinned, his face, so oddly pale, lighting up. I did. We barbecued, we played board games. Marie and I did all the things boring humans do as couples. Nice people, your parents. But I was just passing the time with Marie. No serious intentions. I had no clue she possessed blood magic until I caught her saving you with that damned book. What happened to Marie, Eddie? How did she die? She almost screamed, hearing the rising panic in her voice. Eddie sighed with what sounded like regret. What a mess that was. Sometimes impulsivity and my endless rage at being the butt of every warlock joke known to man can be my curse. Maybe it was because she'd been in the dark for so long, or maybe she was just a glutton for punishment, but somehow the devil was all up in her details. How did she die, Eddie? She repeated through clenched teeth. The same way your parents did. At my hand. Her panic rose to a level she almost couldn't keep in check, but the good news was she'd finally figured out where she was. Wine. There was a rack of it in the corner. She was in Ridge's storm cellar. Chapter 14. Wine! Fee yelped, hopping onto a stack of boxes.
I just heard my bee. I don't know what the hell it means or how it relates to her, but she's thinking about wine. Ridge stopped dead, fighting the rising tide of panic.
Where is she, Fee?
Fee swatted his tail, his ears twitching. It's not clear yet. She's all damn wonky in her head right now. I'm trying to get inside of her damn brain, but she's such a mixed-up mess I can't nudge my way in for very long. Ridge removed his Stetson and ran his hand over his head, taking a deep breath as he leaned against the wall of the large storage unit where Bernie's parents' things were located. Thank God she was still alive. If she was thinking wine, she was still alive. Please stay alive. Winnie and the seniors were tearing through box after box, searching for anything that might help them to understand Fate's vision, looking at things with witch eyes instead of the eyes of an innocent, as Bernie had been when she'd packed everything away. Gus and Flora worked side by side, poring over old magazines, shaking them out, while Glenda Jo flipped furiously through tattered scrapbooks. Clive picked through boxes of Tupperware and kitchen sundries with Greta's help. Calla and Daphne broke a lock on a filing cabinet, tearing out one file after another. The moment they'd realized Bernie was missing, they'd banded together and searched every corner of Paris until they found the Pacer parked right off of Peck-10 Lane. Jacques, the GPS, still panicked, frantically explained that someone named Doris had kidnapped her, and then Winnie made the decision to take matters into her own hands by zapping them all here to the storage unit. Who the hell was Doris, and what did she want with Bernie? Calla had hacked into Bernie's bank account after checking the cash on Winnie's laptop and tracked payments she'd made via an account labeled Mom and Dad. An account Baba Yaga had frozen when Bernie had entered prison, allowing only payments for the storage unit to clear. His hands reached for another box, tearing it open, and silently praying they found something, anything that would lead them to Bernie. Clive jumped up from a corner of the unit where he sat on a beach chair, parsing through some old Tupperware. The box fell to the storage room floor, spilling the plastic containers.
Hold that damn scrapbook up again, Glenda Jo, he demanded gruffly.
Glenda Jo stopped what she was doing and lifted the worn brown vinyl book to show Clive.
I'll be damned,
he shouted.
What?
Ridge pinned Clive with a stare.
That picture.
He dug his reading glasses from the pocket of his plaid shirt and looked closer.
That's Marie Havisham. Ooh-wee, she was a hot number back in the day. Heard through the grapevine she was dead, though.
Ridge grabbed the scrapbook from Glenda Jo and looked at the woman posing with someone he assumed was Bernie's mother. They had their arms around each other at a lake, the sun glistening off the water and their eyes lit up from wide smiles. Bernie hadn't lied when she'd said she was her mom's spitting image. Beneath the photo, words cut from a newspaper or some sort of article read, "Not flesh of my flesh, nor bone of my bone, but nevertheless still my own."
You know her, Clive. She's a witch. Damn right I do, Ridgy boy. We used to paint the town red. She sure could drink, like a damn fish, that woman. Good, good soul she was.
Time was ticking away along with the minutes of his possible future with Bernie.
What does she have to do with Bernie's mother?
Winnie snapped her fingers, making a heavy book appear. She set it on top of an old dresser and began flipping pages. Marie Havisham. Here it is. Coven of the Blood. Known for their ability to change forms. Flora's head snapped up, her sharp eyes zeroing in on the book. Blood magic witches are shifters. 7 hells, how did I miss that? She pressed a hand to her temple and bit her lip.
But what does that mean for Bernie now, Flora?
Ridge asked, fighting his soaring frustration. Flora slapped her thigh. Didn't Fate say something about Bernie sick in the hospital and blood? Winnie's mouth fell open. Clearly she was on to something he was missing. Oh my God, Ridge. If Marie was Bernie's mother's friend, and she was a blood witch, she must have saved Bernie's life. Then it all fell into place. Marie Havisham had spared Bernie with her blood magic, going against every white witch law known to their kind, because she turned a human into an immortal in order to save her. Blood witches were a rare, often hunted breed of witch. And whoever had Bernie wanted her blood magic. Which meant... Wine! Fee yelped again. Wait, he murmured. Damn it, Bebop. Stop panicking enough to let me into your head.
Ridge held his breath for what felt like hours until Fee asked, "Where the hell is there wine in Paris? Wait, damp. It's damp and dark, and there's expensive wine." He paused altogether now, as though he were listening intently to something they couldn't hear. It was all Ridge could do not to shake the answer out of Fee while his tail swished and his tiara trembled atop his black head. "Which is?" Fee asked. "What?" Winnie yelped. "Who the hell is Finn?" Like a bolt of lightning, Ridge knew where Bernie was. "My storm cellar," he yelled, snapping his fingers and disappearing. "You killed my parents? You son of a bitch!" She fought to stay alert, stay focused on Eddie. "Collateral damage, I'm afraid, Bernie. I had to find that book. The time was approaching when you'd come into your own special brand of magic, and I couldn't finish what I'd started if I didn't have the book." The book, the book, the book. Why did Marie have this book? Eddie's face remained calm, almost passive, as her hysteria swelled upward. "The book in question is given to the most powerful witch in the Blood Coven for safekeeping. The Blood Witch who guards the book is, at all costs, to watch over it in order to ensure no one uses the book for ill gain. Who would have thought gentle, kind Marie was the reigning Blood Witch? But when Marie saved you, she used her blood magic and a spell she recited from the book. I saw all this merely by accident, of course." "Which begs the question, why didn't you find out where the damn book was before you killed her, genius?" Eddie cocked an eyebrow. "Remember I mentioned my impulsivity? Things went too far that night with Marie, and I rather lost control. Before I knew it, she was dead. But I learned from my mistakes." "And why would you think my parents had the book?" God, just saying the words tore at her heart. "It was a last, desperate guess after searching for it for decades. Never in a million years would I have considered Marie would actually leave the whereabouts of that book with humans. But then it occurred to me that maybe, by some crazy fluke, they might have some information about where she kept her personal effects. By that time, I'd already broken into your apartment and come up dry. The next logical choice was your parents' place. I would have left well enough alone, you know, but they came home while I was prowling through their house. I couldn't leave them alive as witnesses when they'd caught me with my hand in the cookie jar. But I left them nice and comfy in their bed. You understand my dilemma, right?" A sharp wave of disgust rushed through her, making her clench her teeth. "Of course, that was all before I realized you knew nothing about your being a witch, and that's how I came to the conclusion Marie never told your parents what she'd done." This was diabolical. "So you only asked me out because of this book?" Eddie gave her a look of apology, his eyes searching hers. "I'm such a cad. I ended up having to do everything backward because of that damn book. So I courted you, thinking maybe you'd hidden the book somewhere. Or maybe there was some small hint about its location that you kept trapped in that bungled little brain of yours. Boy, was I wrong." Jesus, she felt like a complete idiot. All the messes she'd been in, every disaster she'd wreaked, and Eddie knew exactly what was happening to her the entire time. "My life was such a mess for so long," she murmured, regretting the words the moment they left her mouth. He barked a laugh, the first sign of true animation on his face. "That's an understatement. You were a disaster. As you bumbled your way around, I figured I already had half the equation on lockdown, meaning you. And finding the book was just a matter of time. For as long as it took, I'd have dangled you along." And then a thought occurred to her. "How did you finally find the book anyway?" "Ah, that's where Doris comes in. She's an amazing private detective, an unsuspecting human looking at this case of the mysteriously missing book with human eyes and human resources. Naturally, being witches, everyone was sure Marie had hidden the book on top of Mount Fuji, or someplace equally exotic. Interestingly enough, Marie's method was far less complex than any of us ever guessed. The bank. Marie had hidden the book in a place most witches wouldn't consider worthy of looking.
You mean like hiding the book in an obvious place? Eddie winked.
You got it. It triggered the memory of a conversation I'd had with her once about hiding her prized possessions in a human world. The rest was easy. Finding old bank records was a breeze once I found Doris.
How did you get her to go along with something like this?
The same way I got you into my bed, Bernie. My charm. What I lack in powers, I make up for in charisma. I just promised her we'd spend the rest of our lives together. Easy peasy.
His matter-of-fact answer made her stomach roll again. But then her eyes flitted about the room in panic. Where is Doris? Eddie snapped his fingers, illuminating the ceiling of the storm cellar.
There,
he replied, as if she'd asked him where something as mundane as the salt was. Doris was pinned to said ceiling, her mouth literally sewn shut, her limbs clamped with iron cuffs, but thankfully she appeared to be unconscious.
Forget her. She's useless. I sent her in on bingo night and she blew that attempt to nab you by turning tail and running over a little devastation spell. I'll handle her when the time comes.
Bernie scrunched her eyes shut and forced the image of Doris from her mind. She swallowed hard, fighting the next wave of hysteria. Didn't anyone miss this book if it's so damned important?
Oh, definitely. It became one of the great unsolved mysteries in our world. It's a little like the Holy Grail in the human world. I have to admit, knowing who the next keeper of the book was made it very difficult to stay out of all the barroom speculation about where it could be. No one would have listened, I suppose, me being from a weak line of witches. Still, I wanted bragging rights. I wanted everyone to know that I knew who the most powerful blood witch was. But you know how that goes. Sometimes it's better to be smug on the inside.
He circled his chest and smiled. Her mind continued to race with questions despite her precarious position. That day at the bank. Eddie nodded, his smile widening.
Was all a fluke. I didn't think so at the time, but I got lucky when you caught me with Doris and demanded half the rent on the very day I planned to steal the book. So I figured why not speed up the process. The original plan was to get the book and you all in one fell swoop. But I had no idea you could shift, too, Bernie. You shifted into me. It was incredible. But then the police arrived, and I had no choice but to shove you into the vault and run, leaving you holding the bag, thus delaying my diabolical plan until your parole.
Which begged the final question. Exactly what the hell is in this book, Eddie? His sigh was wistful and full of wonder.
The answer to everything, Bernie. Everything. If you own the book, you can do anything. And then, you're not such a weak warlock after all.
So this was a play not just for power, but respect. Her frustration was reaching a new level, one that kept pushing her toward the edge of an invisible cliff. Stop damn well talking in circles and explain what this book has to do with me. Why do you need me and the book? Eddie steepled his hands under his chin.
Let's not rush things, huh? I'm the kind of bad guy who likes to relish his coup. I've waited a very long time for this day, all through your adolescence and well into your blundering adulthood.
She shivered at the very thought of him watching her, railed against the idea that he'd let her suffer, let her isolate and hide herself from the world when he had this kind of knowledge. Bernie clenched her fists, digging her heels into the dirt as the chains protested with a rattle. And I'm the kind of hostage who likes a good payoff. I'm not making the connection between the book and me. I'm the alleged keeper of the book, but I don't have the book. You have the book. How do I relate to this book of everything, Eddie? What made you wait all this time to faux date me? I've been legal for years. He held up a finger, his eyes twinkling.
This next bit of information is a very important piece of the puzzle. As a blood witch, you don't come into the kind of power that I want until the 3rd decade of your life, which, as you've seen, is pretty impressive power.
Well, if you counted setting barns on fire, trashing trucks, and Violet's loss of hair as impressive, then sure, she got it. His words were so soft, so hushed, so incredibly calm she shivered. This man wanted whatever she had, and he was about as cold-blooded as one could get in his efforts. Get to the point with the whole mess about books and murder and blood witches. What do I have that you want?
Marie's blood, running through your veins, of course. The most powerful blood in the history of witches.
And that means? His next words chilled her with their measured calm.
That means, as it stands, you're now the most powerful blood witch, Marie's successor. And now I need your blood, Bernie, to become a blood witch, to be able to use the Book of Spells. Well, to be specific, I need your heart. I have to cut it from your chest and cease its beating as I recite the magic spell.
Ah, light bulb moment. Chapter 15. Ridge launched his phone at the ground in frustration just after they all landed in his pasture, a mere few feet from the storm cellar. Winnie's eyes flew to his, lined with worry. No Baba Yaga? Ridge clenched his fist, fighting not to drive it into the nearest inanimate object available.
When can anyone ever reach that woman? She needs a damned assistant.
Flora patted his back with reassurance. We got this, Ridge. We have a plan. Follow us. She stalked off toward the pecan tree, located not 20 feet from the storm cellar. Ridge ran after her and the pack of seniors.
No, Flora, I can't let you do this. I won't risk y'all ending up hurt. Whoever this Eddie guy is, he's got a plan, and I'd bet this damn farm he's got all avenues covered. We don't know what's behind the cellar doors.
Winnie gripped Ridge's arm, stopping him under the tree. Listen to me, Ridge. If he has that book and we don't get both it and Bernie the hell out of there, he's going to kill her. I'm no weakling when it comes to magic, you know that. With all of us combined, we're a damned powerhouse. Ridge shook his head, for the first time since his father's death, damning him for his strict rules. It was going to end up costing him Bernie. Not gonna happen.
No, you don't understand. Remember, my father has this whole place under a spell. You can't use anything more powerful than a culinary spell, or at best a vanishing hex.
But then, doesn't that mean this loon Eddie can't use magic either? Clive asked, his wrinkled brow furrowed. Glinda Jo shook her silver-white head, tucking her customary shawl around her shoulders and swatting the back of his head. He has the book, Clive. The book! Weren't you listening, old man? That doggone book trumps everything. And you don't need magic to cut someone's heart out, she yelped, then clapped her hand over her mouth. Oh, hell spells. I'm sorry, Ridge. Ridge lifted his hat and ran his hand through his hair. After hearing all about this Marie Haversham from the seniors, and her spell book and how it tied to Bernie, he'd almost lost his morning coffee. Winnie and the seniors' faces fell. Shit, I forgot about that damn spell. She turned to look at the group, her voice hinting at her desperation. Does anyone have any clue what kind of spell prevents us from using our magic? We have to get in there. Gus was the first to speak up, his weathered face wrought with concern.
Then we'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. No way am I letting my girl get whacked today.
Ridge was desperate. He knew Bernie was in the cellar. His stomach revolted at the idea that he'd done his morning chores while she was likely locked up in there. And now, he was just 20 damn feet from getting his hands on her.
What's the old-fashioned way, Gus? I'm all out of ideas, my friend. If we can't use magic to get in there, then what?
Flora pushed her way through the group, a devilish smile on her face. I think Gus is on to something. Calla's not magical, is she? Isn't that cellar floor made of dirt? Ridge nodded, Flora's train of thought giving him hope.
It is. Damn, Flora, you're a genius.
He pulled her into a hug, squeezing her hard. Calla immediately rolled up her sleeves with a wicked grin. I like the way you think, Miss Flora. Okay, so cough up all the extra clothes you bunch of troublemakers have on your persons. As much as I love you guys, the hell I'm going to let you see me naked after a shift. Okay, spells. Think spells, Bernie. Picture that book in your head, the one Ridge had you read twice and remember. Remember the words.
There's a way to get out of this. You can find it. But all she could picture was Ridge in her head, laughing when she recited a word in Latin incorrectly, running his finger down the tip of her nose when she got something right. And the seniors, and Calla and Winnie, Daphne, B.I.C., little Lola, Benny Jr., Fee, and Orchid. Their faces flashed behind her closed eyes as Eddie, clearly done stringing her along, had gone silent and was busy preparing whatever spell he needed to complete his wish to become a blood witch. Don't hide, Bernie. You're giving up. Don't give up. No more hiding. You're a witch, loud and proud. Sing it, sister. Like a clap of thunder, she remembered most of the words to a discharge spell. If she could just somehow make the chains set her free, she could definitely take Eddie. But if you use the wrong words, that guillotine's headed straight for the top of your head. And don't forget the bomb. Maybe she should just start spewing the words she knew and the rest would come to her? No, Bernie. There has to be another way. You have so much to look forward to. Don't give up. She warred with the voices in her head as Eddie raised the book and lifted a long match. Her mind raced. Freeze time. Could she freeze time? That would solve everything. Bernie. Bernie, are you there? Her eyes flew open as she scanned the now fully lit storm cellar. Fee? It's me. Listen to me, Bernie. Listen close. Clear your mind, Peaches. Clear it of everything but my voice. Help is on the way. We're almost there. No, Fee. Stay out. He has this whole place rigged. Do not open the cellar door. It has a bomb attached. If Eddie hears you guys fiddling with that door, everyone's doomed. Get as far away as possible, Fee. If anyone else is with you, tell them to get the hell out of here. The hell? I've already lost one witch in my lifetimes. I ain't losing another, Pook. Now stop flapping your gums and listen to me, and don't forget your powers are mostly useless here. Just sit tight and keep Eddie busy. Make some noise. Talk to him. We need a distraction. Shit. Her powers, aside from simple spells, were useless on the farm. How could she have forgotten? And then she heard it. Scratching. No. Digging. Were they digging their way in here from the ground up? Eddie's head popped up as if he'd heard it too, but then he shook it off and went back to his book of everything, busying himself with mixing a potion that smelled like Gus's feet when he took his sweaty shoes off to wade in the creek. Wait. If magic didn't work on the farm, how was Eddie going to make this spell complete? She repeated her deduction to Fee. If magic doesn't work here, Eddie's screwed. All we have to worry about are the guillotine and the bomb. No. He has the book, Bebop. It trumps all else. And despite your powers, your heart isn't magical. He needs your heart to make his transformation complete. Right. The cease-her-beating heart thing. Her stomach jolted and her mouth went dry. Bernie, forget everything else. It's time to taunt your captor. We're gonna make a little noise here, so distract, distract, distract. Oh, and Hot Pants says, hey, girl. Bernie fought a girlish gasp. Ridge had come for her. That was all she needed to know as images of their night together zipped through her mind. She wanted a shot at a possible future with him, and by hell, she wasn't going to let Eddie steal all the things she'd gained since coming to Paris. Especially Ridge. Hey, Eddie? Yes, Bernie? Do you have your phone with you? Thinking of calling 911. As if. Why would I want any interference with my death? I was just wondering if you wouldn't mind putting on some music. Sort of like a last request thing? You know what I like, right? He looked up then and smiled, his eyes gleaming. My fair lady. She smiled back. Oh my God, yes! Say you have it. Duh. Only every single song. He pulled his phone from his pocket and scrolled over the screen. After pressing a button with a flourish, the beginning strains of Wouldn't It Be Loverly echoed in the cellar. Turn it way up, would you, Eddie? I want to really feel it. He did as she requested. Smiling fondly at her,
likely remembering they shared a love of Broadway show tunes. "All I want is a room somewhere," she belted out. "Sweet mother of pearl, Bebop. Make it stop. You're eviscerating Rex's legacy. He's weeping, just openly sobbing in his Earl Grey. Do you hear him? He's inconsolable. Wait there while I get him a tissue." She fought a hysterical giggle, but she sang louder as the digging became more urgent. "Oh, so loverly, sittin' abso-bloomin' still." "Almost there, Bernie. Just a little more." She heard the strain in Fee's voice, and then he really was there, sneaking up behind Eddie, rearing back, preparing to jump just as Ridge and a dog wearing a sweater that looked identical to one of Flora's poked their heads through a hole in the corner near the wine rack. Dirt fell in clumps from Ridge's head and shoulders as he quietly pushed his way through with the dog hot on his heels. Wait, a dog? As she sang louder, Bernie shook her head at Ridge and used a finger to point upward at the guillotine she was attached to. "Far away from the cold night air." Ridge winced before he grinned at her and blew a kiss, and just seconds before he gave Fee the signal. He shot his hand upward, and Fee launched himself at Eddie, sinking his claws into his back, sending the book flying before Ridge bulldozed into Eddie's chest, knocking him into the wall. The dog with the sweater shook in violent shudders, its fur falling away as Bernie watched in horror. Bones crunched, even above the music, its paws flexing and stretching until a shape began to take form. Bernie's eyes widened. Calla? Calla rolled her head on her neck, pushed her collarbones back into place, and lunged for Bernie. "Listen to me, Bernie. Don't move. I'll have you out in no time flat." As she worked to free Bernie, wrenching away the guillotine blade, then popping the chains as though they were made of nothing more than string, Ridge and Eddie fought. Fee howled and clawed his way to the top of Eddie's head, making him scream his discontent. Ridge knocked Eddie to the ground with a punch so loud, so sharp, it echoed above the music. Eddie crashed to the floor, landing face down, his head cracking against the ground and bouncing back up. Ridge moved away from him and toward Bernie, his chest heaving. But Eddie wasn't out cold, not by a long shot. With her arms finally free, Bernie caught sight of the detonator for the bomb just as Eddie was stretching his long fingers to reach for it. Ridge must have seen the distress in her eyes because he turned and roared, "No!" and made a dive for the cylinder. But Eddie was quicker than she'd given him credit for. As Ridge arced in the air, his intent clear to land square on Eddie, Eddie rolled at the very moment Ridge made contact with his body, jamming a knife upward into Ridge's gut. As Calla tore the last of her restraints away, Bernie rose on her knees, pushed herself to her feet, and screamed, "Ridge! No! No, no!" She propelled her body forward just as Eddie shook off Ridge and made a final attempt to scramble for the detonator. "Calla, get Fee! He's got a bomb! Go back through the hole!" she screeched over the music. Calla moved so quickly Bernie's head spun, scooping up Fee and diving for the hole as Fee bellowed his protest. "Bernie! If you go, I go with!" he hollered, but it was muffled to her ears, indicating Calla must have successfully gotten him out. And then she was scrambling too, at the sight of Ridge's blood, cringing at the crimson drops on the knife Eddie had in his other hand, seeing red, infuriated by the idea he would continue to breathe if she didn't stop him. Throwing herself over Ridge's prone body, she clamped her hand over Eddie's, digging her nails into his flesh just as he fumbled with the detonator, his thumb so close to the red button her fear almost stopped her from doing what needed to be done. Killing Eddie. For killing her parents. For hurting Ridge. Closing her eyes to keep the sweat from dripping into them, she yanked the knife he'd used on Ridge from him with a growl of rage and raised it high, just as Eddie pressed the button. The knife plunging into his chest collided with the sound of the explosion. "Dig!" Bernie heard someone scream. "Clive, goddammit, stop looking at Winnie's ass and dig, you old fool!" Flora. That was Flora. And then there was dirt falling in her mouth as she struggled to open it, a heavy weight on her chest that felt like an elephant preventing her from moving. "Clive Atwell, are you looking at my backside, mister? I will yank your ear right off your head just like your mama used to do, buddy." Winnie.
It was Winnie. She coughed, spitting at the crumbles of rock and debris on her tongue. I hear her. Dig, Depends Patrol, dig! Fee. He'd made it out. Thank God. I swear on Madonna that bastard's going to rot in my prison for the rest of his immortality. I'll play Debbie Gibson till his ears bleed. Baba Yaga? What the hell was she doing in the mix? Bernie, a voice muttered, weak and strained. Ridge? Oh, God, he was alive? Ridge? She managed to spit out. We got him, Bernie. Just hang on, someone else yelled. Bernie was finally able to manage a sitting position, a coughing fit racking her as she forced her body upward. And then the sun, ungodly hot and beating down on the top of her head the way she'd come to love. As her eyes cleared, she groaned. Enormous piles of dirt scattered the landscape of the farm, debris from the cellar and barn strewn from one end to the other. Bob, thank God you're alive! Fee was the first to tackle her, jumping into her arms and rubbing his cheek against hers with a soft purr. Fuck and hell, Bernie. That was badass. I felt that magic of yours all the way out here. Felt her magic? It didn't matter. He was okay. She pulled him close to her chest and hugged his squirming body hard before setting him on the ground. Oh, Fee, thank you. Thank you for talking me down in there. You're the flashlight to my darkness, buddy. Water, Gussie. Hand me the water. Cool water splashed down over her head and face, dripping to her chin as Flora came into view. She wiped at Bernie's face, her own a mask of worry. Girl, you gave me the fright of my life. Pulling her tight against her, Flora squeezed her hard. Thank goddess you're okay. That was some damn spell, girlie. Remind me never to get stuck in your craw. Ridge, she whispered, hoarse and raw. Where's Ridge? As her vision cleared and her mind began to play back the images of Eddie, she scrambled to rise. But Gus clamped a hand on her shoulder. Muzzlehead's all right. He just got a little cut. You sit now and let us dig you the rest of the way out. She lifted her aching arm and gripped Gus's hand, pressing it to her wet, muddy face as tears rolled down her cheeks. Doris. Where's Doris? She helped Eddie. Oh, God, she was pinned to the ceiling. The horror of that made her shiver all over again. We got her, Bernie, Greta called out. Relief was momentary, until she remembered one of the most important things of all. The book. Where is the book? Swiped it on my way out, honey. Everything's fine, promise. Calla squeezed her arm before she set about using her hands to dig right beside Bernie. As she scooped handfuls of dirt with alarming speed, the outline of Ridge's body became clearer. A moan to her left made Bernie jump, but then a foot came into her line of vision. Eddie? Eddie was still alive? No. That was no good. He'd killed her parents. He'd almost killed Ridge and Fee and Calla. Unacceptable. Pushing everyone out of her way, she took a good look at Eddie before she grabbed a handful of his blonde hair. You son of a bitch! She screamed down at him, giving his head a hard shake. You killed my parents, and now you have to die. And it's going to hurt, you slimy fuck. Oh my God, I'm going to rip your goddamn balls. Greta's whistle sounded, loud and hurtful in her ears. Sutton, at ease. Bernie. Ridge pushed himself up and wrapped an arm around her waist, hauling her to him with a grunt. Stop, honey, stop. Let Baba have him. She turned in Ridge's arms and cupped his face with her hands and sobbed. I thought you were dead. I thought we were all dead. I'm so glad you're not dead. Ridge hissed when she brushed against his abdomen, the ugly stain of blood covering the lower half of his shirt. Her hand went to the wound, covering it as tears streamed down her face. I thought you were dead. Ridge rocked her. Shh. It's okay now, honey. Don't cry. You did it. You saved us all. She still wasn't quite sure she understood how she'd saved them all, but she didn't care. I'm so glad you're okay. Ridge rocked her harder and chuckled. I'm okay. Just a scratch. My ears, not as much.
She stiffened, reaching for his ears to find them still attached to his head. What is this gibberish?
A request.
She leaned back in his arms. Now, cowboy? You have a request now.
Please don't ever sing again.
Fee bounced around her and Ridge, his tiara wobbling on his head. God bless America. Everyone began to laugh. But then she realized the magnitude of what had just happened. How did we survive that? Eddie hit the button on the detonator. I saw him.
Your magic, of course, Bernice,
Baba Yaga replied, smooth as butter. But she wasn't up to any of Baba's lectures today. She'd shut up and put up for far too long. Bernie moved away from Ridge with care to avoid his wound and rose to her feet, mud dripping from her hair and plopping in clumps down the front of her shirt. I got a bone to pick with you, lady. Winnie rushed up behind her and gripped her shoulders. Respectfully, of course, right, Bernie? Her gaze narrowed, her eyes taking in Baba in all her 80s fare. The hell? Eddie is a psychopath, and you wouldn't listen to a word I said. Not a single word. I told you I had no idea I was a witch, and you laughed at me. Everyone laughed at me. So how do you like me now, Baba Yaga? She yelled, pounding her chest for effect while everyone around her gasped. But Baba didn't become angry. Rather, her beautiful face lightened and she smiled. I know, Bernice, and I like you just fine. Will you let me explain? Will you let me explain? She mimicked Baba's words with a roll of her neck. Bernie, girl, I'm going to demand that you shut it right this second, or I'll shut it for you, Fee ordered. But Baba still didn't lash out. It's okay, Fee. Bernice has every right to be upset, but I'd ask that you save your frustration and anger with me until after I explain. Like she could explain away 10 months of Kotex slippers and mushy green beans? Bernie said nothing, but she nodded her head, her propensity toward caution settling back in. Baba held out a hand to her, her eyes still smiling. Come with me, Bernice. Let's walk. Winnie gave her a nudge. Go, honey. Let's fix this once and for all. Ridge stood and dropped a kiss on her lips.
Go, pretty lady. I'm gonna get patched up, and we'll meet back on what's left of the front porch so I can have a beer with my favorite witch.
Her heart skipped a beat of happiness, but she simply nodded, taking Baba's hand. Baba tucked it under her arm and pulled Bernie away from the rubble of the explosion. I'm so sorry, Bernice. I'm so sorry for your parents, for what happened to them. I want you to know that was out of my control entirely, and had I known, Eddie would be dead. But there's a method to my madness. The day I got you back to prison, I knew you didn't know you were a witch. Disbelief almost left her speechless. Almost. You knew? Why would you lock me up then? If you knew what I was going through, how could you make me serve time for something I didn't do? Because it was the safest place to keep you, Bernie. Eddie couldn't get to you if you were, in fact, an unwitting party to all this, but I could still protect you from him while I figured out what he wanted with you. She opened her mouth to protest, but Baba held up a finger to quiet her. Listen to me, Bernice, please. I had to act fast when I found out about you. When I saw the video of that dirtball in the bank, I saw the book in his hand. Any witch can recognize it from 20 paces. He was easy enough to identify as a warlock with that tattoo of his. I just couldn't understand how or why you were involved. My intention was to question you at county, but once I got closer to you, I smelled your magic. I sensed you were a shifter, but I wasn't entirely sure. Surprise, she muttered. Baba sighed into the hot breeze. Yet I couldn't understand how I had no knowledge of your existence and why you hadn't shifted to get yourself out of county. So I made an executive decision and wiped everyone's memories clean, including the police, and brought you back to Salem with me. And that's when I concluded you had no idea you were a witch or how important your powers truly are. That also meant I had to do some digging into Eddie, and I needed time to do it. So I bought some by keeping you near." Months of frustration spilled out of her mouth. "Then why didn't you just tell me at that very moment? Why did you treat me like a criminal?" Baba gave her an admonishing look. "Would you have listened? Did you ever listen? Were you at all receptive to us? You went along for the ride, but I knew you still didn't believe. I couldn't let you loose on the humans, knowing what I know." Bernie sighed, wiping her forearm over her cheek. "Okay, that's fair. I was pretty messed up, and I've done my fair share of damage in the past because I didn't know. But imagine thinking you're a human, then finding out every disaster in your life can be attributed to blood magic you didn't even know you had." Baba pulled her to the bench under the pecan tree and motioned for her to sit, patting Bernie's hand. "You were a mess, Bernice. But I needed you somewhere safe while I investigated this Eddie. I'd hoped, while you were with us, you'd learn about who you'd become. Yet day after day, month after month, you refused, which made you reckless if we sent you back into the human world. And we certainly couldn't afford to have Eddie find you again." Bernie winced at the memory of her prison stay. "I didn't want to be a witch. I was pretty freaked out. And pretty stubborn. Neither here nor there now. When I realized no amount of prison time was going to change your mind, I decided to send you here. To Winnie. To the people of Paris. I knew they would help you accept who you are, and there was a modicum of peace in that for me. Why risk sending me here where I was unprotected, on the off chance Eddie's interaction with me hadn't been innocent? This is going to sound crackers, but you were the biggest case of failure to thrive I'd ever seen. Sending you here was a small risk compared to letting you continually suffer in prison. Things had been quiet for so long, with no sign of Eddie, I thought surely he'd gotten what he wanted, and maybe, by some crazy coincidence, you were just in the mix by mistake after all. That maybe he knew nothing of your true status. Of course, we continued to look for him because that book is very dangerous in the wrong hands, but I truly thought you were marginally safe. And he managed to find me anyway." Baba shook her head, her eyes sad. "I'm sorry, Bernie. But you were getting further away from us rather than closer. I knew once you were here, you'd tap into this incredible power you have with Winnie's help, and you'd use it. You were alone for so long, Bernice, and none of us knew about it. I wanted you to flourish, find acceptance, learn, while I dug around to find out how this all happened." Those words warmed her, reminded her of one of several reasons she decided to dig in her heels and really try to do this witch thing. Her need to belong. "P.S. I already know how this happened. Eddie told me all about it while I had a guillotine ready to fall on my head," she said sarcastically, still not quite ready to forgive Baba for leaving her to suffer one-eyed Lorraine. "Then you must also know Marie Haversham was one of the kindest, most nurturing white witches alive, and what she did to save you, while totally against every rule ever written, she did it out of tremendous love. For you. For your mother. It was an enormous risk. She knew the kind of collateral damage she was up against, being the keeper of that book." Tears stung her eyes at the mention of her mother and this mysterious woman she'd never know, and whom Eddie had come upon by dumb luck. Baba used tender fingers to wipe her tears away. Seeing Eddie with the book could only mean one thing. He'd known Marie. Somewhere, somehow. So I traced his every move since her death, as we searched high and low for him, and that's when I found out about her relationship with your mother. The rest was a bit of a puzzle your friends here in Paris solved all on their own. She'd never be able to thank them enough for finding her. And the book? Am I the new guardian of the book? Because you might want to rethink your strategy on that. I do set barns on fire, you know. Baba cackled her familiar laugh. You have to keep the book, because you're the most powerful blood witch. But I promise you, it won't be without guidance from me personally. We should talk about backup plans. Is it me, or is it crazy to leave this book of everything, as Eddie called it, just one person's responsibility? It's been lost for almost 30 years. Baba patted her hand with reassurance. We'll put a plan of action in place. Her chest tightened, but she had to know. And Doris? I'll wipe her memory clean. She'll be back in Boston without a clue in no time flat. Then the question she dreaded most. Eddie? I promise you, Bernie. Eddie will pay dearly for what he's done. I'll see to it. What he'd done. She scanned the area surrounding the farm, blown to smithereens. The barn's roof was missing, and one wall was blown out. Small mountains of dirt were littered with rubble, and the chicken coop that housed Miss Prissy was a mangled mess. Speaking of what Eddie's done, I think I'd better go see how I can help. I can't believe we survived that. Do you know how you survived the explosion, Bernie? Her brow furrowed. Magic? But I don't remember doing a damn thing. Baba smiled. That's because your magic is that powerful. You sensed distress and fixed it. You used the magic you learned with the people who've come to love you. But Ridge's father put a spell on the farm, and no one can use any serious magic. Then I guess that goes to show just how powerful you are. Somehow, in all that mess with Eddie, you must have remembered a transportation spell. That's what saved you and Ridge, and even Eddie and Doris. It's an amazing feat, Bernice. You've learned well. I guess sending you here to shovel horse shit wasn't such a bad thing after all. Bernie let her head fall back on her shoulders as she barked a laugh. This explained so much. The demise of Betty Boop, setting the barn on fire, all of it. Baba knows best, huh? Baba slapped the table with the palm of her hand, a grin on her lips. Damn right she does. Now what do you say we go figure out how to raise a barn with that hunk who has googly eyes for you? Bernie giggled, rising from the bench and holding out her hand to Baba, her heart full, her throat tight. I'm in. All in. They walked hand in hand toward the house where Ridge and everyone sat on the now lopsided steps and in chairs, beers in hand, laughing and talking. And as she made her way up the steps of Ridge's porch, and he handed her his beer, tucking her under his arm and dropping a kiss on the top of her head, she knew she was home. Right here in Paris, Texas. Well then, yippee-ki-yay. Chapter 16. 2 months later. Shh, Flora ordered. They're coming. Ridge chuckled, holding on to Bernie's hand.
I can hear you, Miss Flora. What the heck's going on?
Bernie giggled as she positioned him in front of the new barn doors. Just you keep your impatient eyes closed, cowboy. Wrapping her arm around his waist, she pulled him close and took a moment to admire the work everyone had put into the barn while Flora gathered the guests. From the very peak of the new roof, down to the new red siding and wide double doors, the barn looked fresh and new and utterly amazing. Baskets of mums in yellow and red hung from plant hooks they'd cemented into the ground, leading to the barn's doors. Strand after strand of globe lights swayed in the warm breeze, slung up over every corner of the interior, giving it a dreamy, romantic glow. 3 tables filled with casseroles and pies and Glenda Joe's infamous fried chicken lined the back wall near the stables, and smaller round tables were decorated with doilies Flora had personally crocheted. Single roses from Winnie's garden rested on each doily in slender vases. Bales of hay were turned into chairs with the help of gingham fabric, tied with bows Lola and her classmates had made. Bernie smiled at the faces she'd come to love. They were all responsible for this unbelievable feat, done in only a week's time since Ridge had gone to Dallas to sell his portion of the securities consulting firm.
Come on, Bernie. Fried chicken's waiting.
Clive crowed with impatience. Ready? On 3, Bernie instructed the crowd. 1, 2, 3. Surprise! Everyone shouted with cheers and whistles. Ridge popped his eyes open, looking around and shaking his head with a pleased grin.
How the hell did you do all this? I was only gone a week."
Gus grinned from ear to ear, his crooked bow tie tucked under his chin.
"My girl put it together, and we did a good old-fashioned barn raising, just like back in the day."
Ridge clapped Gus on the shoulder and peered down at him.
"Your girl. Did she become your girl while I was in Dallas finalizing everything? Have you been stepping out on me with Gus, Bernice Sutton?"
She laughed up at him, then winked at Gus. "Good girls never tell. Come on, Ridge Donovan. Let's go explore your new barn." He scooped her up, pulling her close.
"Not before I do this,"
he murmured, dropping his lips to hers and soundly kissing her.
"I can't believe you did all this for little old me."
She melted against him, so glad to have him home. "I didn't do it alone. Everyone in town helped, even Gus. And I kinda owed you one. I mean, I did blow it up." Ridge nuzzled her nose just as the music struck up.
"But you saved my hide in the process. I think we're even. So dance with me, pretty lady. Let's celebrate."
He let go of her and pulled her toward the middle of the barn, where a dance floor had been dropped in the center, surrounded by standing fans to keep everyone cool. "I've got you under my skin," wafted to her ears as Ridge tucked her against him and they swayed. They'd done this often while getting to know each other. After long walks and dinners and lunches and star-filled nights spent on the porch sharing a beer, they turned on the music and danced. Sometimes they even danced naked. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Bernie let her head rest on his chest with a happy sigh.
"You raised a barn for me,"
he whispered in her ear. She giggled. "I did. I know how much it meant to you because of your mother. I wanted to restore it to its former beauty. So I dug around all those pictures in your hotter-than-hell attic and did my best to recreate."
"It's amazing, honey. You're amazing. You look amazing,"
he said gruffly, twirling her. Bernie smiled at his compliment. In preparation for tonight, she'd chosen a lavender sleeveless number that hugged every curve she owned. "I'm so glad you're home. Did everything work out all right in Dallas?" He grinned from beneath his white Stetson, devastatingly handsome.
"It worked out fine. I signed everything over to my partner, and we're golden. I'm free and clear to become Farmer Donovan. And everything's a whole lot better now that I'm back here with you."
"Did you miss me, Ridge Donovan?" she asked flirtatiously.
"With all that time y'all two lovebirds put in on the damn phone, you think?"
Fee asked from below. Ridge chuckled, reaching down to scratch Fee's chin.
"Did you take care of my girl while I was gone, Fee?"
Fee's voice went husky and low.
"Always, Hot Pants. You can always count on me to take care of your girl. Now I'm off. I hear there's tuna casserole to be snatched."
He sashayed away to the beat of the music, his tutu fluttering behind him. Fee had finally told her the story of his former witch, a woman he'd loved for centuries and lost when she died in a boating accident off the Ivory Coast. Baba had taken him in, and he'd waited 20 years to choose a new witch to mentor. All those years, and he'd finally chosen her. It was a choice she'd always be grateful for, and she told him so every day. Calla and Nash danced toward them, smiles on their faces. "So what about our girl here, huh, Ridge? Isn't this amazing?"
"The most amazing girl ever."
Calla shook her head. "I can't believe she pulled it off with all those seniors fighting every step of the way." That had been a challenge, but she'd loved every minute of Flora and Gus's bickering. Calla did offer her the job as event coordinator for the center, and even though it was never going to make her rich, she didn't care. It was enough to help her find a small basement apartment to rent from Glenda Joe's son, and with Ridge's help, they decorated it using garage sale finds. Most importantly, it was hers, and she had more than a toothbrush and a pillow to call her own now. Her job also allowed her tons of time with Orchid and Miss Prissy and the people she'd come to adore. Baba Yaga visited often, making it her personal mission to tutor Bernie on what they now all laughingly called the Book of Everything. And she was learning every day, one everything at a time. Winnie, Greta, and Daphne found their way through the crowd, smiles on their lips as they approached. Winnie pulled her into a group hug of perfume and bangle bracelets. Everything is perfect, just Bernie. It's so beautiful. Hugging her back, Bernie gave her an extra squeeze. I couldn't have done it without all of you. And I don't just mean the barn raising. Thank you, Winnie. All of you. She still choked up with gratitude when it came to these women who'd supported her when she'd had nothing to give. Winnie flapped a hand in the air as though it were no big deal. Bah, you finally helped yourself. That's all that matters. Now we're going to let you two get reacquainted after that week-long eon apart and go grab some food. There are pies, people. Buttloads of apple pies. So what do you say, girls? Let's go rearrange the size of our asses. Daphne and Greta each dropped a kiss on Bernie's cheek and gave her a hug of encouragement before trailing off to get some pie. Ridge pulled her to the far corner of the barn, away from the crowd on the dance floor, and nuzzled her neck, the rigid line behind his zipper making her nipples tighten with need.
It's been a really long week, honey. Would it be considered rude for us to leave our own party?
She snickered at his wicked thought. It most certainly would. But I'll make you a deal. If you just hang on a little longer, I'll totally make it worth your while.
Why, Miss Sutton, did you just talk dirty to me in code?
You bet your sweet cowboy ass I did. It has been a whole week.
Then I do believe you have a deal, but only if you wear that frilly thong thing. In case you didn't know, I like.
He groaned into her ear, long and slow. Turning them so her back faced the barn wall, Bernie grabbed his hand and planted it on her backside. Oh, I'm well aware of what you like, Donovan. He chuckled, grazing her lips with his tongue.
Know what else I like?
Tell me, she moaned into his mouth.
I like you. Wait, I take that back. I love you, Snugglepuff.
Her head fell back on her shoulders, in laughter at the reference to their joke endearments. I love you too, love machine. I definitely love you too. And as their friends gathered, ate, laughed, and danced, Bernice, I don't want to be a witch Sutton, decided being a witch wasn't so bad after all. Because she'd found a place where she belonged, where she was accepted, where she and Ridge could build a life together. That place was called home. She was finally home sweet home. About Dakota Cassidy. Dakota Cassidy is a USA Today best-selling author with over 30 books. She writes laugh-out-loud romantic comedy, grab-some-ice erotic romance, hot and sexy alpha males, paranormal shifters, contemporary kick-ass women, and more. Invited by Bravo TV, Dakota was the Bravoholic for a week, wherein she snarked the hell out of all the Bravo shows. She received a starred review from Publisher Weekly for Talk Dirty to Me, won an RT Reviewer's Choice Award for Kiss and Hell, along with many review site recommended reads and reviewer top pick awards. Dakota lives in the gorgeous state of Oregon with her real-life hero and her dogs, and she loves hearing from her readers. This has been Which is the New Black? Paris, Texas Romance, Book 3. Written by Dakota Cassidy. Narrated by Holly Jackson. Copyright 2015 by Dakota Cassidy. Production copyright 2016 by Dakota Cassidy.